Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was Enchanted Devil? Part 2. Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original story's link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. February 24th, 1992. Hogwarts. There's not much known about his private life, only that he and his wife, Perenelle Flammel, have lived for over 600 years. So, why are you researching Flammel in the first place? Harry barely finished speaking when he saw the Muggle-born girl had run away to another corner of the library. He suppressed a small grin. That girl was so predictable. Well, it didn't take long for Harry to regret giving that tidbit of information to Hermione. Yeah, she would have gotten it eventually, probably by accident, but the Potter scion should have expected Longbottom's reaction to it. Yeah, it started with Quidditch of all things. For some reason, Dumbledore thought it was a good idea for Snape of all people to referee a Quidditch match that involved the house he's known for harassing. Harry didn't know what Dumbledore was expecting, but sending a biased teacher to perform as an unbiased referee in a sport he's not specializing in, for an official Hogwarts game, was a bit out there. The Quidditch games in Hogwarts were available for spectators, and most importantly the Scouts. The British Quidditch teams hire exclusively from either Hogwarts or from specialized Quidditch training camps. Playing professionally is not as out there as it is in the Muggle world. The population in magical Britain is not as immense in the Muggle world, meaning that someone who works hard can become a professional Quidditch player. Turning the games at Hogwarts into jokes will hurt the students' chances of being taken seriously by the Scouts. People could lose their real chances at achieving their dream, and all because of some decision made on a whim by the headmaster. Really, people tend to forget how powerful the headmaster position is in Britain. The man could affect entire industries if he wanted to. Hell, he already has, by banning certain materials from being taught. Severus Snape alone is responsible for a drop in professions that require a newt in potions because of his requirement for students to get an O in their OWLs to continue. That's not even counting his attitude. His newt students are far more competent than in any other institution, but this competence isn't really required in professions just needing a passing grade. Well, back to the Quidditch game. As expected, Gryffindor lost by a very bad margin. Snape practically fouled the Gryffindors every time they had the upper hand, and after a couple of hours of what was essentially bullying, Cedric Diggory caught the snitch, pretty much destroying any chances at Gryffindor winning the Quidditch Cup. Longbottom had especially been harassed about it since the entire team was counting on him. There was already talk of him using his fame to be part of the team. As expected, without his research in regard to Nicholas Flamel and the constant Quidditch training to distract him, the boy went nuts. As expected, he started bullying the Slytherins and, well, things started to escalate. Harry had started the day with his friends. It was Sunday, so he had no classes, and he wanted to take a day off studying just to hang out with his friends. It was too cold to get outside, and they didn't really want to stay in the common room, so they decided to walk around while exploring the castle. Well, they were exploring the castle. Harry had done that in the first month of classes and had a good idea of how it was built. Oh, there were countless secrets that he hadn't discovered, but he knew far more than his friends did. Unfortunately, when they were walking on the second floor, there was S group of Gryffindors waiting for them. Among them was Longbottom. Well, if it isn't the traitor. Harry audibly groaned in exasperation. Again with the traitor thing. We barely had more than 5 conversations, all of which you insulted me and called me a traitor. How can I betray you before even meeting you? You utter imbecile. Daphne elbowed Harry in the chest, who promptly shut up. Fine Longbottom started to get under his skin slightly. For some reason, practically the entirety of his Gryffindor classmates called him the traitor. Harry wouldn't have been bothered about it if it just made sense. But they're just repeating what Longbottom is spewing, which was absolute nonsense. Don't pretend like you don't know, traitor, Neville responded with a glare. You know what? I don't care. I betrayed you, or I didn't betray you. I can't be bothered about it. Just think whatever you want, but just stay away from me. I don't want your stupidity to be contagious. Weasley interjected. Don't you dare talk to him like that. He's the boy who lived, which means absolutely nothing when you think about it, and is not relevant to this conversation in any way. Harry drawled back. I bet you were glad when Snape was the Quidditch referee, Potter. Your team wouldn't have had a chance to win the cup without him cheating, the redhead continued. Weasley, look at my face. Take a very good look at it, Harry responded with a dry tone while pointing at his face. Now answer me. Does this look like the face of someone who gives a crap about Quidditch? The boy's face was as red as his hair and looked like he wanted to yell at Harry. Alas, the Potter scion raised his hand. Look, Snape screwed you with the match. I know it. You know it. The entire school knows it. However, what I'm trying to understand is what you're trying to achieve here. We're just reminding you of your place. You slimy snakes, Longbottom answered. Harry raised an eyebrow. You know, it's amazing. You keep moving your mouth, making noises, but absolute garbage comes out of it. That's it. You're so getting it, Longbottom yelled and raised his wand. Harry discreetly pushed his hand windlessly, making him miss his teeth-growing hex. The young Slytherin gave him a dry look and raised his eyebrow. Now, Longbottom, why are you so angry? You're not mad at me. Not really. So why all of this aggression? For losing a Quidditch game? Well, if things keep on the way they are, you'll be playing a lot of these in the next few years. Is it about Snape being unfair? Then, why don't you try to harass him and not us? So, what is making you so angry that you're trying to lash out at the world around you? Shut up, the Longbottom scion yelled. Harry didn't seem bothered by it and continued, So, I'm getting close. Is it about the points you lost while doing the right thing? Yeah, that happened. Apparently, one day the Gryffindor hourglass was practically empty. It was already getting smaller every day because of Longbottom's behavior, and apparently, the upper years were kinda sick of it. They had complained to McGonagall many times, to no avail. No one knew what happened, except that it was because of Longbottom who practically became a social pariah to the upper year Gryffindors. Yeah, peer pressure at its best, ladies and gentlemen. Harry knew what it was about since Draco kept bragging about how he tricked the Golden Trio into getting caught with a baby dragon of all things. Harry assumed quickly enough that it was the Gryffindor trying to help Hagrid, who had ended up with a poisonous baby dragon somehow. It was what the stories had told, but considering how restricted the sale of dragon eggs really was, Hagrid had to know that there was something shady going on. The story was really unbelievable if you think about it. Dragon eggs are worth more than mansions in the black market. It was very unlikely that someone would bet one in a pub in Hogsmeade of all things. Still, McGonagall had caught the Golden Trio with a caged baby dragon and ended up losing a stupid amount of house points, according to the Malfoy scion at least. Apparently, he was the one who set them up or something. He kept pretending it was some sort of elaborate scheme while all he did was follow them around and tattle to a teacher about it. Well, Longbottom was very angry about it. It would explain the rise in malicious pranks that have been going on for a week or so. Harry had found the pressure point and kept digging at it. Oh, so that's it. You're angry because it's not fair. You helped your friends, like a good Gryffindor was supposed to do, protected the school, prevented him from getting hurt, and you were punished for it. Longbottom stopped being coherent anymore and just kept sending spell after spell at Harry, who shielded with a Contigo. The spells simply washed away on Harry's shield. The dueling practice really did help the speed and stability of his spells. By the end of it, Longbottom was gasping in exertion and Harry continued talking casually. You're not angry at me. I'm just a convenient target. You're angry at the professors, at Dumbledore, who let Snape of all people be a referee to your game, who made you get punished when things would have been worse if you hadn't done what you did. But you can't hex them, can you? You can't yell at them. So you yell at the people you're expected to hate. The Slytherins. Me. How dare you? Weasley tried to speak, only for Harry to wave his wand and murmur, Flipendo. The group of first years were pushed back slightly. Harry had made sure to underpower the spell, but they still fell over. Mr. Potter, Mr. Longbottom. Harry heard a severe voice coming from behind him. It was Professor McGonagall. My office now? Harry ignored Longbottom's sulky look and followed the professor. He shouldn't have been so riled up because of him, but Longbottom kept actively looking for him, and after the first few times, it was getting irritating. The two students followed the professor to her office. When they were inside, she motioned them to take a seat, and they did. Do you know why you're here, Mr. Potter? The professor asked him. Neville started to answer, Professor, I wasn't talking to you, Longbottom. I'll deal with you later. Believe me, you're in enough trouble already. The Transfiguration Mistress answered her student, who gulped. She then turned back to the young Slytherin. So, I ask you again, Potter, do you know why you're here? No, he simply answered. You do not? Well, as you well know, casting magic in the corridors is prohibited, the professor started. And yet Longbottom cast dozens of spells at me, while I used two, one of which was a shield. I don't know why you're singling me out here, Harry interrupted her. Yes, and he will be punished accordingly, but unlike Longbottom, I expect you to act like a proper polite young wizard. You rarely let yourself be provoked as you were. So why now? He just wouldn't leave me alone, Professor. Every couple of days, he just does his best to follow me, like he's trying to achieve something. After the first 5 times, I found that ignoring him just doesn't make him go away. So this was my alternative, Harry retorted. The Longbottom Scion's cheeks were almost as red as Weasley's hair. He tried to retort back, and yet was silenced by a glare from the Transfiguration Mistress. You say that, and yet you're still trying to provoke him. You really should not treat your classmates this way, especially in front of a professor. No, what shouldn't have happened is Longbottom minding his own business. I am entitled to feel safe in this castle. This is not some battleground. This is a school, and I should be free to walk around without fearing being cursed in the back, and study without looking for dung bombs everywhere I sit. I tried being civil. I tried ignoring him entirely. I tried being witty. If Longbottom only responds to violence, then that's what he'll get. And it's not just me. The upper years are getting sick of their little brothers and sister coming back with no hair or smelling horrible. And they will not be as considerate as to only send an underpowered pushback spell at him and his little gang. The professor seemed mournful for a second, and Mr. Longbottom was punished for every single transgression. I will admit that our punishments do not seem to deter him. He and his friends will serve detention until the end of the semester. He and Weasley are really stressing our patience here, and are this close to being expelled. She finished answering while slowly looking at the shaking Gryffindor. Then why don't you just contact his grandmother? The boy just gave his head of house a pleading look and actually started shaking. McGonagall shook her head. I am not here to speak about Longbottom's punishment with you, but your own. You will serve your detention with him and his friends next Sunday. Harry just nodded and left her office, hearing the professor start tearing into the young Gryffindor. As for you, Longbottom, when he made his way to the Great Hall, he found out that dinner was over, and he simply decided to go back to the common room. His friends were waiting for him, and they ranted with him about the unfairness of the situation. It was just nice to have people in your corner. By the time he went to bed, he had almost forgotten all about Longbottom and McGonagall, having been distracted while hanging out with his friends. As usual, his sleep was peaceful until something happened. In the middle of the night, Harry heard something scream. Something horrible had happened. He looked around and saw that no one seemed bothered by it. No one seemed to hear it in the first place. The screaming persisted during the night, and Harry didn't get a whiff of sleep because of it. Eventful Detention. Chapter 49. Eventful Detention. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 3rd, 1992, Hogwarts. As usual, his sleep was peaceful until something happened. In the middle of the night, Harry heard something scream. Something horrible had happened. He looked around and saw that no one seemed bothered by it. No one seemed to hear it in the first place. The screaming persisted during the night, and Harry didn't get a whiff of sleep because of it. Harry got the breakfast with his friends with red eyes and eye bags visibly sagging. He was obviously grumpy to everyone around him and kept grumbling to himself. Daphne gave him a comforting hug. Still can't sleep? Huh? The Potter Scion repressed the urge to snap at her. It wasn't really her fault that he hasn't been able to sleep for over a week. Normally, Harry treasured his arcane hearing, but he didn't expect such a downside. Every night for a week, magic itself cried out. Something was wrong, violating something truly fundamental to the world. It was horrible. It felt like someone was being tortured over and over again, and Harry was the only one capable of hearing them scream. The worst thing was that it was so loud. Harry had no idea where the noise came from, nor who was responsible for it, only that magic itself was suffering, and it made its pain known to anyone who could hear it. It only happened at night, that's the thing. When the castle is asleep, after midnight, the infernal screaming made itself known and did not stop until the sun rose once more. Harry hasn't been able to have a wink of sleep for almost a week, and the professors were starting to notice it. From falling asleep during class and the occasional potion mistake and miscast spell, the professor expressed their disappointment whenever it happened. Harry took their scolding without truly caring. Nothing could really compare to the screaming he was forced to hear every night. Maybe nothing ever will. And worse, the Potter Scion still had to attend his detention with Longbottom of all people. He still had no idea what was happening. As if it was mocking him, a small note appeared next to his cup of coffee. It spelt the following: "Your detention will take place at 11 o'clock tonight. Meet Mr. Filch in the entrance hall." Professor McGonagall. Harry grumbled to himself about his miserable position. He was already having trouble sleeping, and the detention was in the middle of the night. Tracy looked up. "Did you say something?" He shook his head. "Nothing. I'm just tired. Just take a dreamless sleep potion. Pomfrey would give you a dose if she saw how sleep-deprived you really are," Blaise said. Harry stifled another groan. They seem to think that he has nightmares. A dreamless sleep potion wouldn't do anything to help him. The only thing he might need is a way to sleep without waking up, and the only potion that fit was the Draught of Living Death, which Harry was not prepared to risk. But it's not like he could tell his friends what was really going on. They wouldn't understand really, and his arcane hearing was something he knew in his gut that he needed to keep as secret as possible. And Harry trusted his gut. The young Slytherin had no intention of arguing with his friends again, and just grumbled and walked away from the table. He slowly made his way to the 7th floor, to the room of requirements. Harry had desperately tried to enter the room while wishing that the noise would stop one night. It did not work one bit. The screaming was as agonizing inside as it was outside. But since the screaming only happened at night, Harry had no issue just sleeping during the morning. It was the weekend, after all. Harry had done his best in completing his assignments either during classes or during the previous day, and now he had a day of rest. Things weren't looking good for Harry. His entire magical education was on pause. He hadn't practiced his occlumency for a week, and he has barely had time to read a book either. He was barely handling dealing with his schoolwork with little sleep. He did not have the energy to experiment with his magic. Harry went to the room of requirements and walked in front of the hidden entrance while repeating, "I wish for a place to sleep. I wish for a place to sleep. I wish for a place to sleep." As expected, the room turned into a giant bedroom with a ridiculously comfortable bed. Harry had almost immediately fallen asleep when his head touched the pillow. When Harry woke up, he was strangely comfortable. Oh, he was nowhere near his best, but he could at least think clearly. As if by reflex, he cast Tempest. He stood up suddenly when he realized that it was almost time for his detention. He had slept for over 13 hours. He needed to rush and not risk the caretaker's ire. Heaven knows that he's already sadistic enough already. After running down 7 floors, Harry barely arrived at the entrance hall in time. Filch was already there, as were Longbottom, Weasley, and Hermione. Harry stifled a groan. He really didn't have the energy to deal with them. "Cutting it a little close, aren't you, Potter?" Filch remarked. "No matter. Follow me." He lit up a lamp and led them outside and started acting creepy. "I bet you'll think twice about breaking a school rule again, won't you, eh?" he said, leering at them. "Oh yes. Hard work and pain are the best teachers if you ask me. It's just a pity they let the old punishments die out. Hang you by your wrists from the ceiling for a few days. I've got the chains still in my office. Keep 'em well oiled in case they're ever needed. Right, off we go. And don't think of running off now. It'll be worse for you if you do." Honestly, Harry wondered who let that man anywhere near children. This kind of sadism, especially towards preteens, was just not normal. Anyway, they marched off across the dark grounds and Harry started to slowly realize what their punishment was. No way, no fucking way. They were not going to deal with a unicorn-killing monster that was secretly the Dark Lord possessing their defense against the dark arts professor. Someone had to be laughing at him somewhere. Why of all the detentions, he had to attend that one? Who even lets first years spend their detentions in the forbidden forest of all things? The culprit revealed to himself to be Hagrid, who exclaimed, "Is that you, Filch? Hurry up, I want to get started." Harry's heart sank, and he let out a small whine. Longbottom smirked at his expression for some reason. Of course, Filch wanted to take a last dig in. "I suppose you think you'll be enjoying yourself with that oaf? Well, think again, boy. It's into the forest you're going, and I'm much mistaken if you'll all come out in one piece." Yeah, that sealed the deal. They were going to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid came striding toward them out of the dark, a large dog at his heel. He was carrying his large crossbow, and a quiver of arrows hung over his shoulder. The groundskeeper and the caretaker ended up insulting each other. Harry ignored most of it since he was slowly paling in fear at what was probably coming for them. After the asshole of a caretaker left, Hagrid knelt down at them and spoke seriously. "Right then, listen carefully, 'cause it's dangerous what we're gonna do tonight, and I don't want no one taking risks. Follow me over here a moment." He led them to the very edge of the forest. Holding his lamp up high, he pointed down a narrow, winding earth track that disappeared into the thick, black trees. A light breeze lifted their hair as they looked into the forest. "Look there," said Hagrid. "See that stuff shining on the ground? Silvery stuff? That's unicorn blood. There's a unicorn and they're been hurt badly by Summit. This is the second time in a week. I found one dead last Wednesday. We're gonna try and find the poor thing. We might have to put it out of its misery." Harry audibly groaned. "Did you seriously ask us to follow you in a forest with something capable of killing a unicorn and drinking its blood? What? Are you scared, Potter?" "It's just unicorns," Longbottom taunted. "Of course, I'm scared, you idiot. Do you know what's capable of killing a being as innocent as a unicorn? A monster, that's what. To do so, you have to stomach doing truly horrible and accept the curse that comes with it. Am I the only one who is scared of something like that?" Harry responded. Hagrid looked uncomfortable, but Weasley interjected on his behalf. "You're over-exaggerating, Potter. You're just afraid of the forest." "I don't care what you say. I'm not going inside that forest," Harry protested. "Yeah, or if you want to stay at Hogwarts. YEA I done wrong and now you've got to pay for it. Besides, it's probably an accident. The deaths only started a week ago. There's nothing that lives in the forest that'll hurt ya if you're with me or Fong." Harry wasn't convinced one but stiffened. "1 week, you say?" The half-giant nodded, and the Potter Scion had a lot to think about. This was too coincidental. The magical screaming every night, with such intensity, could be explained by the unicorn killings. The timeline fit, but Harry had never witnessed something this profoundly wrong in his life. It was an abomination. He had never seen a unicorn before, so he didn't understand. But as Harry's magical crest started burning slightly, the young Slytherin felt an irrational revulsion towards whoever was responsible for the horrible act of slaying a unicorn before its time. He couldn't ignore it even if he wanted to. Maybe it was the crest, or maybe it was the desperation at the idea of finally being able to sleep, but Harry irrationally wanted the unicorn killings to stop. He couldn't even say no anyway, so that made no difference. They ended up splitting up while Harry's protest at the idea was completely ignored. Hermione just kept alternating from looking at him guiltily and glaring at her Gryffindor friends for some reason. In the end, Hagrid, Hermione, and Ron ended up forming a group, while Neville, Harry, and Fong made up another one. They followed the silver unicorn blood, walking past a mossy tree stump. Harry could hear running water. There must have been a stream somewhere close by. There were still spots of unicorn blood here and there along the winding path. Longbottom was the one who broke the silence. "What's the deal with you and unicorns? You have no idea how dangerous this is, do you? Honestly, I would have been fine with the Thestrals, the fucking giant spiders, the centaurs, and countless magical creatures. But killing a unicorn, that's just wrong. There's a reason we only use the horns and tails, which are harvested after their natural deaths, or sometimes even given away by the unicorn, but killing something this pure, this innocent, is abominable in a way that cannot be expressed with words. It would stain your soul and curse you with misfortune. You would live a half-life, a cursed life. It's not a fate I would wish on anyone, but if they killed a unicorn, then they would deserve it." Harry answered passionately. The Longbottom Scion seemed nervous about Harry's seriousness in the situation and simply stayed silent. They walked for nearly half an hour, deeper and deeper into the forest, until the path became almost impossible to follow because the trees were so thick. Harry thought the blood seemed to be getting thicker. There were splashes on the roots of a tree, as though the poor creature had been thrashing around in pain close by. Harry could see a clearing ahead, through the tangled branches of an ancient oak. They stayed frozen when they saw it. It was the unicorn all right, and it was dead. Harry had never seen anything so beautiful and sad. Its long, slender legs were stuck out at odd angles where it had fallen, and its mane was spread pearly white on the dark leaves. It was bright in a way that Harry never felt possible, and yet so sad. It didn't look real, at least not in terms of flesh or blood. It was a being of energy, of light, of innocence and purity. Harry could understand now why it was such an abominable thing to willingly harm such a being. That was when Harry noticed the hooded figure appear from the shadows. It was so malicious, so horrible that Harry shivered. It was wrong in so many ways. Harry watched transfixed as the cloaked figure reached the unicorn, lowered its head over the wound in the animal's side, and began to drink its blood. The moment the blood touched the man's lips, something fundamentally changed. Harry ignored Longbottom's moans of pain as he reached for his scar, too preoccupied with the utter agony and wrongness that seemed to magically scream to everything around it. The world itself cried out at the act, and Harry was deafened by its screams. Of Rage and Jealousy. Chapter 50. Of Rage and Jealousy. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 3rd, 1992, Hogwarts. Neville Longbottom hated Harry Potter. Everyone knew that, especially his friends. Ron didn't understand it, but accepted it because he was a Slytherin. Hermione really disapproved of it, especially considering how Potter rarely provoked him. Even Neville didn't really understand it at first. When he met Ron in the Hogwarts Express, they became fast friends. They just clicked together. Well, Neville might have latched into him a little when he rarely interacted with people his age before. His grandmother, Augusta, had practically locked him away in a mansion for all his life, allowing only his family members to visit. After losing her son and her daughter-in-law, she was desperate in protecting her only grandson. The only contact with the outside world he had was with family, like his great-uncle Algy and his wife, who were delighted that House Longbottom had a hero of his caliber and fame that would be in the annals of history. Because Neville had destroyed the Dark Lord when he was a baby, they all wondered what he would become when he was fully trained. Greatness was expected of him, and every day, he could see their enthusiasm lessen as he showed them how normal he really was. He wasn't a genius, outside of herbology that is. He is pretty strong for his age, but not that much stronger than his own father, according to his grandmother that is. He wasn't Merlin reborn like everyone expected him to be. Oh, he wasn't a bad student, not at all. He was in the upper bracket in all his classes, and practical magic came easier to him than most. But every day, he could see the hope in his professor's eyes dim slightly, especially with someone like Potter showing him up. Neville didn't know why he immediately disliked the young Slytherin. He never insulted him, he never hexed him, and he never laughed at Malfoy's jokes. But it was the constant comparison to him that angered him. You have trouble with this spell? Potter got it in 10 minutes. Why can't you? It was the same everywhere. Even his grandmother sent him a letter telling him to be more like the young Slytherin. And they were supposed to be brothers in everything but blood. Neville's grandmother had told him tales of the brave James Potter, the fiery Lily Potter who fought alongside his parents against the terrible Dark Lord. They were so close that his mother was Neville's godmother, and Neville's mother was his godmother. If one of them had survived, they would have probably been raised together as brothers. And so, Neville had expected Potter to be the same. To be together in Gryffindor, hang out, and become fearsome fighters against the dark. When Potter was sorted into Slytherin of all places, Neville took it as a personal betrayal of his hopes of having a brother, a betrayal of his own family that fought the parents of the people he shared a dormitory with, and a betrayal of everything Neville's parents died for. But he elected to suppress the hurt he felt. He pushed it down, but with every achievement, every congratulation Potter got from the teachers, it kept boiling on, until it turned into hatred. Neville Longbottom hated Harry Potter with all his heart. It didn't help that the other boy was just aloof all the time. He just hung out with his friends in Slytherin but ignored Neville completely. He had to instigate anything to get Potter to react, and it never ended up well for the boy who lived. He just ignored their bond, their supposed brotherhood, for no reason. He never gave Neville the time of day, and that made Neville want to blow things up. Oh, Neville hated Malfoy for being the son of a Death Eater, for insulting him and his family, and for using Snape to punish him, but at least he reacted to him. Potter just stays silent, raises an eyebrow, or snorts in amusement, and just leaves. Even when Neville had told him about their relation, Potter just didn't care. He didn't react at all. At first, Neville ignored it. He was already busy with finding out who Nicholas Flamel was and his Quidditch practice. Well, Hermione had ended up finding Flamel in an alchemy schoolbook of all things, and they had discovered that the third-floor corridor was hiding the Philosopher's Stone, an artifact capable of creating endless riches and providing an elixir of immortality. And well, Quidditch was a lost cause with Snape being the referee. Their hopes were on Neville finding the snitch early, and that simply hadn't happened. He didn't have a stroke of luck like in the Slytherin match and accidentally swallow the snitch. Diggory was the one who ended up catching the snitch in a match that absolutely destroyed Gryffindor's chances at winning the Quidditch Cup. That resulted in Neville just being angry all the time, which stopped their endless training sessions, and the mystery of the Forbidden Corridor was solved. He, soon, found something else to preoccupy himself with. Hagrid had hatched a dragon, and Neville took it upon himself to sneak the fire-breathing reptile to a dragon reserve in Bulgaria where Charlie, Ron's brother, worked at. Unfortunately, Malfoy ended up finding out about the entire thing and told them to McGonagall. Yeah, being discovered doing something that could land the average wizard a stay in Azkaban was not a good idea. Dumbledore was able to send the dragon to the reserve and fix the situation, but they were all given detention every day until the end of the year. And worst of all, they called their guardians. Hermione was in tears after a letter from her parents came through, and Ron's mother had shaken the castle yelling at him. Neville's grandmother, on the other hand, just gave him a disappointed look and told him that his parents would have been ashamed of him. She even threatened to take him out of Hogwarts and get him taught privately in their mansion. He tried to do the right thing. Why couldn't they all see it? He tried to save a friend, and no one would have gotten hurt if it wasn't for Malfoy. It wasn't his fault, and that was the last straw. Neville was angry. Hogwarts slowly stopped feeling like home and more like a prison, and with all that rage inside of him, he chose to take it out on the Slytherins. They were acceptable targets, right? Well, not according to Hermione, who practically stopped talking to him altogether. He tried to corner Potter multiple times, but he would just not respond. He would ignore him and his friends, and it was driving him insane. He kept going at it again and again, until Potter finally retaliated, which landed them in this hellish detention. Neville trusted Hagrid. He really did. But serving detention in the Forbidden Forest was a monumentally stupid idea. He didn't really understand Harry's aversion to someone killing a unicorn, but when he first saw it, he could understand why such an action was so disturbing. With only Potter at his side, Neville saw a cloaked figure drinking the blood of a unicorn. It was wrong on so many levels, but Neville didn't have time to focus on it because a pain like he'd never felt before pierced his head. It was as though his scar were on fire. Half blinded, he staggered backwards and could do nothing but yell in pain. The hooded figure raised its head and looked right at Neville. Unicorn blood was dribbling down its front. It got to its feet and came swiftly toward Neville. He couldn't move for fear. Fong, Hagrid's dog, was nowhere to be found. It probably ran away from the cloaked monster, and while the long-bottomed scion stayed unmoved from his panic and the pain from his scar, he barely saw the sickly green spell coming at him until Potter tackled him out of the way. That was a killing curse. He recognized it from the nightmares that haunted his sleep. Potter had just saved his life. He didn't even have time to process it because of the pain, but Potter seemed to send spell after spell at the figure, who weaved its way out of it without any problem. Potter even sent a bolt of lightning of all things at the figure, who was able to counter somehow. Was the Slytherin holding back that much against him? Neville did not know, but he was outclassed by the Unicorn Slayer, nonetheless. Finally, Potter ended up being banished away, his wand slipping from his fingers, away from any trouble. The figure slowly walked towards the boy who was trembling in fear and pain with every step the monster took. At least, that was until he saw Potter run towards them without his wand in his hand. And yet he was different somehow. His eyes were glowing like emerald flames. The magic in the air was so powerful that Neville could taste it. Potter wasn't holding his wand, but he looked intimidating even without it. The cloaked figure froze in its steps as well. The student and the monster stared at each other for what felt like minutes, until the cloaked man moved to attack. where Potter just held out his hand and a circle of weird symbols floated in the air, glowing in white. The young Slytherin was murmuring in a language that Neville simply didn't understand, and as he spoke the circle looked more stable with every syllable the boy spoke, with some kind of black bird being in the center of it. When the cloak was inches in front of Harry, he moved his hands and spoke with a deep voice, "Begone!" A sphere of white magic simply banished the cloaked figure away, and the forest seemed to be clearer in a way. It was like there was this tension present ever since they stepped foot inside that was lifted away from Potter's spell. The boy who lived looked at his supposed rival in fear and awe. For the first time since the encounter, the Slytherin turned towards the Longbottom scion who flinched at the hard gaze. Before he could do anything, he spoke in the same deep voice, "Forget," and everything turned black. When Neville woke up, he was still in the forest. He was next to an unconscious Potter. Wait a minute, what had happened to them? Oh, yes, the cloaked figure that was killing the unicorns. Potter saved him from a killing curse, fought it, and lost badly. Then what happened? Where was the cloaked figure now? All he remembered was the blinding pain in his scar. Hell, he was still in pain. It took a minute or two for the pain to subside and be able to think clearly. When he looked up, there was a centaur standing over him asking softly, "Are you all right?" "Yes, thank you." "What was that?" Neville asked. The centaur didn't answer. He had astonishingly blue eyes, like pale sapphires. He looked carefully at Neville, his eyes lingering on the scar that stood out, livid, on Neville's forehead. "You are the Longbottom boy," he said. "You had better get back to Hagrid. The forest is not safe at this time, especially for you. Can you ride? It will be quicker this way." "Yes, but my friend is hurt." The centaur looked at the unconscious Slytherin and murmured, "He used too much magic. He'll be all right in a few days. Make sure you hold him tight so that he doesn't get hurt. My name is Firenze, by the way." The rest of the way was far less eventful. Firenze ended up having an argument with another centaur called Bane. Something about interfering with the stars or something. Neville was too tired to care. When they arrived at the edge of the forest, Firenze lowered, allowing the two boys to get down. Neville asked, "Firenze, what was the thing drinking the unicorn's blood?" "Neville Longbottom, do you know what unicorn blood is used for?" "I don't know. Potter said something about it being an abomination and being cursed." "He's a wise boy, you friend," the centaur remarked. "It is a monstrous thing to slay a unicorn. Only one who has nothing to lose and everything to gain would commit such a crime. The blood of a unicorn will keep you alive, even if you are an inch from death, but at a terrible price. You have slain something pure and defenseless to save yourself, and you will have but a half-life, a cursed life, from the moment the blood touches your lips." Neville stared at the back of Firenze's head, which was dappled silver in the moonlight. "But who'd be that desperate?" he wondered aloud. "If you're going to be cursed forever, death's better, isn't it?" "It is," Firenze agreed. "Unless all you need is to stay alive long enough to drink something else. Something that will bring you back to full strength and power. Something that will mean you can never die. Mr. Longbottom, do you know what is hidden in the school at this very moment?" "The Sorcerer's Stone. Of course, the elixir of life. But I don't understand who dash. Can you think of nobody who has waited many years to return to power, who has clung to life, awaiting their chance?" Neville shivered in fear. "No, he's dead. I killed him when I was a baby. It's impossible." In this world of magic and wonder, very few things are impossible, young Longbottom. Before he could ask anything, he was accosted by Hagrid, Hermione, and Ron. After reassuring them that he was all right, he turned to thank the centaur, only to find out that it was gone. First, he needed to get Potter to an infirmary, then he needed to tell his friends about what happened after they go back to the common room. He needed to be discreet. His grandmother can never know. She would take him out of school for fear of him getting hurt. As for Potter, perhaps Neville had misjudged him. He might have been a Slytherin, but he had saved his life. He had to acknowledge that debt after all. He needed to think about what to do later. You know whose possible return was a far more important issue than Potter. After all, The Silent Night. Chapter 51. The Silent Night. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 11th, 1992, Hogwarts. The moment the blood touched the man's lips, something fundamentally changed. Harry ignored Longbottom's moans of pain as he reached for his scar, too preoccupied with the utter agony and wrongness that seemed to magically scream to everything around it. The world itself cried out at the act, and Harry was deafened by its screams. Harry woke up in a very comfortable bed. He blinked his eyes open and looked for his glasses to have a better look. He was met with a wide room with many beds. Its floor looked like it was made of marble, and the ceiling was entirely white. He was immediately accosted by the familiar face of Madame Pomfrey. "Oh, so you're finally up, Mr. Potter. Take this." The Medowitch practically forced a potion down his throat. It tasted vile, but he did feel better, calmer in a way. He blinked slightly and asked her, "How long have I been here?" "A little over a week," the Medowitch responded. "How in Merlin's name did you stress your magical pathway that much?" "I have no idea." "What kind of spell were you even attempting to cast?" "Nothing out of the ordinary," Harry replied. The woman snorted. "With a magical crest that unusual, I have a hard time thinking of that. It's most certainly connected to what happened to you." At his worried look, the matron snorted. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about it. Patient confidentiality is part of the oath I took when I became a healer. Unless you're dying and can't make a decision yourself, I can only communicate it with your guardians. Family members are usually knowledgeable when it comes to individual magical crests and the like. I have to say that I have never seen it be manifested in such a large way. On your chest, no less." Harry relaxed slightly at her assurances and tried to move. His chest was burning, specifically near where his chest manifested. But why was his crest aching so much? Confused, he murmured to himself, "What happened?" "That's precisely what I wish to find out," an aged voice replied next to him. Harry stiffened. This was Dumbledore. He didn't even notice the headmaster being there. Sure, he was still disoriented somewhat, but that wasn't a good excuse for not paying attention. Harry didn't trust Dumbledore, not one bit. He wasn't that ethically bound as he liked people to believe, that's for sure. The compulsion charm to get Harry to have the urge to look at the mirror or Eriste was already a black mark on his record. The Potter Scion then started activating his occlumency, emptying his mind and calming himself. "What do you mean, headmaster?" He simply replied, "Well, what happened in the Forbidden Forest was very unfortunate. You'll be pleased to know that Mr. Weasley and Ms. Granger did not have any encounter with whatever attacked you and Mr. Longbottom. However, young Neville has helped fill in what happened on your end. I have to say that you were very brave in saving his life." "Oh, yeah, he did save his life, didn't he?" He was starting to remember now. There was a killing curse coming towards Longbottom. Harry tacked him out of the way. He didn't really think about it. He just didn't want the boy to be hurt. Oh, God. The unicorn. Was it all right? Then, in his mind, Harry started to feel a foreign presence, scanning for his thoughts. Deciding to indulge Dumbledore slightly, Harry brought out the encounter with the cloaked figure without the sensory input for his arcane hearing. He definitely did not want Dumbledore to find out about it. It was easier to fool someone when they are absolutely confident that they are getting one over on you. If he had looked too much at the memory, Dumbledore would have noticed that there was something missing, like a certain color missing from a photo. It wasn't complete, but he would never be able to realize it. Harry simply repressed a smirk and answered, "I didn't really think about it, to be honest, but I am glad that Longbottom is unharmed." He wasn't even lying. No one should have to die this young, especially because the staff thought it was a good idea to send 4 first-year students into a dangerous forest, with only a half-giant who had his wand snapped and hadn't even finished his magical education. The headmaster seemed to brighten at his sincerity. "Can you tell me what you remember, young Harry?" The Potter Scion didn't like how familiar the older man was acting, but didn't voice it. There was no reason for him to do it. But he did think back at the encounter, while making sure to remove arcane hearing from the memory. Longbottom and I followed the traces of unicorn blood for what felt like hours. We ended up seeing someone, or something drinking its blood directly from an injured unicorn. Yeah, Harry could feel the disgust that came with seeing the glowing silverly liquid around the lips of the monster who dared slay such an innocent creature. He then continued, Longbottom for some reason stayed frozen, and then started screaming while holding his head. I saw a green spell coming his way and I tackled him out of the way. That's when I realized that it was probably a wizard who was doing it. Longbottom just kept screaming and thrashing around and wouldn't run away. Even then, I don't think we could have outrun it, but I decided to protect us. I fought it. I lost badly. Yeah, and the worst thing was that he was giving it his all. He wasn't holding back, but the cloaked figure was just too skillful, too fast. He had tried spells that were unstable, that he hadn't even tested, which included a few curses that he had read in the library. I even sent one of my strongest spells at it. I put everything in the tank in that spell, Harry remarked. It was too fast and dodged everything. He was right. I did send a very dangerous and unstable lightning spell at the Wraith. It wasn't a spell that Harry had experimented much with it. He had just learned it and tried it once in the Room of Requirements. He lacked the control to aim it properly, and the damage was too extreme for any casual use, so he had kept it locked up in case of danger. It was his ace in the hole, and it did absolutely nothing. Then it disarmed me and threw me away. I think I hit my head because it's the last thing I remember. Harry ended the memory as the impact happened, hoping to fool the headmaster. It seemed to work because Dumbledore nodded in response. That seems to corroborate with what Mr. Longbottom said to me. And overpowering a spell in desperation would explain how your magical pathways were so stressed. So, I will leave you with a small piece of advice. Magic is beautiful, and I understand the attractiveness of trying to learn everything you could find. But some magics are better left unexplored, especially when you do not have sufficiently developed magical channels to cast them without injuring yourself. It might have worked out this time, but it will not always be this lucky. Harry repressed his annoyance at the headmaster's condescending tone, and the old man turned and left. The Potter scion looked at the matron, who was still listening in. You didn't tell him about the crest? She simply shrugged. Family secrets are for families. Healers are the few people that have a broader understanding of how they work, and so, we're bound by oaths to not reveal any secret details. It's a good way to make sure that old families don't second-guess themselves and just hire healers, although most of them do force one of their members to become a healer that would treat family-related issues. As for me, as curious as I am with what I have seen, I would rather keep my magic in life than break my oath and sate my curiosity. Harry nodded and replied with a grateful tone, "Thank you nonetheless. You should get some more sleep to relax your channels slightly. The potion I gave you should help. You're allowed visitors tomorrow, so you better rest tonight." The matron smiled warmly at him and left the room, and Harry did feel tired. Before sleeping, he thought back about what happened after he was sent away. The crest was burning. The arcane screaming from the horrific act had awoken it somewhat. After failing to duel, something had awakened in the crest. Was it because of Harry's desperation? Or was it because of how repulsive the Wraith was? Harry didn't know, but that didn't change the outcome. His hands moved on their own, and he spoke in a language that he didn't even understand. He cast a controlled spell without a wand, one that banished the Wraith, and Harry could feel from the song that it was completely barred from entering the forest now. He even removed Longbottom's memories. But that wasn't him, was it? He hadn't known what the spell would do until he saw its effect. He didn't even understand its origin, or how it worked. He remembered what he had gotten from the arcane hearing, but it was far more complex than anything Harry had ever felt before. It was hard to explain how that happened. It was like his crest had taken control. No, that wasn't it. It was more like the crest hypnotized him into casting magic. Harry could have broken it at any time, but he was too desperate, too afraid to protest the commands. While the unicorns were now safe, Harry had lost his anonymity. Quirrell might have been interested in him because of his status as a gifted student, but now, having successfully attacked him and barred him from drinking any more unicorn blood, Harry now had his attention, and that of the Wraith that possessed him. That was bad. That was really bad. Harry was banking on being an unknown. It was why he tried to not involve himself as much as possible, and if he did, he tried to be very discreet about it. Why didn't he just put on his invisibility cloak and just escape? He didn't need to fight, and if things went as the stories did, the centaurs would have saved Longbottom anyway. But the stories said nothing about Voldemort casting a killing curse immediately. Now, he was on both Dumbledore's and Voldemort's radars. The headmaster knew how advanced he really was in terms of dueling. Not that it was that surprising. Maybe he had revealed his arsenal of spells. It wasn't that big of a deal, but the man would keep an eye on him and would probably try to recruit him in the future. But Voldemort had witnessed a power that even Harry didn't understand. That was very bad for his future prospects of staying out of the pissing match between him and Dumbledore. But at the end of the day, did Harry regret saving Longbottom and the unicorn? No, he did not. For all the disadvantages, he couldn't just let a child die, and the unicorns being hunted down was disgusting. Quirrell needed to be stopped, but without a steady supply of unicorn blood, he was going to be desperate, and that wasn't good for anyone. Harry looked out the window and noticed for the first time that it was night. The moon shined on the lake, and the Potter Scion realized that the screaming was now gone. Yeah, saving the unicorns was the right thing. If magic itself screamed in agony when they were slain. Harry knew in his heart that the unicorns were now safe, and for the first time in weeks, Harry went to sleep and didn't wake up until the next morning. He stopped thinking about his magical crests and worrying about Voldemort and Dumbledore's machinations. There was no screaming that night. It was just silent. The Truth to Happiness. Chapter 52. The Truth to Happiness. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 12th, 1992, Hogwarts. Harry knew in his heart that the unicorns were now safe, and for the first time in weeks, Harry went to sleep and didn't wake up until the next morning. He stopped thinking about his magical crests and worrying about Voldemort and Dumbledore's machinations. There was no screaming that night, just silence. The following morning, Harry woke up feeling much better. The burning from his stressed magical channels was fading and his body stopped aching. Madame Pomfrey had told him that she was going to dismiss him later that night, meaning that he will be sleeping in his dormitory today. Unfortunately, he didn't have any of his books on him and was probably going to be bored out of his mind all day. Even the matron wasn't there for some reason, leaving the young Slytherin all alone in an empty room. She did say that people were allowed to visit him now, so perhaps his friends would be coming to alleviate his boredom. With that said, Harry decided to think back on the fight with the cloaked wraith. More specifically, on the unicorns themselves. They were different from what he expected. They were different from any other magical beast, and Harry didn't need his arcane hearing to see it. Since the school year started, Harry was surrounded by magical creatures. He has seen a few magical creatures lessons when he was walking around the lake. He has seen mermen and mermaids from his common room, a hippogriff herd, and a niffler. He even saw a kelpie once, and they were very rare to see in the lake. But they looked like beings of flesh and blood. The unicorns were simply not. It was like they were made of light. Even their blood was odd. It was silver and looked more like a potion than, well, something organic. The only thing that even came close to it was the Cerberus in the Forbidden Corridor. Oddly enough, there was just something otherworldly about them that he could feel. That they were in a class of their own, different from most of the other magical beasts in the world. Other than the Ministry classification, Harry hadn't seen some kind of recognized grouping of magical creatures. For some reason, people just didn't really care about them until Newt Scamander's book was published. Apparently, the Hogwarts dropout had been recognized as someone who was able to apprehend Grindelwald in America, and his popularity, especially in Europe, made people take a look at his book and ended up getting hooked on his insights on magical creatures. It's funny how a single book ended up changing the world a lot. And it was a book that no one would even look at if it wasn't for his involvement in Grindelwald's capture. He practically crippled the poacher movement that was getting traction a few decades back. It involved hunting down and selling any magical creature they could get their hands on. Scamander's book practically spearheaded protection laws for endangered magical creatures and started an industry of magical reserves that care for and harvest the creatures without harming them. It was why wand cores stopped being too varied. Most of the creatures that were used to make wands were hunted down for materials, making a lot of them endangered and sometimes even extinct. Now, dragon reserves were very profitable since they have an endless demand for dragon heartstrings and dragon blood, which they collect from deceased dragons. Alas, back to the subject at hand, research on magical creatures, other than how to use their ingredients in potions, enchantments, and rituals, wasn't really explored. Their very nature, their habits, were not explored. Instead, they simply have a threat rating. Harry shook his head in disappointment. He would find no answers on what made unicorns so different in the library. He would take a look, of course, but he wasn't really optimistic. Any future thoughts were immediately interrupted by a yelling voice. Harry, the Potter Scion, was immediately hugged by a blonde girl, which he recognized as his friend Daphne. Before he could say anything, Tracy ran and enveloped him in a hug, too, and so did Blaise. Daphne, while hugging him, murmured, "I'm so glad you're all right." No one would say anything other than you had gotten hurt in your detention. They wouldn't even tell us what happened. "Don't worry, I'm fine. I just exhausted my magic a bit," Harry responded while breaking the hug. "But why would you do that?" Blaise questioned. "Well, it wasn't my idea to have my first detention in the Forbidden Forest of all things, looking for something that was hunting down unicorns, with no one else but other first years, a cowardly dog, and a gatekeeper that didn't even have a wand on him," Harry responded with a sarcastic tone. "Yeah, it was his right to be bitter about it. Who sends first years to the fucking Forbidden Forest for detention? A forest that the headmaster himself told the entire school was too dangerous to wander, especially at night. And Harry did say he didn't want to get involved when something was killing unicorns of all things. But the damn half-giant just didn't care and threatened to expel him. But most of all, Harry was angry with himself. The unicorn hunt had happened in the stories as well, but there was no date, or at least Harry didn't remember one. What were the chances that his only detention happened to be one that was a disaster? As expected, his friends gasped in shock. "Your detention was going to the Forbidden Forest?" "Yeah, with the Golden Trio of all people." "Well, Hagrid and his dog were there, but they were practically useless. Apparently, the creatures in the forest know him, or something. So, he thought it was safe for us to come. He even divided us into two groups. So I ended up with Longbottom and a dog that ran the moment we were in trouble. So, yeah, we found the thing hunting down unicorns. It was drinking their blood, apparently. Really foolish, all things considered. Of course, our dear boy who lived started screaming and alerted it, and it hunted us down. I tried to duel it, but I lost pretty badly. It was able to cast magic, so maybe it was a wizard? I don't really know. I used a couple of dangerous spells in desperation. So that's maybe why I overstressed my magical channels. Well, according to Madame Pomfrey, that is. I blacked out in the fight, but apparently, a centaur saved us or something. I'm not really sure." Harry's friends froze in shock at the story. After what felt like a minute of silence, Tracy spoke. "You're joking, right?" "I'm afraid not. I have to say that I had my fill with Gryffindor adventures. There's a reason I have been sorted in Slytherin and not this place." The young Slytherins chuckled. Before Daphne interjected, "Sure, but the school almost killed you in detention. You should have been writing lines, not this." Harry simply shrugged. "There's nothing much I could do about it." "I can tell my family if you want," Daphne responded. "They could help you or something." The Potter scion shook his head. "No, Dumbledore has too much pull to do anything. I'm technically a ward of the Ministry since I don't have any family left, and the headmaster has a lot of sway over there. All it would take is a letter, and anything I do will be dismissed before I could say anything. It would be like you making a fuss and Dumbledore convincing your parents to punish you. There's very little I can do about it." Harry chuckled at their shock and continued, "It's not as bad as it sounds. I'm pretty much left alone to do what I want. The Ministry doesn't really care about orphaned half-bloods, as long as I don't make a nuisance to myself. So, yeah, while I would like to see the school pay for what happened to me, there's nothing I can do when Dumbledore could just dismiss everything in a letter and get a lot of attention from the Ministry." The three Slytherins looked down in shame, but Harry decided to brighten up the mood. "Oh, so what did I miss this week?" They brightened up and Tracy was the one that started speaking. "Well, Malfoy has been making a nuisance of himself for the last few days. I miss the days you scared the crap out of him whenever you so much as looked at him. Although, oddly enough, whenever he insulted you near Longbottom, he kept defending you." Harry suppressed a groan and answered, "I might have saved his life during the whole unicorn hunter thing. I'm guessing it left an impression or something." "Yeah, well, whatever you did is making waves in our house. People don't like the idea of you two being friends," Blaise commented. "Believe me, he's not my friend. He's too much of a hot head for me to spend too much time with him without snapping," Harry answered with his hands palming his face. "Anything else?" Daphne answered this time. "Well, not really. The professors have been slightly tense because of what happened under their watch, but there's nothing really obvious about it. Snape was a little more of an ass than usual, and McGonagall was very strict. Hagrid hasn't been seen for a while, but he's not fired, that's for sure. And the divination professor, I don't really remember her name, kept predicting your death all week." "Oh, so a normal week at Hogwarts then?" Harry commented. They all giggled at the joke before Daphne exclaimed, "Oh, yeah. Here are my notes of what we've been doing all week. There's a bundle of parchment for every class. I hope you didn't mind, but I used your dictation quill during history. We always used your notes anyway, and I didn't feel like staying awake during class." Harry waved his hand and chuckled. It was easy to forget how rigorous Daphne really was when it came to their schooling. She would have been probably dueling with Hermione for the second position in class if it wasn't for the fact that Daphne had a life outside her studies. Well, Hermione had Weasley and Longbottom, but they mostly just talked about their classes as well. Still, Daphne was very talented in magic and somewhat rigorous in her studies. Although Harry's help whenever she's stuck on something did have a hand in her learning quickly, he could still see how talented she truly was. She will make a splendid witch one day. The four young Slytherins stayed in the infirmary for hours, until Harry's friends got kicked out of the infirmary by Madame Pomfrey. Still, Harry spent the rest of the day just catching up on the material he had missed. It wasn't a lot. Harry sometimes forgot how slow class was moving while he was busy with his self-study. By the time Madame Pomfrey had allowed him to leave the infirmary, he had read all the class notes for the week he missed and was almost done with most of the assignments. Unfortunately, Harry was only allowed to leave just before curfew and thus arrived at his common room late at night. His friends were probably in their dormitories, which Harry confirmed when he got up and saw a sleeping Blaise snoring away during the night. Shrugging, Harry simply put on his pajamas and went to bed. The following day, Harry woke up early and left a note for Blaise to tell him that he was going to the Great Hall for breakfast. After performing his daily occlumency practice in the room of requirements, he made his way to the Great Hall to grab a bite to eat. He was immediately accosted in a corridor by Neville Longbottom of all people. Harry suppressed sighing in exasperation at the sight of the boy who lived. The Longbottom scion called out to him, "Hey Potter, we need to talk." The Life Debt. Chapter 53. The Life Debt. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 12th, 1992, Hogwarts. The following day, Harry woke up early and left a note for Blaise to tell him that he was going to the Great Hall for breakfast. After practicing his daily occlumency practice in the room of requirements, he made his way to the Great Hall to grab a bite to eat. He was immediately accosted in a corridor by Neville Longbottom of all people. Harry suppressed sighing in exasperation at the sight of the boy who lived. The Longbottom scion called out to him, "Hey Potter, we need to talk." The Potter scion groaned in exasperation. Why wouldn't Longbottom just leave him be for once? The boy just kept going after him again and again. He had saved his life in that damn forest because of a detention that the Gryffindor caused, and the idiot just wouldn't let him be. Harry simply took a deep calming breath and answered back, "What is it, Longbottom?" "You saved my life in the forest," he stated. Harry shrugged. "Maybe I did. Maybe I didn't. You can never know what could have been without it actually occurring. Magic is very unpredictable. You can never know the outcome. You're living proof of that. After all, he was just bullshitting, to be honest." Truth be told, Harry was angry at me for getting involved with Longbottom's messes. He wasn't the boy who lived. He wasn't the Gryffindor golden boy. He was a Slytherin. He was defined by his ambition and cunning, not his nobility and bravery. Being forced to join one of Longbottom's adventures was a sobering experience. Yeah, Harry wanted absolutely nothing to do with him, and for good reason. "Just stop it, Potter. I know you like to say vague things to distract people," Longbottom exclaimed. "Just for once in your life, can you be serious in a conversation with me? I'm not really asking for much." Harry pretended to look away and then looked back. Did you say something?" "Sorry, I wasn't really paying attention." The young Gryffindor palmed his face and released an audible scream of frustration. Serves him right for almost getting them killed for no reason. Honestly, Harry knew that he was a bit too mature to mess with Longbottom like this. But damn, wasn't it satisfying? The pudgy boy just glared at him once more. "Potter, be serious for once." "Be serious about what exactly?" Harry retorted. "Do you want me to talk about how for some forsaken reason we were sent to the Forbidden Forest for a detention? Just to put that in perspective, people get detentions when they're caught alone in the forest, and they just made us do the same for detention of all things. But that's not the worst of it. We were sent to look for something that killed a unicorn. You have no idea how abominable that act really is, and yet someone thought it was a good idea to go after something willing to do it. something with nothing to lose. But no, that's not enough. You had to scream like a madman the moment we saw the creature, almost getting us killed. Believe me when I say that you don't want to be serious right now. I know that you're angry, Potter, but we have something to settle here, Longbottom protested. No, we don't. Just stay away from me. I don't want anything to do with you, the Potter Scion stated. Yeah, it was a scummy thing to say, but Harry had enough. He didn't want to get entangled with Longbottom's shit all the time. He was now on Dumbledore and Voldemort's radar, and that was terrifying. He was a curiosity before, but now, he was under the spotlight. Being vastly outclassed in the forest was a wake-up call. He wasn't close to being ready to be involved in this mess. He needed to focus on battle magic. It was out of self-preservation. An academic he might be, Harry still treasured his life. Where the hell do you come from, judging me? I am the boy who lived. The Gryffindor started, only for Harry to finish for him. And that means absolutely nothing, and it's sad that you think it does. You survived the killing curse, that was true, but don't think for 1 second that it was your doing. A baby, no matter how powerful, doesn't have enough magic to block a stinging hex, let alone a killing curse. What happened on Samhain was your parents' doing, no matter what the general public wants to believe. Even if you were Merlin reborn, you wouldn't have had the power to block any spell. I have no idea how they did it, and they most likely sacrificed themselves to power whatever protection against the killing curse you had, but you weren't involved at all. The boy completely froze while Harry finished his rant. He just stayed silent for what felt like a minute. So, I didn't stop the killing curse? Harry rolled his eyes. Of course you didn't. You were still wearing diapers back then. Your parents protected you and killed off the Dark Lord. I don't know why it was published that you were the one who stopped him. Maybe it was to inspire hope in the nation and make you a figurehead after the war. After all, a heroic child is better than 2 martyrs to the public. It intimidated Death Eaters into submission. They lost all hope when their lord was defeated by a child of all things. Yet, anyone with a good understanding of alchemy, healing, and magical theory would have realized the hoax. Yeah, he was laying it a bit thick here. Harry didn't know why the entirety of magical Britain took the words of the Daily Prophet as gospel, and they were on average not really educated in alchemy and healing. Barely a couple of students per year even took these classes. Harry had read enough to have some basic knowledge, at least to know that it was impossible for a child under the age of 7 to have enough magic to project any magic, and that the law of equivalent exchange had to be applied in the Samhain incident. Yeah, it really sounded like an alchemy-based ritual. 2 lives were sacrificed for protection against their killer. Harry didn't know the specifics, but it did seem possible somewhat, at least as a basis for the ritual. There had to be a lot of arithmancy involved, and a lot of magical knowledge that Harry simply hadn't covered yet. As for magical theory, it wasn't even a class in Hogwarts anymore. Professors only covered the theoretical aspect of their own classes, not magic as a whole, outside of the bare basics, of course. And since it wasn't, only people studying for their masteries really focused on it, no matter how critical it may be. That practically guaranteed that the only people that had a theory on how Longbottom achieved this were academics, and they didn't really have the political ambition or even influence to contradict the ministry. Even then, the attraction of having a magical messiah probably blinded a few of them too. Maybe Harry was being a little too harsh, and a lot of people knew the truth and either didn't care or just thought it would be better to not rock the boat. Maybe they were silenced by the ministry of Dumbledore. This was pure speculation on Harry's part. But the average wizard wasn't really an expert in all things magical. They were just citizens that want to feed their families. They went to school, got their diplomas, and worked irregular jobs, only with a little magic involved. Just like the common muggle didn't have knowledge of medicine besides a few basics, and didn't have the knowledge of physics, outside of what they covered in high school, the average wizard wasn't attracted to things like alchemy, healing, or advanced magical theories. Back to Longbottom, he looked shocked by his explanation. It had probably shattered his entire world. It was probably a mistake telling him all of this, but if it stopped him from harassing Harry, then it was worth it. Harry simply didn't care anymore. He had almost been killed because of that damn detention. Damn, he didn't realize how much that detention had shaken him. He had never been in a life-threatening situation before. The troll didn't really count since Harry was confident enough in his abilities to deal with the beast. The interaction with the Cerberus was strangely relaxing, all things considered. But this was the first time it had sunk, in that he almost died, and that it was his magical crest that had saved him. A crest that he had no control over. A crest that he simply didn't understand. Harry repressed the urge to hyperventilate as he started to remember the utter helplessness he felt in the face of an overwhelming enemy. Even when the crest had taken over, he was still at the whims of something that was completely unknown. He had trusted his ancestors' crest, and it had paid off, yet the fear was real. It was done out of affection but desperation. A single act of desperation had saved his life. Was this what trauma felt like? From what he could remember, his previous life was empty but not traumatic. He was a broken being with no ambitions nor goals, but he had never been close to personally dying until he actually died, that is. Just seeing Longbottom made him react erratically. It had brought back everything he was doing his best to repress ever since he woke up. Harry slowly took another calming breath. He was using his occlumency exercises to calm himself. Longbottom must have noticed something was wrong because he gave Harry a worrying look. "Are you all right, Potter?" Ashamed that he had almost freaked out in front of Longbottom of all people, Harry gave him a strained smile and answered, "Of course I am. Now with that done, I'm kinda hungry and I don't want to miss breakfast." "For Merlin's sake, Potter, we need to talk about my life debt to you." Harry froze before bursting into laughter. "You think there's a life debt between us?" The Potter Scion did his best to use his arcane hearing to look for any connection between him and Longbottom. There was none. Not that it was possible, but you never know with Longbottom. In the stories, the boy who lived had done some pretty impossible crap, and well, Harry wanted to cover all his bases. The Longbottom heir grimaced. "Of course, you saved my life." Harry snorted. "Do you even know anything about life debts? I know it's sort of obscure, but you had to have looked it up before coming to see me. Please tell me that you didn't believe the crap from fiction stories about a complex magical event. What is so obscure about them? You save someone, they owe you a life debt. That's it." "Look, Longbottom, this isn't an adventure story. First of all, children can't have life debts. I mean that magically. Before the age of 13, your magic will be too unstable for it to bind you in any way. Magical contracts, vows, and debts just wouldn't work. And even if we were both adults, what happened in the forest wouldn't have been enough. A life debt is far more severe than you understand. It is binding. First of all, both people need to consider themselves to be enemies, and there has to be a conscious decision to either risk your own life or spare someone who had wronged you massively. It's very wild, very chaotic, very severe, and you would know it deep inside your soul, inside your magic. It can be unpredictable, but if it worked the way it did, then healers would have conquered magical Britain a long time ago. And well, Oris would have been indebted to each other all the time." Yeah, Harry had read up on magical contracts. It was out of boredom, mostly, but he was curious about how the Goblet of Fire worked. In the end, the book was about most forms of legal magical bindings, and it was surprisingly interesting. There was nothing on how the Goblet of Fire worked, nor on its origins, which was a shame. It was only stated that the names that came out were bound to compete. Longbottom's eyes widened. "So, I'm not indebted to you." "No. So can we ignore this uncomfortable conversation and pretend it never happened?" Harry retorted. Before he could leave, Longbottom grabbed his hand. "Look, Potter, even if I don't owe you a life debt, you still saved my life." "Thank you." Harry nodded, but he was too distracted by what he had felt when Longbottom touched him. It had never happened before, but he could somehow hear Longbottom's magic when they touched. His arcane magic had activated by reflex, and Harry could detect the main emotions of the boy who lived. At his core was something that scared Harry. There were many layers to him, of course, like any person, but the constant rage was always there brewing, heating up, ready to explode at a moment's notice. Who knew that the boy who lived was a ball of negativity and anger, wrapped up with tons of insecurities? It did explain how he acted in public. But what could possibly have made him so angry? Yeah, Harry was right in his decision to stay the fuck away from that boy. He was a disaster waiting to happen. Harry nodded and decided to go to the Great Hall. This little encounter had ruined his appetite. He did his best to push back any thoughts of his detention and Longbottom. He was excited to come back to class, especially with the Dueling Club session in the evening. The First Duel. Chapter 54. The First Duel. "I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. March 12, 1992, Hogwarts. Yeah, Harry was right in his decision to stay the fuck away from that boy. He was a disaster waiting to happen. Harry nodded and decided to go to the Great Hall. This little encounter had ruined his appetite. He did his best to push back any thoughts of his detention and Longbottom. He was excited to come back to class, especially with the Dueling Club session in the evening. Harry did his best to pretend as if the detention didn't happen. It was the first time being in a life or death situation, and it had left a mark on him. He really didn't want to face it, nor have anything to do with Longbottom's frankly suicidal adventures. Not for the first time, Harry wondered about the sanity of Gryffindors in general. Longbottom looked completely untroubled from almost dying. Maybe he was just too young to realize what just happened to him, what he almost lost, but it was still very far-fetched. Harry shook his head and decided to stop thinking about Longbottom entirely, or anything related to him really, even Hermione. Harry had barely spoken to the Muggleborn in the last few months, but they were on somewhat friendly terms. They were barely more than partners in potion class, and there was a bit of awkwardness between them, but enough to be a bother. Choosing to forget about former friendships, Harry decided to see what his schedule was for the day, especially since he was excited to go back to class. Of course, Harry's excitement withered away when he realized that his first class after a week in the infirmary was with Snape. Sighing in exasperation, he was immediately joined by his friends, and they all started to eat their breakfast. Afterwards, they slowly walked down to the dungeons for the practical potions class and sat in their assigned seats. Hermione was still there waiting for him. When Snape entered the classroom with his cloak billowing without there being any wind, Harry was sure that he charmed it to act like that and just proceeded with the lesson. Honestly, Snape wasn't that bad of a teacher. He tended to let people make their own mistakes instead of stopping them and scaring the living hell out of them later. No one here made the same mistake twice, even if the guy was an ass about it. Snape rarely involved himself in the theoretical lessons, but he does make a few comments while explaining mistakes. Yeah, he was harsh and very petty to be so gleeful at messing with students, but if he hadn't done an acceptable job, he would have been fired long ago. Potions were critical in many prestigious careers, and having underqualified potion brewers was a bad thing for everyone. Still, the number of Hogwarts graduates holding potions Newt was lower than when Slughorn was teaching. Although they tended to be more competent, no one really liked it, but the headmaster had vouched for him, and he wasn't doing too bad of a job for people to make a fuss and risk opposing Dumbledore of all people. As usual, Harry did his best to brew the required potion, a basic bruise healing balm. They had moved on from traditional simple potions that you would drink to other ones that are applied directly or taken differently, like balms and pastes. It was interesting because you could use ingredients that are toxic to eat, but have very specific properties to the touch. People have been trying to find a way to avoid drinking potions, since, they taste horrible, and developed many remedies with alternate methods to ingest them. Harry had read that more than a few ambitious Muggleborns have tried to make magical pills that the user would swallow, but none were successful. It was considered to be a fool's errand in the potions community. While brewing, Draco, who was on the table to his left, spoke up mockingly, "Oh, Potter, you finally woke up from your nap. It's a shame that you missed our trip to Hogsmeade. We had so much fun. It was such a shame that you weren't there." Oh, right, the Hogsmeade trip. Since Slytherin had won the House Cup the previous year, first and second year Slytherins were allowed to have 2 Hogsmeade trips throughout the year. The first one was supposed to be the previous weekend, and Harry had missed it. It wasn't really a big deal. He didn't really miss much, especially when he could go there anytime during the summer. He was not planning on returning to Privet Drive anytime soon, and since he didn't want to be discovered by the Ministry and he didn't want to stop using magic, he was going to need to stay in the magical world. He was probably going to stay in an inn and buy a few aging potions to hide his age. Back to the annoying blonde Slytherin, Harry simply raised an eyebrow. "Are you seriously picking a fight with me again?" The boy paled, shook his head, and went back to work on his potion. He didn't even speak for a bit. Damn, Harry really had traumatized the boy. He hadn't even hurt him or anything. Still, at the end of the lesson, when Snape claimed his bomb to be acceptable, he proved how much of an asshole he really was. He slowly stalked towards Harry's desk and spoke up with a soft voice, "Potter, as you have not submitted any of your assignments in the last week, You have until tomorrow at 10 in the morning to bring them to me, completed. I have granted you this extension from the goodness of my heart. If you are even a minute late, I will give you a 0 in every single one of them. Someone gasped in shock. It was probably Hermione, but she had a point. Yeah, that man really was a petty ass. Seriously, why the hell would he give him a day to finish a week's worth of assignments? Still, Harry was still one step ahead. Oh, right, Professor. I have my assignments right here. I was a bit bored in the infirmary, you see. He knelt down and grabbed his potions assignments, fully written assignments that he had done the previous day. Harry had prioritized them because he knew that Snape was the only professor that could end up doing something like this. Harry slowly stood up and walked towards Snape's desk and just put his assignment on it while giving a polite smile. Thank you, Professor, for your consideration. He then bowed and left the classroom, leaving everyone gawking behind him. Yeah, it might be a little petty from him, but so was cornering a student who was unconscious for a week because of some stupid decision the staff made. Snape was always prowling at him as if he waited for Harry to do something wrong just to catch him. What the hell had James Potter done to him that made him that wary of his son a decade after his death? Thankfully, the rest of the day went by without anything unusual happening. Finally, Harry found himself at the Great Hall after dinner, waiting for the Dueling Club session to begin. Professor Flitwick was waiting for them, and Harry saw his fellow club members slowly join him. The half-goblin looked excited and clapped his hands. Ah, good, you're all here. Today is the day I know you've been waiting for. You will start really dueling. It was supposed to be last week, but since Mr. Potter was injured at the time, I chose to postpone it since it's a very important session. Harry sighed in relief at the fact that he hadn't missed this session. He noticed that the other students were giving him the stink eye for some reason. They haven't really been dueling in the past sessions. It was just mock duels with 1 or 2 spells at most. It was more like a choreographed fight, with events and tactics that didn't really have a winner. Still, Harry was excited at the prospect of being in an actual duel, at least in a controlled setting. Harry shivered at his encounter with the Wraith in the Forbidden Forest. Don't think about it, Harry. Don't think about it, Harry. He took a deep breath and calmed himself. He really needed to get a grip. He had missed half of what Flitwick was saying in his little inner freakout, so he decided to pay attention to the rest. You will have access to your full arsenal, as long as the spells are in the current Hogwarts curriculum. That means no unknown spells, and especially no dark magic. Am I understood? Everyone nodded. Yes, sir. Good. Let's start with Potter and McLaggen to warm up a bit, the diminutive professor exclaimed. They all nodded, and the 2 contestants slowly walked up to the dueling stage that the professor had conjured. This particular style of dueling had a narrow rectangular stage, where each consistently stood at one of the edges. They were not allowed to go past a third of the way to the other side, meaning that a physical confrontation was impossible. This was designed to showcase how skillful the duelers were at magic and countering hexes. It didn't leave a lot of space to move around and dodge too much. It wasn't even close to what a real fight would be, but it was very entertaining to the masses. Harry and Cormac McLaggen walked to a side of the stage each, inclined their heads slightly, and took their stances. The Gryffindor seemed to prepare to be on the offensive, and so Harry took a defensive stance, ready to dodge or shield the coming spell. Professor Flitwick spoke up. Now don't forget the rules. If you break them, you will be expelled from the club. Am I understood? Both Harry and McLaggen nodded at him. All right, the duel will start at the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Harry tilted his head slightly when the punching hex came his way, dodging it. He retaliated with a flippendo which McLaggen was able to block with a contigo. Harry took a deep breath, and the entire room washed away. It was just him and McLaggen. Harry waited for his opponent to send another spell to counterattack. Luckily, it was a cutting hex of all things. It was a pretty dangerous spell that's derived from the cutting charm, but that attacks enemies. It was taught in defense against the dark arts in the 2nd year, but it was easily countered with a Contigo shield from Harry. Unfortunately, the spell required far more magical manipulation to cast. The truth is that when you cast a spell, you manipulate your magic to cast it. To cast another spell, you need to wait until your magic comes back to normal before casting, or else the spell will either fail or just destabilize and cause an explosion if it's very wild. But that was a rare event. Long story short, the more a spell needs manipulation, the more time your magic needs to regulate itself. Meaning that generally complex spells take more time to recover, while basic spells like the simple cast can be used continuously without any problems. Of course, the magic of the caster is important. People who are attuned to a certain magical field will recover quicker since they don't need as much magical manipulation to cast a spell in the first place. Back to the duel. McLaggen had cast a very intensive spell without a way out, leaving him defenseless for a couple of seconds. It wasn't much, but it was enough for Harry to send 3 basic casts at him, hitting him in the chest every time. Honestly, the spell really wasn't that impressive, damage-wise, but it required no magical manipulation whatsoever, meaning that Harry could cast it multiple times without pausing, and it was effective. By the time his opponent was able to cast a shield, he was already hurt. McLaggen was on the defensive, with Harry bombarding him with basic casts, making him unable to drop the shield. Harry tried to sneak a disarming charm in between them. The Gryffindor's shield buckled at the surprisingly more powerful spell, but he was able to dodge Harry's finishing strike, giving him enough time to send a desperate counterattack. McLaggen sent a green spell at him, and suddenly everything changed. Harry knew that it wasn't the killing curse. The shade was different, and his arcane magic analyzed the spell, showing it to be a common hex. But suddenly, Harry wasn't in the Great Hall anymore. No, he was in the forest again, fighting an impossible enemy. Harry quickly dodged it and sent a fireball at his opponent, who barely shielded against it, and then sent an overpowered stunning charm that knocked him out. Just like that, the Great Hall returned, and Harry looked at the shocked club members. He shouldn't have shown off like that in the end. The stunning charm was a 4th-year spell. He shouldn't have known it. And the fireball was just too dangerous to use in an average duel. The professor applauded and called for the other students to duel. Harry half-heartedly listened to him as he analyzed their match. What happened in the duel was dangerous. Harry was almost tempted to send actually dangerous spell at McLaggen. He really needed to get a grip on this and fast. Tick-tock goes the clock. Chapter 55. Tick-tock goes the clock. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. May 24th, 1992, Hogwarts. The professor applauded and called for the other students to duel. Harry half-heartedly listened to him as he analyzed their match. What happened in the duel was dangerous. Harry was almost tempted to send actually dangerous spell at McLaggen. He really needed to get a grip on this and fast. It was a beautiful day. The birds were singing. There was no cloud in sight. It was a rare hot in Scotland, where every single student would have loved to spend outside, swimming in the lake, or just relax on the ground. And yet there was no one in sight. It was expected after all. It was time for the end-of-the-year exams, and every single Hogwarts student has been desperately trying to cram as much knowledge in their head in the hopes of passing. Harry's friends were no different. Yes, for the first time in the year, Harry was actually joined by his friends in the library to study. They weren't really bad students. Daphne, especially, was very diligent in her studies, but Blaise and Tracy tended to procrastinate when it came to their studies. It wasn't anything drastic, but they needed to work a lot to catch up on what they missed. Still, they were going to pass anyways. From the looks of it, Hogwarts isn't that strict when it comes to passing. In the past decade, barely one student was held back, and that was because he had to leave school for personal reasons in the middle of the semester, and literally didn't know a single thing about his curriculum when he tried to pass the exams at the end of the year. It was all fear-mongering from the professors to get the students to take things seriously. Still, if it got students to actually start studying, then Harry was all for it. It seemed to work very effectively. Any confrontation between Gryffindors and the Slytherins had ceased entirely. There were no more pranks, no more hexing, nothing really. This was what a school was supposed to be like. Hell, even Ron Weasley of all people was going to the library to try to grasp a passing grade, at Hermione's behest. Speaking of the Muggle-born, she looked like she was having a mental breakdown from most of the studies. Her hair was constantly frazzled and looked suspiciously close to an afro. She was constantly walking around with a book in her hand, mumbling about one subject or another. Harry didn't really know how to feel about her. Ever since they spoke after Christmas, they have been cordial with one another, but rarely ever spoke. Although Harry did notice that she was fighting with Longbottom after the whole detention thing, and when they made up, the boy who lived had cleaned up his act and stopped harassing people. Still, Harry couldn't really consider her to be nothing more than a friendly acquaintance at best, and in a way, he was glad for it. He wanted nothing to do with Longbottom and his cursed adventures. The events of his detention in the Forbidden Forest had taught him that. Back to the tests, they were mostly divided into written and practical exams, except for History of Magic, that is, each taking half the grade. It wasn't that difficult, since they're geared towards children, really. The written portions were insultingly simple. Harry had breezed through them without any trouble. Well, there were the flying exams too, but they didn't really count. Everyone had gotten their flying license without much trouble, even Hermione, who was scared of heights. They were already finished with their potion exams, which was a relief, really. Harry was thankful that he didn't have a partner while brewing. Yeah, Hermione was a competent brewer, at least for her age, but she always kept questioning Harry during lessons whenever he chose to alter or fix a potion using his arcane hearing, which could get irritating after a while. Thankfully, Snape didn't really harass Harry in the exams, choosing to stay by his desk and grade papers. He was probably overworked at that time of year. Weasley creating some sort of black slimy atrocity that seemed to come to life, where he should have made a simple bruise bomb, didn't help his patience. For the practical charms exam, they had to make a pineapple tap dance across a desk. Professor McGonagall watched them in Transfiguration turn a mouse into a snuff box. Points were given for how pretty the snuff box was, but taken away if it had whiskers. These were textbook spells that they had taken in class. There weren't any curveballs in any of the exams. You were just required to redo what you had done in class. Harry honestly didn't understand what the fuss was about. Harry watched his friends celebrate as they finally finished their History of Magic exams. Tracy had a wide smile on her face and was singing, "It's finally over. It's finally over," repeatedly. Blaise was half asleep but looked more relaxed than he had seen him for days. Even Daphne had a small smile on her face. The Potter scion shrugged. "I don't know what you were so stressed about. It wasn't that bad." "It was hell, Harry," Tracy answered with a glare on her face. "And I'm not going to let you bring our mood down. We're finally free. No more books for months." Daphne seemed to come to Harry's rescue. "Come on, you have to admit that it was a lot easier than we thought it would be. There were just too many facts to memorize." "I don't care," Tracy responded without losing her grin. "We're finally done with this hellhole." "Speak of yourself, you lucky pricks," Harry grumbled. Yeah, Harry was one of the last students to do his practical defense practical exam, and it kind of freaked him out. Not the exam, of course, but the fact that he'll be alone with Quirrell, without any witnesses. The other Slytherins had done their practical exams the day before, and Harry couldn't help but be slightly worried. Before they could answer, Harry grabbed his friends and pulled them down. Immediately, a spell splashed at the wall behind them. 2 Ravenclaws were dueling, and a stray spell had almost hit them. The young Slytherins slowly walked to the Great Hall while docking. Blaise loudly complained, "They're still doing this? Exams are done." "Not for the upper years, they aren't," Tracy responded. Harry did notice that Ravenclaws tended to be very vicious when it came to the end of the year exams. Apparently, there was some kind of prize for the top Ravenclaw student every year. At least, according to Tracy, that is, it had to be something big. It would explain why they kept constantly trying to sabotage each other and curse their housemates in the back, and so forth. It was pretty toxic, but the Ravenclaws seemed to like it for some reason. Daphne mumbled, "Ravenclaws are weird." Yeah, he wasn't going to refute that. With a quick tempest, Harry was able to see the time. His practical defense against the dark arts was in a few minutes, and he didn't want to be late. He excused himself and started walking towards the classroom. On his way, he thought about his trauma from the forest incident. After his duel with Flitwick, Harry decided to focus on his occlumency, which had a calming effect on him. Over time, he stopped hyperventilating anytime he saw a green spell, and he didn't get lost in his dueling sessions anymore, but every time saw Quirrell, he couldn't help but panic. The Potter scion found that just spending time with his friends and practicing magic in peace was a good way for him to relax. He had developed a routine of a sort. Every day, he would wake up and practice his occlumency, and then join his friend at breakfast. They would go to class together, and then study in the library for a few hours, before going to an empty classroom to practice their spells. At night, Harry would sneak up to either the restricted section of the library or the room of requirements for his self-study. There was something comforting to the monotony of it. There was nothing unexpected, like unicorn attacks or baby dragons, and he loved it. Yeah, it might be a bit cowardly to just stay away from the whole mess, But Harry wasn't a Gryffindor. It wasn't his job to protect the castle. It was Dumbledore's. Still, it was an improvement to how he felt before. He had decided to just not involve himself with anything to do with Longbottom and prayed that Dumbledore and the Dark Lord left him alone. He knew it was a desperate hope, but it had worked for months. Now, the possessed asshole just needed to get exorcised by Longbottom's super blood protection and Harry would be perfectly happy. With every step towards the defense classroom, Harry's feeling of dread grew. Quirrell had singled him out, and he didn't like it. He couldn't exactly say that he refused to attend an exam without any valid justification. For 15 minutes, Harry and a possessed Quirrell were going to be alone in an empty classroom. He felt like he was walking toward the maws of the beast, which was going to swallow him whole. Harry waited until the very last second before knocking on the door. He wanted to delay this as much as possible. It was a vain hope that the man would forget about it or something. For a few seconds, Harry hoped the man wouldn't be there, but he heard the quivering voice of his defense professor. "Come in, Mr. Potter." Harry gulped and opened the door. The room didn't look any different, but he still wanted to run away as far as possible from this place. The man let out a slight smile and asked, "Good, you're ready. Put your bag to the side and take out your wand. We'll get started when you're ready." Harry did what he was instructed, and slowly but surely put his bag to the side and instinctively took a dueling stance. The professor must have noticed. "I see you're taking your dueling sessions seriously." I have to say that the other professors and I were very shocked when Flitwick allowed you entry into the club. Although, with Longbottom joining the Quidditch team, a precedent was made in breaking the age restriction to extracurricular activities. "Yes," Harry nodded. "I am very grateful for him giving me an opportunity like this." The man gave him a slight smile and clapped his hand. "Well, this is not the time for these types of talks. This is supposed to be an exam. Now, it's a fairly simple exam. I will give you a list of 5 spells that we have covered in class. You will cast these spells on the dummy at the end of the room. You will be graded on how effective your spells will be. Do you understand the assignment?" Harry nodded, and the professor gave him a list of spells. It wasn't really anything impressive, just the basic cast: a knockback jinx, a tripping jinx, a petrifying curse, and a jelly legs jinx. In a single minute, Harry had cast these spells in succession. They were fairly simple spells that he had mastered a month after being in Hogwarts in the first place. Perhaps, with this done, he would have been allowed to leave the classroom. Quirrell hadn't killed him yet, so that was a good sign. Of course, that hope was dashed when he turned around to see the glowing red eyes the man had. Before he could react, Harry could feel a spell coming his way with his arcane hearing. He dodged it immediately and sent a stunning charm by reflex. The man deflected it easily enough. The Potter Scion decided to take away his opponent's sight. He could make do with his arcane hearing to cast, but Quirrell, who was far more experienced and skillful, didn't have that luxury. With that done, Harry tried to send a lightning-piercing hex at his head. It was one of the deadliest spells he had known and had a relatively small magical cost. It was like a small drill made of lightning that could actually easily kill someone. It was designed to pierce, nothing more. He had aimed it at where he sensed Quirrell was. For a second, he felt like it worked, that he had taken the man by surprise. Unfortunately, in a fraction of a second, chains came out of the wall behind him and bound Harry. A disarming charm hit his hand, sending his wand away, and the smoke faded very quickly. A smirking red-eyed Quirrell slowly made his way to him, twirling his wand. "That was far more entertaining than I thought it would be. I believe that we have many things to discuss, Mr. Potter." The Dark Lord. Chapter 56. The Dark Lord. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. May 24th, 1992, Hogwarts. He had aimed it at where he sensed Quirrell was. For a second, he felt like it worked, that he had taken the man by surprise. Unfortunately, in a fraction of a second, chains came out of the wall behind him and bound Harry. A disarming charm hit his hand, sending his wand away, and the smoke faded very quickly. A smirking red-eyed Quirrell slowly made his way to him, twirling his wand. "That was far more entertaining than I thought it would be. I believe that we have many things to discuss, Mr. Potter." The Potter Scion thrashed, trying to get out of his restraints. The red-eyed professor smirked as he watched his useless efforts at escaping. "Don't try to run, Potter. I have enchanted these chains myself. Bound I may be by this body's pitiful magical circuits, I assure you that my skills are not diminished." Harry stopped, understanding how hopeless it was for him to try to escape. Voldemort had just revealed himself to him. That was bad. No, it was the worst possible scenario because it meant that there was a good chance that Harry wouldn't make it out of this classroom alive. The possessed professor grinned. "You're not surprised, are you? That I'm not who I said I was." For the first time, Harry chose to speak up. "Is it just you in there? Or is Quirrell still hanging around?" The Dark Lord snorted. "You're very perceptive. I'll admit to that. No, Quirrell is still there, but mostly dormant. He hasn't been awake for months. It was a shame I had to wrestle control over his body. He felt remorseful after Halloween, almost killing students. He wanted to confess to Dumbledore. I couldn't take that risk and so he remains asleep. But I'm not here to speak of the sniveling, cowardly waste of magic that Quirrell was, but about you. From the moment you saw me, you knew exactly how dangerous I was. Dumbledore himself was fooled, but not you." "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry protested. "You're a terrible liar, Harry. You see, there's something you must know about me. I'm a master of legilimency. After all, you did not meet my eyes for almost a year. It's almost admirable, all things considered. If I hadn't been paying attention specifically on you, I wouldn't have noticed it. You were good at it, very good, but you were arrogant. You didn't know everything. Yes, you prevented my legilimency from taking hold, but you didn't know that I was also an empath." Harry froze, and the Dark Lord burst into laughter. It was one of the worst sounds the Potter Scion had ever heard. "Oh, the look on your face. Yes, I noticed you from the very first day. The other students were nervous, yes, but you were absolutely terrified to the bone. Yet you didn't show it. I spied on you when you were with other professors, and you weren't even bothered. Even Severus did not frighten you. What you felt was an emotion that I was familiar with. It was the fear I felt whenever anyone saw me before my downfall. The crushing fear and mind-numbing terror that would make your heart beat wildly. You felt it, and I immediately realized why you felt that way. You knew who I was from the very first day, and it terrified you." Harry felt a mind probe try to enter his mind, and immediately employed his occlumency, reining in his stray thoughts. The Dark Lord could not be allowed to enter Harry's mind. The secrets inside could very well destroy the wizarding world. He expected Riddle to be angry, to start torturing. He did not expect the man to burst into laughter again. "An occlumen's at your age. Do you have any idea how rare that is? I wasn't even half that good when I was your age. You're something special indeed. But I'm not a master of legilimency for nothing." Harry could feel the mind probe shift and attacking specifically his mind. This wasn't a legilimency probe anymore. It was something more, something deeper. For the first time, Harry was afraid. However, his magical crest started to warm up and Harry could feel the frustration coming from Voldemort as his attempts fail at breaking the mind protection of his crest. Yeah, mental protections were commonly put on magical crests to prevent people from stealing the family spells inside them. Oh, it didn't protect against legilimency as it senses the projected thoughts of the user. It simply stops deep dives into the mind. Mind magic was a very dangerous field of magic, which could potentially reshape the very personality of a person. No one wanted their legacy to become nothing by puppets, giving away their secrets to unworthy families. Harry's crest was no different in that regard. It protected his mind, and for the first time, the professor's crimson eyes were not amused. "A magical crest," he murmured. "That's how you're blocking me. I had forgotten about that particular side effect. It does explain how you were able to banish me from the forest. I wasn't able to return afterwards, and this body is starting to fail me without a steady supply of unicorn blood." Harry realized something. "You're dying because you took over Quirrell's body. His magical channels are slowly getting acclimated to your soul, and it's tearing the body apart." The man grinned once more. "See, that's why I offered to make you into my apprentice. And yet you refused me. You could have had everything you wanted. Power, reputation, wealth, everything you could have ever desired. But you turned down my offer, knowing exactly who I was." "It was nothing personal," Harry retorted. "You just have a bad reputation when it comes to treating your servants. Not everything they say about me is the truth. I do have a code of honor of sorts, and my goal is a noble one," the man answered. "You seriously think that genocide is a noble cause?" Harry answered incredulously. Of course not. I do not condemn mudbloods out of anger or hate. They are simply sacrifices. They are the price for me getting control of the magical world and achieving my dream. And what dream would that be? The Potter Scion asked. Peace. The man murmured. Peace? You want to achieve peace with genocide? That's literally the opposite of peace, Harry retorted with an incredulous tone. Young Harry, how little you know. How little you understand. The magical world has been at war for thousands of years. The light and the dark have been fighting ever since history could remember. At every given moment, there is a champion of light and a champion of darkness. They are granted immense magical potential and a near instinctive intuition when it came to magic, so much so that history gives them the same label, even if most do not understand the implications of that name. They were called archmages, and their very purpose is to lead their faction to victory, fighting against one another, in an endless cycle of pain and suffering. The moment a champion dies, another takes his place, and the war continues. I wish to end this war, to have peace at last. Harry was oddly entranced by the story. So, I'm guessing you're the Dark Champion. The man snorted. No, I am not. There can only be a singly Dark Champion alive. There is a reason why Dumbledore did not kill Grindelwald. The champion of the light imprisoned the dark and stopped a new champion from emerging for decades. There is a reason why the light reigns supreme in this era. I am neither a champion of the dark nor of the light. I stand alone, wishing to end this senseless war. Then why do they call you the Dark Lord then? They do not understand, not really, what a true Dark Lord is. I have driven myself to master the magical arts. I did not have the champion's advantages, but I had my mind, and I honed it and my magic for decades until I was strong enough to challenge a champion. I performed countless rituals to hone my body and enhance my magic. I have traveled the world, learning every scrap of knowledge I could find, and I succeeded in my dream. I have even transcended death, as you could see. I have become the first Archmage in history that was not a champion. The first Dark Lord that was not a Dark Champion. I have to say that I took Dumbledore by surprise when I first attacked. He looked so confused at having a challenger to his position. Harry stayed frozen for a second, processing what the man just said before answering. But what does that have to do with Muggleborns? I needed to oppose the champion directly. Dumbledore needed to be involved for it to work. The moment Dumbledore dies is the moment my plan will commence. I have built an artifact capable of detecting champions. I have snuck as a Nurmengard guard to study Grindelwald's magic, and I spent years doing my best to do the same with Dumbledore's. The moment Dumbledore and Grindelwald perish, I will track down their newborn replacements, trap them in suspended animation, frozen in time and death, where I would look after them for an eternity. Rookwood was very helpful in that regard. He was one of my most valuable followers, having worked in the temporal department as an unspeakable. The plan was perfect and ready to be followed the moment Dumbledore dies. I would have waited for the old man to die of natural causes, but the man's connection to Nicholas Flamel was very concerning. The possibility of him drinking the elixir of life was too high. I needed to kill him, hence the war. I needed to oppose Dumbledore, and I used the ideals of the opposing factors. They were nothing but tools after all. Harry couldn't believe what he was hearing. And you were prepared to slaughter every single Muggleborn in the world. How is this peace? What are the lives of a small faction compared to endless peace? Imagine a united magical world, without any wars, without countless battles. Imagine a Camelot without Merlin and Morgana fighting. Imagine ancient Greece without Zeus and Hades fighting. All over history, you can see it, the countless deaths that occurred because of this accursed war. What I have done is barely more than a drop compared to the vast oceans that are the champion's body count. It's not like it's permanent. After the purge, and I'm in control, I would have made concessions to integrate new Muggleborns into the magical world. And where does Longbottom have to do with any of it? The man growled at the name, and Harry had to shiver at the sound. It was a trap. I see it now. Dumbledore set out my downfall. He tricked me into going after the Longbottom heir, and I fell for it. But that does not matter now. The plan is still in motion. It can be salvaged. After getting the stone, I will have stolen Dumbledore's main weapon and I will return to my former glory and fulfill my destiny. Yeah, that man was insane. There was no way around it. Harry could hear the chaos of his being underneath all that veneer of civility, and he wanted to run away as far away as possible. He was in this situation because of his arrogance. He had thought that distancing himself from the story as much as possible, that staying passive, would keep him safe. He chose not to change anything drastically because when the story was over, the good guys won, and the bad guys lost, and if things progressed the same, then everything would have been all right. Voldemort would die, one piece of soul after another, at the hands of the Chosen One, and everything would be all right. It was why he gave up so easily on his friendship with Hermione, why he didn't just warn a professor about Hermione being in the bathroom. That surety that everything would be all right was why he was in this situation. His inaction had made him suffer. The possessed professor might be civil with his, but that was it. It was a mask. Harry was in danger, and he knew it. Harry couldn't help himself and asked, "What makes you so sure that it's your destiny to break the cycle?" "Because I suffered for it. Because I gave away everything that made me human for my purpose." The man took a deep breath and calmed down. "I have sacrificed everything I had to fulfill that goal. I saw firsthand how dangerous these champions could be and the suffering that they caused everyone. They are a blight to the world, and I made it my mission to purge them." There he was, the Dark Lord. His red eyes were filled with anger and madness. Yeah, that was the truth underneath all the layers of charm. Harry did his best not to flinch at the malevolence of the released magic. "Why are you forthcoming with all of this?" "Oh, that's very simple, Mr. Potter. You see, I will be leaving this classroom with either a new apprentice who will need to know my true goals or a dead body to hide. After all, dead men tell no tales. You see, I can't tell that you will grow to be an exceptionally powerful wizard, and I can't take the risk of you being convinced with Dumbledore's honeyed words. So, you're either a potential ally and perhaps even my heir one day, or you're a potential enemy. I don't particularly enjoy threats to my goal, and you will be one. This is your choice, Potter, serve or die. So, what will it be? Riddle me this." Chapter 57. Riddle me this. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. May 24th, 1992, Hogwarts. "Oh, that's very simple, Mr. Potter. You see, I will be leaving this classroom with either a new apprentice who will need to know my true goals or a dead body to hide. After all, dead men tell no tales. You see, I can't tell that you will grow to be an exceptionally powerful wizard, and I can't take the risk of you being convinced with Dumbledore's honeyed words. So, you're either a potential ally and perhaps even my heir one day, or you're a potential enemy. I don't particularly enjoy threats to my goal, and you will be one. This is your choice, Potter, serve or die. So, what will it be?" Lord Voldemort watched as the chained young wizard paled in fear. There was just something about the expression on his face that just delighted him. The terror at the thought of dying, the anger at being in the situation, the wounded pride that he would be nothing more than a glorified servant, and finally the regret for the actions that brought him to this situation. The Dark Lord remembered this exact feeling all those years ago as if it was today. Back when he was Tom Riddle, back when he was nothing more than an exceptional student. He had just gotten his OWL results. He thought that they might be his ticket out of the hellish orphanage that he was forced to stay in. He was so foolish back then, believing in a utopian magical world. That was until the Wizarding Great War came to his doorstep. Oh, the Muggle one was still happening, and London was being bombed frequently, but the Ministry of Magic had tracked down every Muggle-born in the country and set up a basic anti-bomb ward on their homes. It wouldn't hold up against any magical attacks, but it was more than enough to ensure his safety from the war. No, the big shock came when two magical titans dueled in the middle of London. Grindelwald had decided to attack the city and Dumbledore was dueling with him. It was then that reality set in, that he realized how small he was in front of the two archmages. His vision of the magical world was broken at the sight of the two duelers carelessly killing countless innocents, wizards and muggles alike, that were just bystanders to their fight. An attack that Dumbledore redirected ripped the flimsy Ministry wars as if they weren't even there and destroyed the orphanage with Tom still there. He had crawled his way out of the mess, his magic keeping him alive, and saw the destruction around him. Everyone was dead. Not that he really cared about it, but magic was the only thing that saved Tom, the only thing that stopped death from claiming him. The worst thing was that the fight ended with a stalemate with the Dark Lord retreating, leaving a devastated city in front of him. The following day, most of the destroyed buildings were restored, and the survivors healed. The Muggles chucked it up to a mass Nazi bombing after a few obliviation charms, and everyone went on their way, unaware of the constant threat of death that hung on their heads. But Tom was aware. He remembered the emptiness. He remembered death's icy grip almost touching him, but his magic fought it off. He had almost died a meaningless death, without any meaning. On this day, he vowed never to feel such a feeling again. And thus, Lord Voldemort was born from the ashes of Tom Riddle. At first, he directed his hatred towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Until that is, he researched such fights. In every generation, there were always two archmages, one of light and one of darkness, who fought, bringing nothing but ruin and destruction. If either side wins, another challenger would appear a few decades later, and the cycle kept going on until it was done. It didn't always happen in Britain, or even in Europe for that matter. But even if they were continents apart, they sought each other out and fought in their seemingly destined battles. It took years of travel and exploration to understand the nature of the light and the dark and their role in shaping the history of the magical world. He realized that to stop them, he needed to stop the entire cycle, not just Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Thankfully, Grindelwald was imprisoned and not killed, meaning that he had time to prepare, and prepare he did. He honed his magic to a maddening degree, committed atrocity after atrocity, to hone his body and magic to compete with the absurd power of a champion. He succeeded, and with excitement in his veins, he was ready to start his revolution, to save the magical world. And yet here he stood, barely more than a wraith, a cursed existence that could barely even be considered alive, nor have a presence in the world. He needed to rely on weaklings like Quirrell to survive. He had tricked the pathetic Muggle studies professor into accepting his possession, only for the man to cowardly go back on his word when he had almost gotten a student killed. He ended up taking over the man's body before he could foolishly confess to Dumbledore, but the mismatch between Quirrell's magic and his soul was tearing the body apart, which was why he had needed unicorn blood in the first place. He had lost a chance from killing Longbottom during one of his hunts. He had lost it because of the chained boy in front of him. Back to the boy in front of him, who was glaring defiantly at him. He amused the Dark Lord immensely. He was a brilliant boy, one that he would have assumed was the Dark Champion, if it wasn't for the fact that Grindelwald was still alive. He would have become a threat, but he was also a potentially powerful asset. The boy responded, "We both know that you don't need an heir, so don't try to hone your words. It's servitude or death. There is no middle ground." As he said before, the boy was clever but still arrogant. Yeah, he was immortal. His Horcruxes guaranteed his survival no matter what happened. There were too many of them for there to be a risk to his survival. You would need to do the impossible to gather his Horcruxes, and even then, the aftermath would be noticeable enough that he would know to change their hiding places. Why would he need an heir if he was going to live forever? The boy was right, but he was foolish to point that out. The thin veil of civility was his own protection. Voldemort gave him a wide smile and answered, "I was planning on making you my lieutenant, of giving you control over the British Isle after my conquest. But fine, if you want to do it that way, then all right, servitude or death. Which one will you choose?" Voldemort knew the boy's answer before he could speak it. He had seen it in the mirror, the utter desperate fear of the abyss that was death. The boy would choose servitude, he just knew it. However, instead of bowing his head and accepting his gracious offer, the Potter boy spoke up. "Do you know why I never tattled on you to Dumbledore or anyone else?" The possessed professor raised an interested eyebrow. "Do tell?" "I wanted nothing to do with your war with Dumbledore. I don't trust him not to screw me over, and I definitely don't trust you. I wanted to live in peace and learn my magic, and not be dragged into a conflict that wasn't mine." "It was your parents' conflict too," Voldemort remarked. "Yes, and they died for it. It's no longer my problem. And yet, here you are giving me the illusion of a choice between two horrible options while being dishonest about what you represent." While he was still somewhat angry by the boy's defiance, the Dark Lord was slightly amused. He didn't really need the Potter boy's allegiance, but he was curious. The boy was like him. He had the potential to be an archmage, while not being chosen as a champion, and he was curious about it. Honestly, even if most of what he had told the boy was true, He did bend facts slightly. Voldemort had no intention of restraining the champions of light and dark, but absorbing their magic, absorbing their might. Freezing them in time was the original plan, because there was no other motive. Alas, in an ancient Sumerian tomb, the Dark Lord found another way. A ritual stolen from Solomon's grimoire himself, to absorb the power of a champion. The legendary mage had tricked the champions of his era and had trapped them. He studied their power and devised the ritual. He absorbed both their powers and became the single most powerful being in history. His reign was a peaceful one, a true age of prosperity. Alas, the cycle continued after his death. But Lord Voldemort had conquered death. If he performed the ritual, it would guarantee that no one would ever try to free them. The result would be peace, eternal peace, with him as the magical messiah. Voldemort had prepared himself for the ritual, committing atrocity after atrocity, readying his magic, mind, and body to receive the power of the champions. He would become the strongest being in history, surpassing Solomon II and ushering in a magical golden age. He would need to redo some of those preparations after regaining his body, but that wasn't really an insurmountable obstacle. So, yes, perhaps he wasn't being truthful with the Potter boy, but did that matter when he was the one in control? No, it did not. Sure, the boy was a curiosity, an amusing distraction to have an opponent to Dumbledore's golden boy. Two potential candidates of the prophecy, fighting against one another. It almost seemed like fate in a way. "You're testing my patience, boy," the Dark Lord answered with a menacing voice. "Maybe I am. But you're going to leave me be either way," the boy retorted. "And why is that?" Voldemort responded, out of curiosity than actual anger. "You really think that I would walk in here without any assurance? You literally singled me out. I wrote a letter to Dumbledore telling him exactly where I was, who you are, and what you're trying to achieve. You kill me, you so much as injure me, and my owl will deliver the letter. And you can kiss your chances at getting the Philosopher's Stone goodbye." The Dark Lord almost burst into laughter. Oh, he wasn't surprised by the boy's knowledge of the stone's presence. It wasn't that hard to deduce, especially with the half-giant simpleton of all people knowing about it. He would have thought that it was a trap by Dumbledore if it wasn't for the powerful magical signature that he had tracked down after his heist in Gringotts ended up being a failure. The Philosopher's Stone was in the castle, and he had tracked the stone to the Forbidden Corridor. It wasn't a subtle thing, and why the Flammels kept it in fortified places over the centuries. Anyone could track the stone, but retrieving it was another matter altogether. He didn't know what Dumbledore's angle was, nor did he care. The stone was there for the taking, and it was a chance for him to return to his former might. As for the boy, this was proof that taking him under his wing would be a mistake. Dumbledore is in a Wisengamot meeting, one that would not end for hours. I timed my heist while making sure that he would not be able to interfere. Your letter is meaningless. I would be long gone by then, with the stone in my possession. But I see now that I was mistaken in offering you my mercy. Goodbye, Harry Potter. The boy barely had time to widen his eyes when the possessed professor waved his wand in a familiar pattern. Avada Kedavra! A blinding green light hit the boy in the chest, and he stilled. It was a shame. What a waste of potential. Alas, the boy would have been a threat to his world order. The Dark Lord quickly walked out of the classroom and walked towards the Forbidden Corridor. He had a stone to steal after all. The possessed professor did not notice the blood in the boy's palm, nor the small glow his cloak had a fraction of a second before the spell hit him. Reflection. Chapter 58. Reflection. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 4th, 1992, Hogwarts. A blinding green light hit the boy in the chest, and he stilled. It was a shame. What a waste of potential. Alas, the boy would have been a threat to his world order. The Dark Lord quickly walked out of the classroom and walked towards the Forbidden Corridor. He had a stone to steal after all. The possessed professor did not notice the blood in the boy's palm, nor the small glow his cloak had a fraction of a second before the spell hit him. When Harry regained consciousness, all he felt was pain, unrelenting pain. It was like there was fire coursing through his veins, and that his muscles had turned to stone. The mere thought of moving his body had sent a wave of agony throughout his being. His limbs simply refused to obey him, choosing to stay limp in his little bed. Wait a minute, that wasn't in bed. Harry turned his head and saw the familiar white walls and ceiling surrounding him. The Potter scion groaned, which was a bad idea since he started coughing the moment a noise left his throat, it being on fire as well. Of course, the coughing made him unconsciously move, putting him in even more pain. All this happened because he realized that for the second time in his enrollment at Hogwarts, he was transported to the hospital wing unconscious, the first time being after fighting the Wraith in the Forbidden Forest. Madame Pomfrey was going to kill him. Fortunately, Harry's bed was surrounded by curtains, giving him some privacy to freak out properly. He murmured to himself, "What happened?" His voice was sore, gravely. How long has he been there? What happened? It took a minute for Harry to realize what had occurred. He remembered being anxious about meeting Professor Quirrell for his practical defense against the dark arts exam. They dueled, and he lost again. Badly. It wasn't unexpected for the man to end up victorious. Harry would still lose against any competent adult wizard. For all his intelligence and natural grasp regarding magical subjects, he was still far less experienced than them. That's not even including the vast difference in raw power. It took a few moments to process Quirrell's revelations, or more appropriately Voldemort's revelations. The Dark Lord was far more civil than he expected. He could see why the man would inspire loyalty. It was easy to see Tom Riddle in his core. The charming, manipulative, magical prodigy that could talk circles around anyone. If it was anyone else, a person that didn't know about the man's past, someone who couldn't see the nature of his magic, Harry was sure that they would be convinced to follow him. Oh, the man talked a good game, but every single word he said was crafted. He was a master of words, and it showed. The idea of using genocide to rally the magical world against Dumbledore, to stop an endless war, made sense, in a warped sort of way. It was obvious that the man believed his cause to be just. Harry had no idea if he was telling the truth about the endless conflict between the champions of light and dark, but he will research it thoroughly. No one could hide that much history from the world, especially if Voldemort was to be believed. Their fights shaped the magical world. It was a shame that their history of magic lessons was about nothing more than the Goblin rebellions. Yeah, that was what they got when their professor was a ghost that died in the midst of the last Goblin rebellion, which wasn't technically a rebellion since only a single faction of the Goblin Nation had decided to start attacking wizarding settlements. If the history of magic covered all of the endless conflicts between the light and the dark, then lessons would have been far more interesting. Back to Voldemort, his speech was sort of inspiring. He had a way with words that made you want to listen to him speak. But for all his seemingly altruistic goals, Harry could hear his magic, and it wasn't pretty. His song was of darkness and rage. It was what drove him the most, his rage, his fear, and his greed. He was angry at the world, at the people who failed him. He was afraid of death, the ultimate end, and he wanted to conquer the magical world. There was this madness to his method. He had kept it locked up, ready to burst out at any moment. There was chaos in him. It was what probably drove him to start killing unicorns or try to curse the broom of the boy who lived in the middle of a match in broad daylight. And it wasn't even this madness that terrified him. It was that his song was obviously incomplete. Yeah, he wasn't a complete person, and it showed. Everyone has a song, with each instrument showing a personality trait. It was something he had noticed growing slowly ever since his crest was unlocked. It was the extra dimension he saw in spells, the nature of the castor, and his mindset while using the spell. It took some concentration, but Harry had heard Voldemort's heart, his soul, and it was missing. Some basic instruments that symbolized apathy, guilt, love, lust, and so much more were simply non-existent. They weren't quiet, they were just absent, and that was utterly terrifying. Was that what happened when you split your soul? You take away some of what makes you, well, you. A soul is an abstract but sacred thing. Seeing someone tamper with it made him want to throw up. It was sacrilege that for some reason made Harry angry, and the obvious taint from the unicorn blood had even suppressed even the few things that the man enjoyed. Voldemort couldn't be called a man, because his soul could barely qualify as one. He would never experience joy because of what he has done to unicorns. He will never experience love, and he will never empathize with any being. All he could experience was hate and rage. What a cursed experience. Even if he came back to his body, he would be as miserable as he was as a wraith. The mere thought of being forced to serve such a man was so revolting. Deep down in his soul, Harry was utterly disgusted with the length the man had gone to for power. Death was preferable. He didn't know why he refused his self-preservation instincts and tried to fool the Dark Lord somehow, to live another day, but it was like his body moved on its own. Of course, the man's intelligence was still there. And unfortunately, Harry's gambit with sending a letter to Dumbledore hadn't panned out. For one, the headmaster probably already knew about Quirrell being guilty, especially with the rumored personality changes. And also, the Dark Lord simply didn't care about his threat. It was a half-baked idea, but Harry couldn't have done anything else. No, he could have, but he was unwilling to do it. He was so certain that everything was going to go with the script that he was safe. But Voldemort hadn't confronted anyone before trying to steal the stone, and yet he did Harry. This wasn't a story. People didn't follow some sort of script because the stories said so. No, things were different, and banking on them was utterly foolish. Harry wanted nothing to do with the spat between Dumbledore and Voldemort, and yet was pulled into it regardless. He was an idiot for not taking things seriously, for considering this to be a children's story. And when Quirrell revealed his crimson eyes, Harry knew deep down that everything had changed. Voldemort had completely taken over the man's body and wasn't just hitching a ride. No more. He wasn't going to stand aside and wait for the story to occur in front of him. For one, he had no faith in Longbottom of all people, and he definitely didn't trust Dumbledore or Voldemort. He was going to live his life how he wants it because it was his. He was going to fight for his own side, for his own right to freedom, and if some wannabe archmages wants to stop him, then he will surpass them all. With a renewed sense of confidence, Harry felt things snap into place. His magical crest warmed up slightly, but instead of the intense heat and discomfort he always felt, it was oddly comforting. Speaking of the crest, there was still something that he was missing. How did the conflict end? He refused the Dark Lord's offer and tried to blackmail him, banking on Longbottom killing him because of the whole love magic bullshit that he probably had, or at least that the headmaster wanted to convince the boy he had. Harry was still convinced that it was an elaborate sacrificial ritual, but it was not like he could convince anyone if Albus Dumbledore himself said otherwise. Back to the conflict, Harry started to remember. Voldemort had cast the killing curse at him, but something happened. He was like he was hypnotized again by his crest, but it was a little more forceful than the time in the forest. He clenched his hand enough to get some blood and palmed his cloak, which was his invisibility cloak in disguise. When he touched it, he heard a voice in his head. It was more like the wind itself was whispering in a language that Harry had never learnt but could somehow understand. No magic can touch those who travel between worlds. And then Harry felt his magic being dried up, and then absorbing forcefully the ambient magic around. Calling it painful would be an understatement. It barely lasted more than a fraction of a second, but Harry could feel as if his body was tearing itself out. The curse passed through him and splashed into the enchanted castle walls. Afterwards, everything turned black. Was this a capability of the cloak? To somehow phase through magic? If that was the case, it was somewhat overpowered, but it was very costly magically. Harry doubted that he would be able to do it without consequences anytime soon. After all, if using it once had sucked his magic dry enough to put him in the infirmary for what felt like days, he was not planning on doing so anytime soon. Harry was so engrossed with his thoughts that he hadn't noticed that the room was not silent, at least not as much as it should have been. He heard two faint voices speaking. It took a few seconds for the Potter to recognize them. The voices belonged to Longbottom and Dumbledore. The boy sounded surprisingly vulnerable. The encounter with the monster who killed his parents must have shaken him deeply. The mere revelation that Voldemort was still alive must have terrified the boy to his bones. Of course, the headmaster kept reassuring him and told him about Voldemort being alive and the fate of the stone. Harry didn't trust the man one bit and didn't actually believe that the Rayall stone was in the Forbidden Corridor in the first place. The conversation seemed stale until Longbottom asked, "Why couldn't Quirrell touch me?" Oh, so Quirrell had died in exactly the same way as the stories. That was something. It was hard to believe that the man that had so easily beaten Harry could have been destroyed by the accidental touch of a 12-year-old boy that's barely more than average in his magical studies. There was something odd about it. Of course, the man started a small speech about the power of love and his mother's sacrifice. The boy, funnily enough, didn't seem to take it at face value. "Professor, I thought it was some kind of alchemical ritual or something. Something about a life for a life." The aged headmaster's voice took a harsh tone. "Who told you that, my boy?" "Potter did, sir. He said it was the only way he could think of. That it was preposterous that people believed that I was involved in any way. He's a clever boy, young Harry, far more advanced beyond his years, and yet he doesn't know anything." In a way, he was correct. Many theories emerged on how exactly you survived. People tried to scry for years in an attempt to take a glimpse of what happened and replicate it somehow. I will admit that such a method did enter my mind, but there were simply no signs of a ritual there, not even a single trace, which would have existed should something of this magnitude have occurred. Such a ritual would also not continue to protect you now. Sometimes, people tend to forget about the simple things in life. They make convoluted theories about complex subjects, forgetting how something as simple and as pure as love can even ignite the stars themselves. Isn't that right, Mr. Potter? The Investigative Headmaster. Chapter 59. The Investigative Headmaster. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 4th, 1992, Hogwarts. I will admit that such a method did enter my mind, but there were simply no signs of a ritual there, not even a single trace, which would have existed should something of this magnitude occur. Such a ritual would also not continue to protect you now. Sometimes, people tend to forget about the simple things in life. They make convoluted theories about complex subjects, forgetting how something as simple and as pure as love can even ignite the stars themselves. Isn't that right, Mr. Potter? The Potter scion froze in panic. He was hidden by a curtain and hadn't moved or made a noise. How in the name of magic did the headmaster know that he was awake? Gently, an old hand grasped his curtain, revealing Albus Dumbledore in all his glory. The man chuckled at his shocked expression. "Do not be alarmed, my boy. The infirmary simply has charms to alert Madame Pomfrey when a student wakes up. As the headmaster of this illustrious school, I have the privilege to interact with these charms as well." Harry wouldn't really know it. The mere idea of using any magic, even his arcane hearing, seemed ill-advised. The young Slytherin could do nothing but groan and sit back on the hospital bed. The man seemed to take this as permission to continue his conversation, and asked, "So, young Harry, I believe you had quite the encounter with Professor Quirrell. I have to say that thanks to your letter, I was able to return to Hogwarts quickly enough to save Mr. Longbottom from a rather dire fate. In normal circumstances, I would have ignored the letter. I thought it might have slipped past my mail wards somehow, but your owl was very insistent that I take it. You have found yourself quite the remarkable companion, Mr. Potter." Wait a minute. Hedwig had bypassed his mail wards? How is that possible? And yet, for all the impossibility of it all, Harry smiled slightly. That she is headmaster. A second later, he remembered something that Dumbledore just said and pretended to be shocked. "Wait, that was really the Dark Lord? I thought he was just some imposter or something." "No, I'm afraid that Lord Voldemort has yet to leave this mortal plane. I have to ask, though, young Harry, that you explain the events that led you to your current condition. This is not the first time you have overwhelmed your magical circuits, and continuing to that trend could end up crippling your magical potential in the long run." Harry paled and started recounting the events of his encounter with Quirrell. "Well, I was asked to come in for my defense practical exam. It started normally, with me demonstrating a few spells, but Professor Quirrell tried to curse me, and we dueled. I lost very badly. He was different. He acted differently, even his eyes were red. I ended up disarmed, bound, and chained to a wall. He had started talking about his mission to turn the magical world into a utopia of understanding and wonder. He asked me to join him. It didn't really come out of the blue, with him trying to get me to accept him as a tutor a few months ago. I refused because I already had an agreement with Professor Flitwick about the Dueling Club, but he seemed quite vexed when I told him my decision." Longbottom, who had stayed silent during the entire conversation, choked on his spit. Even the headmaster looked surprised. "And you didn't accept his offer?" His voice had a tint of steel that wasn't there before. Was this the small taste of the true Albus Dumbledore, the champion of light? Was this core of steel what was under the image of an old, amiable man? Harry simply shook his head. Of course I didn't. He killed unicorns and drank their blood. Learning from someone capable of committing such horrors was just a bad idea in general. The Potter scion noticed Dumbledore, and Longbottom relaxed slightly and continued, "Well, as you can expect, he didn't really like my answer. He tried to convince me nicely, then he started to get frustrated. The last thing I remember is him casting a very painful curse at me. I think it was black, but he didn't say any incantations. I felt my magic fight against it and weaken it slightly, but then when it hit, I felt like my energy was being drained from my body. I was horrible. It was like someone had replaced my blood with pure lava. It burned so much. I think I passed out from the pain." Of course, Harry was lying about that last part. There was no reason for Dumbledore to know that he survived a killing curse. Well, his cloak allowed him to phase through the killing curse. The man was already obsessed with the Deathly Hallows. Harry didn't need the man to have even more of an interest in him, and so, Harry projected his pain for that fraction of a second when the curse hit him, and only modified the color of the spell. Dumbledore had flinched imperceptibly, meaning that he had used his legilimency to try to get more information about the encounter. Harry could sense his probe slightly, and so arranged for him to get what he wanted. There was a reason why legilimency wasn't really admissible in magical court. It was nothing against the field, but the more skilled a user is in the mind arts, the more they can alter the projected memories. Changing the color of a spell is easy, far easier than faking an entire conversation for that matter, but it could deeply affect a trial if it was taken into account. Simply changing the spell to the familiar sickly green of the killing curse would have anyone sent to Azkaban for life, and that wasn't feasible in any administration. The headmaster seemed to buy it though, since he nodded. The pain couldn't be fake, and he knew it. Faking something like this couldn't be done if it wasn't experienced in the first place. So, unless Harry kept getting his magic sucked dry by other artifacts, it was very likely that the man would take his words at face value. Really, learning occlumency was one of his greater ideas, even if was barely a beginner. He knew how to shield his thoughts from preliminary legilimency scans and project a few memories, with a few alterations of course. He would have been truly fucked if it wasn't for it, to be honest. The headmaster spoke up. Lord Voldemort had sunk to depths that I will admit to not even have known that they existed to gain power. I do not know the spell you're describing, but I am not a master of the dark arts like him. However, the effects of the spell seem to be temporary, putting you in a magical deprivation coma until you recover. But I will admit that I don't know how you knew to send me that letter. Harry sheepishly looked down. Well, I knew that Quirrell was the one who killed the unicorns. I recognized the wand, you see. So, every single time I met him, I told Hedwig to come see me if I don't return. The letter I gave you was written months ago. It had nothing to do with Longbottom. Really? I didn't even know that he would try to retrieve the stone that day. At Longbottom's attempted rebuttal, he continued, "Come on. You have hardly been subtle. Hermione point-blank asked me in potions class who was Nicholas Flamel. It didn't take long for me to realize what was hidden in the corridor. And that Quirrell was looking for him. And why would you not have come to me sooner?" Dumbledore asked with a raised eyebrow. Someone who would be willing to slaughter a unicorn and drink its blood is without a doubt desperate. I trusted your defenses on the stone and chose not to bring attention to myself and risk dying. Not that it worked for that matter. I can see why the hat put you in Slytherin then, Mr. Potter, the headmaster retorted. Well, with that out of the way, Harry interrupted the headmaster. Sir, I had a question. The man motioned him to go on. I have found that asking questions to be a worthwhile pursuit. What troubles you, young Potter? Can you tell me about the fire of Godric's Hollow? It's just there was nothing I could find in the library. The newspapers just say that it was some kind of cursed fire. The man's jovial disappeared immediately. That's understandable. The fire of Godric's Hollow is one of the biggest tragedies in magical Britain during the last few decades, and it had very few witnesses. Even though I am not certain as to what happened, I have theories, all of which are very disturbing, but I will not reveal them. Pure truth is a beautiful and terrible thing, and should therefore be treated with great caution. You are too young to be burdened with this knowledge. Harry motioned to protest but was silenced when the man raised his hand. What I can tell you, for that matter, is that this fire was unlike anything I have ever seen. It was probably unlike anything the world has ever seen. It consumed everything, literally. It wasn't even hot. Simply everything it touched turned to dust. It certainly wasn't natural. There's a reason there aren't any ruins in Godric's Hollow. It's because they don't exist. I can also tell you that the flames were tinged with your mother's magical signature. The man slowly turned and left the infirmary, leaving two silent boys. Longbottom seemed like he wanted to speak up, but Harry was too tired to deal with his prattling. He simply closed off the curtain. He needed to think. It didn't take long for him to conclude that the whole encounter with Longbottom was staged. There were too many coincidences, and the ending was too close to the one from the stories for it not to be one. The man must have known that Quirrell was after the stone, or that he was the one killing the unicorn, at least. And yet he did nothing. You could say what you wanted about the man. He was obviously manipulative. He had too much political power for a man who liked to say he was uninterested in politics. He was slowly changing the magical world to his image with his control over Hogwarts and his changes to the curriculum. But he wasn't the senile old man he pretended to be. His mind was sharp, and it showed. He used the Philosopher's Stone as a lure, that's for sure. He didn't know if the stone was real or not, but the Flammels would not have parted with it willingly. There was no reason to have the stone in a school for protection. For all its wards, Hogwarts was a public place, with many possible intruders. It simply wasn't safe, and if Longbottom was able to get past his challenges, they definitely weren't defined with a Dark Lord in mind. Dumbledore wanted Longbottom to go after the stone and make it only challenging enough for the boy to succeed after some effort. He designed the entire thing to have an encounter between him and Voldemort. But why? Was he hoping to trap the Wraith, or something? Harry didn't know much about souls, but even if that was possible, it would be a temporary solution at best. Dumbledore wouldn't settle for something like this. Was he hoping to confirm that Voldemort was still alive? No, it was too risky. He could have gone to Albania years before and tracked him down somehow. He definitely wasn't hoping that Longbottom would somehow finish him off. It was too far-fetched for that to happen. Did he simply want to study the boy's protection by having it interact with Voldemort? And most of all, could Harry even believe a word he said about the fire that killed his parents and raised an entire village off the face of the earth? Harry was consumed with these thoughts as he fell into the realm of Morpheus, still feeling tired from his encounter with Quirrell. Grass of Emerald. Chapter 60. Grass of Emerald. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 6, 1992. Hogwarts. For the 100th time ever since she met him, Daphne Greengrass reevaluated her opinion on Harry Potter. However, if there was something she was certain of, it would be that he was unlike any other boy she had ever met. It was hard to explain it. He had this presence. Whenever he walked into a room, people noticed. Whenever he spoke, everyone listened. That's not even speaking of his frankly absurd skill in magic. Seriously, he tried to downplay it slightly, but it was like putting a small dam to hold an ocean. Magic was something instinctive. Downplaying it just was like downplaying a part of your own personality. When she first met Potter, she didn't really think anything of him. He was just some quiet bookworm that was probably destined to be in Ravenclaw. Sure, the Potter family was famous, well, mostly infamous because of the fire of Godric's Hollow, to which Harry was the only survivor, somehow. But as for the family itself, it wasn't really anything special. It was relatively old, not really impressive, especially considering Daphne's own roots to the Druids during the time of Camelot. They were about as old as the Malfoy family, who became ennobled in France just a couple of centuries before the Statute of Secrecy forced them to give away their titles. The Potter family were mostly a family of relatively wealthy potion masters that tended to grow the family fortune with their invention, up until the last few wars, of course. Charles Potter had, for some reason, spent a significant amount of wealth in the war against Grindelwald. According to her grandmother's diary, who was a year younger than him in school, it was completely out of character for him. He was known as a calm and very business-minded man, but he seemed desperate in stopping Grindelwald for some reason. James Potter had followed in his father's footsteps and practically donated most of what remained of his fortune in the fight against the Dark Lord. By the end of it, there was probably not going to be a lot of wealth left. So, in summary, Harry Potter was relatively well off for the average wizard or witch, but not nearly as wealthy as any formerly noble house. He wasn't supposed to be remarkable. He wasn't supposed to be smart. He definitely wasn't supposed to have the oddest magical crest she had ever heard of. No, he was supposed to be an average boy that was born into a progressive-oriented family that would go to either Gryffindor or Ravenclaw. He wasn't supposed to go to Slytherin with her. He wasn't supposed to become one of her dearest friends. And yet, what was supposed to happen doesn't matter at all. What does is what actually happens. And so, out of nowhere, they became friends. They just clicked. Tracy, Blaise, Daphne, and Harry just started by going to class together, and after a while, they just clicked. Hogwarts without Harry would just be wrong. Something that he had experienced in the last few days. Harry had gone to the defense against the dark arts practical exams. He was oddly jittery. Harry was always very confident during his exams. He aced them without a second's thought. He was a genius after all. Even if it was weird how Quirrell had decided to single him out for his practical exams, Daphne had chalked it up to the cowardly professor having forgotten about him or just wanted to assign him another test. Well, when Harry didn't return the following night, Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy went to their head of house and told him about their missing friend. The man had swept the castle and found Harry in the destroyed defense classroom, completely unconscious. The potion master ended up sending him to the infirmary before running off the forbidden corridor for some reason. No one had told her what had happened to Harry, nor why he was unconscious, only that he was in a magical coma for having strained his magical channels. Quirrell had disappeared, and Neville Longbottom was also in the infirmary for some reason. No one would tell her anything. There were a few rumors that Weasley had spread, that Longbottom had fought Quirrell in the forbidden corridor for some reason. Something about a Cerberus, deadly plants, and a giant chess match. But there was nothing about Harry at all. No one even noticed his disappearance with the boy, who lived being hospitalized as well. The ones that did notice thought that Harry had dueled Longbottom for some reason, and they all ended up getting hurt. The close timings between the injuries weren't a coincidence. But for some reason, everyone kept talking about Longbottom's adventure in the Forbidden Corridor, nothing more. They had been allowed to visit him. He was so pale, so peaceful. Daphne had never seen him like this. There was always this gleam of intelligence in his eyes. He was always either frowning while thinking about so spell or another, or he was slightly smiling when they all hung out together. Without them, he just looked wrong. Without Harry, Hogwarts felt wrong, empty in a way that she couldn't describe. Oh, he wasn't perfect, not by a long shot. No, Harry was as flawed as they came. He was as socially dumb as he was a genius in matters of magic. He would always deny it, but he acted arrogantly sometimes, especially when it concerned his magical studies. He was so secretive and spent a lot of time alone. It had hurt her at first, thinking that he just didn't want to hang out with them, but after he started to put more time aside to spend with them, she understood that it was just his nature. He liked to spend time with his own company to de-stress, in a way. Although, she was curious about what he kept doing on his own. Sometimes she wanted to grab him by the throat and force him to tell her his secret. But no, this would spoil all the fun of figuring them out. Daphne had even discovered one of his secrets. He was Muggle-raised. She was kind of proud of that one, to be honest. Harry had done a good job at keeping it under wraps. He was obviously knowledgeable about the magical world, but that could just be him being smart enough to not show any sign of ignorance. But yeah, there were a few Muggle terms here and there, and he almost never spoke of his guardians. It took a few months, and Daphne had concluded about the fact that as a half-blood, he was as likely to be raised by his mother's Muggle family as to be raised in a wizarding home. She felt strangely closer to him when she realized that. With every piece of the puzzle that she discovered, she liked him more and more. Even now, as she stayed in the infirmary, with a nice book in her hands, Daphne kept thinking of him. Blaise had stopped going after 3 days. He wouldn't wake up. Tracy stopped coming after a week, but not Daphne. She would stay at his side until he woke up. Well, she would have, if it wasn't for the evil Madame Pomfrey that only allowed her to come for an hour a day. It was originally just 15 minutes, but Daphne had worn down the evil matron. Still, according to her, he had woken up a few days earlier when the headmaster was visiting. They spoke for a few minutes where Harry recounted his side of whatever happened, and then the Potter scion fell asleep once more. And they still wouldn't tell her anything. Longbottom had woken up a couple of days back and came back completely fine. Apparently, Harry's condition was far more severe than the boy who lived. It was almost the end of the year feast, and Harry still hadn't woken up. They were leaving the castle in a few days, and Daphne dreaded leaving the castle without making sure he was all right. She had never known anyone who had been in the hospital wing after the school year. Would he be transferred to St. Mungo's where she could still visit him? Or would he stay in the castle alone, under Madame Pomfrey's care? Daphne's frankly depressing thoughts were interrupted when she heard a soft hooting and looked up from the book with a slight smile. He's really taking his time, isn't he, Hedwig? The owl bobbed her head. She really was as remarkably intelligent as the owner. She had somehow been able to sneakily visit her owner and would not let him leave her sight. That is until the evil Madame Pomfrey kept trying to hex her. Apparently, pets weren't allowed in her infirmary. Still, whenever she was chased away, she snuck back in hours later. For some reason, the wards in the hospital wing just wouldn't stop her. The matron had given up after a few days, and a tentative peace between the witch and the owl was made. Hedwig would not make a ruckus, and Madame Pomfrey would not try to hex her. The snowy owl was often her only companion whenever she visited her friend, and she curled up next to her whenever she was there. Hedwig hooted softly in answer and jumped towards her owner. She gave him a gentle peck on the forehead. Daphne didn't know why she chose this moment to do it when she hasn't touched Harry ever since he was in the hospital wing. Her doubts were immediately shattered when Harry started to frown and mumbled, "Stop it, Hedwig." She practically leapt from her seat and enveloped Harry in a hug. "Harry, you're awake." The black-haired boy frowned. "Of course, I'm awake. Why wouldn't I be awake? You were hurt, remember?" "Oh yeah, Quirrell attacked me. I think I talked to Dumbledore somewhere in the middle of it." "Wait a minute. Go back to the part where you got attacked." Daphne shrieked. "Well, I went to the exam, and everything was normal, and then he declared himself to be some kind of dark wizard, that he was going to take over the world and all that stuff." "Wait, what?" Daphne was baffled. She must have heard it wrong, because Quirrell, a dark wizard? That was just insane. She thought he was some cowardly thief that wanted to steal something from the forbidden corridor, not a full-blown evil wizard. "Quirrell," she repeated, wanting to make sure that he wasn't joking. "Well?" He started explaining one of the single most outlandish stories she had ever heard. Apparently, Quirrell was the one drinking unicorn blood and had attacked him before when he also ended up in the hospital wing. Harry, for some reason, chose not to tell anyone about the fact that he obviously figured out who attacked him in the first place. Quirrell then decided for some reason to make Harry his apprentice? Or maybe he wanted Haru to be his servant. Harry had said no, and then they fought. Harry lost, and he was hit with a spell that forced his body to expel all of the magic inside at once, and then some, which was why he was in a coma. Apparently, the man tried to steal something from the forbidden corridor and ended up being stopped by Longbottom. Daphne really wished she could grab that turban-wearing freak and strangle him to death. Still, she chose not to think too much about it, especially considering the fact that she was just overjoyed that Harry was back. She was going to grill him on this later. After a few grueling tests by the matron, Harry was cleared to leave and go to the feast a few days later. Even if Dumbledore was biased enough to give Gryffindor almost 200 points because Longbottom and his lackeys decided to break the rules and still go to the forbidden corridor. But that didn't really matter to Daphne. Harry was back, and that was enough for her. The End and a Beginning. Chapter 61. The End and a Beginning. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 7th, 1992, Hogwarts. He definitely wasn't hoping that Longbottom would somehow finish him off. It was too far-fetched for that to happen. Did he simply want to study the boy's protection by having it interact with Voldemort? And most of all, could Harry even believe a word he said about the fire that killed his parents and raised an entire village off the face of the earth? Harry was consumed with these thoughts as he fell into the realm of Morpheus, still feeling tired from his encounter with Quirrell. The day after officially waking up from his magical coma, Harry decided to just follow Madame Pomfrey's recommendation and not really stress himself. The matron had done a good job when he was in the hospital wing. The Potter Scion felt like he was back to his best form, even if his body got sore whenever he cast a significant amount of magic. So, he spent his last days at Hogwarts with his friends, who had welcomed him warmly. Although, for some reason, Daphne was particularly clingy ever since he woke up. He didn't really get it, to be honest. It was probably because she missed him or something, but Tracy wasn't acting the same. so he didn't really understand. It seems like in this life and his previous one, he would never make sense of what goes on in the minds of the fairer sex. He had missed his second Hogsmeade weekend. It seems like he was cursed to not visit Hogsmeade this year. Considering what happened in the story at the end of the year feast, with Dumbledore giving away hundreds of points to the boy who lived, he was also not likely to visit the village in the next one either. It's not like he would really lose anything. Anything interesting in the village would have an equivalent shop in Diagon Alley. Hogsmeade was originally a wizarding settlement. The whole business growth started because of the proximity to Hogwarts, whilst Diagon Alley was the veritable hub of magical Britain. It showed in the stores that were in Hogsmeade. It had a few inns, cafes, stores to buy school supplies, and a chocolate shop of all things. Yeah, it was obviously geared towards teenagers. People were staring at Harry and his friends on his way there. Well, it was mostly Harry. Apparently, being attacked by the defense against the dark arts professor made him some sort of commodity. There were rumors about him being a secret Dark Lord and that he had dueled Quirrell when he had confronted him, hence why the man disappeared without a trace. There were rumors that they were planning on stealing whatever was in the Forbidden Corridor together and that they had greedily turned on each other. Still, Harry slowly walked towards the Slytherin table and sat at his usual spot, his friends joining him. The entire room was decked in green and silver. The members of the House of Snakes were all smiling in victory at having won the House Cup and all of the privileges that come with it. Of course, Harry knew what was about to happen, that their smiles were about to be turned upside down in a few minutes. He was proven correct when Dumbledore proceeded to his end-of-the-year speech and, well, pretty much handed the cup to the Gryffindors. The utter uproar at the announcement was galling. Harry felt bad that at hard work of the 4th years and 6th years, who had made sure that the privileges that came with the House Cup would be theirs the following year, was so easily dismissed with barely more than a second's thought. It was disgusting, and a quarter of the school was openly glaring at the headmaster. Of course, outside of the Gryffindors being overjoyed, the other houses didn't really care about the precedent the headmaster just made. Seriously, just deciding to give the House Cup on a whim was making it meaningless, and that's not mentioning the sheer enmity that the man was building in a house where he was already fairly unpopular. Honestly, the House Cup was what prevented Hogwarts from falling into chaos. There were just too many students and too few professors. Adding magic in the mix just made this place a recipe for a ticking time bomb. Or at least it would be if it wasn't for the House Cup. The prize was enticing for older students, so they went out of their way to stop the younger ones from doing anything drastic. Without the credibility of the House Cup and the fairness of earning it, the older students wouldn't be motivated enough to care about it, meaning that Dumbledore had basically told everyone that it was meaningless, that to keep the boy who lived happily, he would gladly just hand it over to his house without even being discreet about it. If he does the same in the following year, the upper years will just stop caring about it, which definitely wasn't a good idea in the long run. His friends were pretty grumpy about it. An hour after the announcement, Tracy was still grumbling. "I can't believe Dumbledore just gave the cup to Longbottom. Just like that." "Tracy, let it go," Harry retorted gently. "We all knew that he was very biased when it came to his little boy hero. Honestly, I would have been surprised if he hadn't done anything." Blaise gave him a confused look. "I don't understand." Daphne snorted. "No surprises there, huh? Did you forget how much stuff he let Longbottom get away with this year? He got a spot in the Quidditch team even if he didn't deserve it. That's not to mention being caught with a live dragon in a school, which was a criminal offense that Dumbledore swept under the rug. Now this, I'm not happy, but I can't say that I can't see him ruin the House Cup as a way to reward Longbottom somehow." Harry's eyebrow reached his forehead. This was definitely not something he saw Daphne, or any girl his age, really understanding. It was a very good interpretation of the events. The girl gave Harry a wink and continued with a joking tone. "What? Did you think I haven't learned anything in the last year? I'm not thick like the other two." Harry chuckled at Blaise and Tracy's protest. Yes, Daphne was very intelligent. She learnt things quickly and was dedicated when it came to any issue. The issue dissolved into their usual friendly bickering, and they all quickly forgot about Dumbledore's injustice. Time passed very quickly, and it was almost curfew. The prefects had led them back to the Slytherin common room, and they quickly went to sleep, stuffed with food and comfortable. The following morning, All the first years gathered in the Great Hall for their customary end-of-year warnings, like no casting magic outside of school, or how much their summer homework was important. It really wasn't, since it was mostly just theoretical assignments that didn't necessitate any substantial research. From the looks of it, Harry could discern that it was a basic summary of the theory they had learnt in class, with a small introduction to the next year's curriculum. As for the trace, Harry had tried to find anything to beat it, but came up empty. Seriously, even his meager wandless magic would be detected by the Ministry. After all, the charm was on his person, not the wand, like many thoughts. The trace's purpose is to monitor spikes of magic in Muggle homes, especially when underaged wizards and witches are concerned. The medium of magic just didn't matter, and Harry couldn't really find a charm on him using his arcane hearing. It frustrated Harry immensely, even if he could understand its purpose. The trace wasn't really made to be biased against Muggleborns, but to preserve the statute of secrecy. Children and teenagers tended to be very unpredictable, and the Ministry had to know when someone revealed their magic, be it on purpose or by accident. So, Harry was stuck to staying in a place with enough wards to qualify as a wizarding home. Yeah, he was probably going to stay in Diagon Alley again, instead of a Muggle hotel he could easily sneak into without paying a dime. He already had a stock of aging potions to fool the innkeeper of the Leaky Cauldron again and spend the entire summer there. After having a taste of magic, there was no way he was stopping for a day, let alone for 2 whole months. After McGonagall's little speech, they followed Hagrid, who took them back to the Hogwarts Express on the boats again. It was a nice touch to leave the same way they came in, even if some of the wonder had worn off slightly. As he boarded the Hogwarts Express, Harry found that he was going to miss the castle and its wondrous nature. Sure, he had copied a good part of the library during his nightly escapades using the cloak, so he wouldn't really suffer in terms of reading material, but there was just something about the castle that was just wonderful. It was hard to explain it. It was something at the edge of his mind that he could somehow listen to using his arcane hearing, despite the ambient magical noise. It was something that felt like a sense of welcome, a smidge of affection, a home open for all those who wished to learn. Harry sat in a compartment with his friends, wondering when the next time they would see each other again would be. It didn't really matter. If Harry was staying in Diagon Alley, it would be easy to meet them somewhere, but he didn't want any nosy adult to try to butt into his living situation. He sure as hell wasn't going back to the Dursleys, that's for sure. Funnily enough, Gemma Farley walked up to their compartment in the middle of the train ride to give them a letter that could contain their final grades for their year. Unlike his friend, he opened it without an ounce of hesitation and read its content. It had 2 pieces of parchment. The first read the following: Dear Mr. Potter, we thank you for your dedication this year and would like to sincerely congratulate you on all of your achievements. The entirety of the Hogwarts staff is eager to see what shall come next. Yours truly, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. As for the second piece of parchment, it contained his grades. Passing grades: O equals outstanding. E equals exceeds expectations. A equals acceptable. Failing grades: P equals poor.
D égale dreadful.
T equals troll. Harry James Potter has achieved astronomy, O. Charms, O. Defense against the dark arts, O. Herbology, O. History of magic, O. Potions, O. Transfiguration, O. It seemed like they just didn't count the defense against the dark arts practical, or just gave him full marks. What was the protocol when the defense professor tries to kill you anyway? Underneath his grades were the end-of-year rankings, where Harry was unsurprisingly in first place, followed by Hermione Granger and Padma Patil. After his friends grilled him on his grades, he took a look at their own. They did pretty well, all things considered. Daphne, the most diligent in her studies, got an exceeds expectations or outstanding in all of her grades, and Tracy and Blaise almost did the same, both getting an acceptable in history of magic and Blaise having one in transfiguration while Tracy had one in charms. They all bickered about their grades as usual. Harry got teased for being a bookworm, and he told them all off for being underachievers. It was nice banter between friends, and the hours flew by quickly. Of course, all good things must end, and a distinct voice spoke up around him. We will be arriving in London in 5 minutes. They all said their goodbyes and promised to owl each other during the summer break. While everyone went to meet their families, Harry snuck off to the other side of the platform, ready to take the night bus to Diagon Alley. Of course, all of this completely froze when he saw a familiar obese figure standing on the other side of the platform. Vernon Dursley, in all his purple-faced mustached glory, was there, glaring at Harry for some reason. He grumpily walked towards Harry. "Hurry up, boy. We haven't got all day." Harry looked back towards the families exiting the platform. He didn't want to cause a scene here. The last time he spoke to the Dursleys, he had made it abundantly clear that he did not want anything to do with them again. Choosing not to confront the man in public, he followed him to his car and was readying a small speech to give him a piece of his mind. "And before you say anything, Harry will not be returning to the Dursleys. The next chapter will be a farewell, in a way, and for closure purposes, since I'm not planning on including them in the story again. So I thought it deserved at least a chapter, which will be officially the last one in the first year." Summer's Child. Chapter 62. Summer's Child. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 9th, 1992, King's Cross train station. Harry looked back towards the families exiting the platform. He didn't want to cause a scene here. The last time he spoke to the Dursleys, he had made it abundantly clear that he did not want anything to do with them again. Choosing not to confront the man in public, he followed him to his car and was readying a small speech to give him a piece of his mind. When he stopped by the man's car, his eyes widened when he saw his Aunt Petunia and his cousin Dudley in the car. The boy had lost some weight, Harry noticed, which was good for the formerly obese boy. Oh, he was still overweight, but he didn't look like a blonde potato, so that was a good thing. It seemed like his frankly childish rant when he left had rattled them enough to make a few changes. Even if he had made sure that he wanted absolutely nothing to do with them, Harry looked around to see if anyone was looking at them. From what he understood of the trace, he was in the clear if he wanted to use any magic. There were too many magical parents that would come pick up their children. The Ministry probably had a few Obliviators on standby in case something happened. That meant that Vernon literally held no leverage over him whatsoever. The Hogwarts Express was made just for the trip to Hogwarts, nothing more. It was built to facilitate Muggleborn from going to Hogwarts. It was made around 2 centuries back to replace the endless portkeys that had to be enchanted for every student to have. It was better to overwork a few Obliviators a few days a year, then arrange for hundreds of portkeys to be mailed to students and deposit them back to Hogsmeade. Outside of the trips to the school, the Hogwarts Express wasn't used, and thus, King's Cross wasn't really a common place for wizards to be, especially not to use their magic. But that didn't really matter now. Harry could use his magic as if he was in Diagon Alley. The Ministry wouldn't really notice anything odd in such an area concentrated with wizards and witches. Harry again made sure that no one could see him and just stood still in front of the car, refusing to get inside. The obese muggle started to look like he was slowly getting enraged. His eyes were reddening, and so was his face in general, for that matter. He practically snarled at Harry, "Well, hurry up, boy. We haven't got all day." The Potter Scion ignored him entirely. "What are you doing here?" The man moved in a threatening manner towards Harry, who simply raised his wand. At the sight of the magical stick, Vernon practically wilted away. Petunia paled in fear, and Dudley honestly looked confused. Had they not told him about his magic? Choosing to ignore the comical image of a man 5 times his size flinching away from him, Harry spoke once more. "I asked you what you're doing here. What do you think we're doing here?" "We're here to pick you up, boy," Petunia snarled back. "I got a letter from that freak school of yours with the time to come pick you up." "Yes, and we also agreed that it was time for us to go our separate ways. I live my life and you live yours. Isn't that what you always wanted? To get rid of the freak that your dead sister saddled you with. To get rid of the last connection you had to her world which you loathe with all your heart." Harry answered, "Yes. And we left you alone last summer. You didn't say anything about it being a permanent thing?" His aunt retorted. Harry stiffened, doing his best to recollect exactly what their conversation was about. It was so long ago, but by the end, he just remembered feeling free of them. During his stay in Hogwarts, he had made plans to stay by himself during the summer. There was a small voice in his head reminding him about how safe it would be to be with them. It was what the Harry in the stories did. After all, he shook his head and removed this thought. His confrontation with Quirrell had shown him that following the stories was not always a good idea. No, this was real life, and he wasn't going to follow some sort of silly script and let it dictate his life. Harry loved his new life. He loved his friends. But most of all, he loved using magic. He wasn't about to risk not practicing magic for the sake of a story in another life. Maybe he didn't specify that he wasn't going to leave the Dursleys permanently. But right now, he didn't care. He wasn't going back to Privet Drive. He wasn't going to leave his magic for their sake. The Potter Scion gave a good look at his aunt and spoke up. All right, then let's make it permanent then. I won't come back with you, and that's it. You what? The woman screeched. Again, Harry raised an eyebrow at the woman's voice. He really hadn't missed her voice, which is what he imagined a harpy sounded like. He had been forced to suffer this voice for years, and he had spent almost 12 blissful months without it. Look, I know you tend to be emotional, but please don't make a scene in the middle of London, Harry calmly retorted. So, that's it. You're moving out? Vernon spoke up with obvious glee on his face. Yes, I am. I can take care of myself, and you won't have to suffer my existence anymore. It sounds like a good compromise, right? Petunia looked like she wanted to protest, but Vernon answered for her. A very good compromise, yes? Well, of course, there's the legal side of things, Harry remarked, making them stiffen. Legal side? Petunia repeated blankly. Officially, I will still be living with you. At least, as far as the government is concerned. It's not really a bother, but things like the letter you got from my school and the like will be sent to your home occasionally. Every month during my summer break, I will come to see you in case you got any documents I might need. It will barely take 2 minutes of your time, 3 times a year. Other than that, we'll essentially be strangers. What do you think? Harry didn't really need to do this, and it was likely that it would be for nothing. He was still a ward of the Ministry in Magical Matters, but Petunia getting a letter from Hogwarts showed that the Dursleys weren't entirely separated from him. It was better to visit them 3 times a year than just accidentally miss an important document that was sent their way. He couldn't risk the Ministry looking too deeply into his home life and messing his nice little system up. Again, Petunia wanted to protest, but Vernon spoke up for her. It sounds like a small price to pay for peace, boy. Come on, Toonie, we're going home. No, the woman exclaimed. You're supposed to be Lily's boy, not this thing. You're not supposed to leave. You should stay with us. And do what exactly? Harry protested. I love magic. I am magic. And no matter how much you would like to have your nephew with you, I know that you hate magic more. I saw it when I took out my wand. I saw your fear, your hatred, your bitterness. Stop being attached to the past, to a sister that you hated, and move on with your life. We're too different to live together without both of us being miserable. Let me go back to my magic, and I will let you go back to the normalcy you crave. Goodbye, Aunt Petunia. I'll see you in a month. Harry turned and left his relatives near their car. He didn't look back. The Dursleys were his past, but they were not his future. He wasn't going to tie himself to some script anymore. Staying at the Dursleys would make them all miserable. It was better to rip the bandage now and make boundaries clear than to stay in Privet Drive out of some misguided flimsy blood ties. Harry took one quick trip to the bathroom, and he took off his clothes after locking himself in a stall. He took out a small vial of potion from his school bag and drank it in one gulp. He suppressed the urge to gag at the taste. Still, Harry's form started to slowly grow until he looked like a man with his familiar messy hair and green eyes. He had drunk an aging potion. Harry had stocked up on them over the school year, purchasing one every week or so. He had enough to last him the summer. The Potter Scion opened his bag and took out the large outfit that he had owl-ordered months back, and by the end, he looked like a dashing wizard, with a suitcase. With that done, he went out to the street and waved his wand in the manner described by the book he had read. There was a deafening bang, and Harry blinked to shield his eyes from the sudden bright light. When he opened them, he saw that a gigantic pair of wheels and headlights screeched to a halt exactly in front of him. They belonged, as Harry saw when he raised his head, to a triple-decker, violently purple bus, which had appeared out of thin air. Gold lettering over the windshield spelt the night bus. Yeah, it wouldn't be his most preferred method of transportation, but there wasn't a flue in King's Cross, and he didn't have any other choice. He didn't have any muggle money to get a normal cab, so that was his only choice. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a conductor in a purple uniform, who leapt out of the bus and started to speak loudly. Welcome to the night bus. Emergency transport for the stranded witch or wizard. Just stick out your wand hand. Step on board, and we can take you anywhere you want to go. My name is Stan Shunpike, and I will be your conductor this evening. Where would you like to go? Harry tried to look as unfazed as ever. Diagon Alley, please. A short trip, then, Stan remarked. That would be 5 sickles for the trip. You could get a chocolate, a bottle of water, and a toothbrush in the color of your choice if you upgrade for just 4 sickles more. Harry shook his head and took out 5 sickles from his gold pouch. The standard ticket is fine, thank you. You lost, the conductor remarked. He then helped Harry lift his trunk with Hedwig's cage balanced on top, up the steps of the bus. The man pointed at a seat and said, "This is your seat. Over there is the driver, Ernie Prang. Try not to disturb him if you can." He then yelled at the driver, "Take her away, Ern." There was another tremendous bang, and the next moment Harry found himself glued to his seat, thrown backwards by the speed of the night bus. Harry stared out of the window and saw that they were now bowling along a completely different street. And so, the bus kept going and stopping, dropping one passenger after another. Honestly, Harry was starting to get motion sick. The total trip was probably around 15 minutes, but they felt like hours. Honestly, if he wasn't riding the damn thing, he would have been fascinated by the enchantments used to make this marvelous piece of magic. There had to be some spatial magic and a way to accelerate on a ludicrous level. But alas, he was doing his best not to care about any of it. He almost cried in relief when Stan started to yell at Harry, "Hey, you! We'll be in Diagon Alley soon. Get ready." Finally, Ern slammed on the brakes and the night bus skidded to a halt in front of a small and shabby-looking pub, the Leaky Cauldron, behind which lay the magical entrance to Diagon Alley. "Thanks," Harry said to the driver. He jumped down the steps and helped Stan lower his trunk and Hedwig's cage onto the pavement. He then looked at the familiar inn and took a deep breath. Yeah, he had a feeling that this was going to be his favorite summer yet. Prerogative. Chapter 63. Prerogative. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 14th, 1992, Hogwarts. Albus Dumbledore sat in his chair, pondering on the happenings of the previous year. With the students gone, the castle was oddly quiet, with only ghosts, elves, and the portraits keeping him company. His plans with the Philosopher's Stone were a resounding success. The confirmation of Lord Voldemort's survival was very valuable, and so was having an active participant to a true prophecy. Neville Longbottom had no idea of his true value, that until the prophecy is fulfilled, fate itself will move mountains for his survival. And in the case he wasn't cooperative, or if the prophecy would obviously not end in his victory, breaking the prophecy and using it as fuel for a ritual could be very beneficial for Albus in the long run, as regrettable as that might be. The boy arrived exactly as he predicted. He was arrogant and spoilt, but fairly talented, at least for a normal wizard. And Albus Dumbledore was nothing but a normal wizard. His tranquility was interrupted by a visually livid woman fleeing to his office. He had been waiting for this meeting and dreading it at the same time. This woman could inevitably ruin many of his plans, just out of stubbornness. The visitor was tall, thin, and bony. She was wearing her customary stuffed vulture hat and was carrying her red handbag. The witch looked surprisingly formidable despite her age and was a terror in the Wisingamot session. It was Augusta Longbottom, the grandmother of the boy who lived. Honestly, Albus preferred to call him the child of the prophecy. He wasn't really special regards to living. His mother had used a sacrificial ritual of his own design to trap Voldemort. Well, it was a ritual that the light, which he had sworn to almost a century back, helped him devise. He knew to trust the small whispers guiding his movements over the years, and they always delivered. Honestly, it was lucky that Lord Voldemort hadn't gone after the Potter himself. Whatever monstrosity Lily Potter had conjured on Godric's Hollows was unlike anything he had ever seen. It was good that young malleable Neville Longbottom was the child of the prophecy in the long run. It made his planning a lot more flexible, all things considered. The willful and strangely intelligent Potter boy would have made a terrible weapon, although, if he had a better hand in his upkeep, he would have probably grown up differently. Dumbledore, you have a lot to explain? Oh, right. Augusta was there to meet him. She had refused him access to young Neville in the past, probably paranoid because of the death of her son and daughter-in-law. But that wasn't nearly enough to stop him from influencing the boy. Just his reputation had been enough, considering the awe in the boy's eyes whenever he looked at Albus. Back to the angry grandmother. Albus pretended to sigh loudly. Can you be a little more specific, Augusta? The Philosopher's Stone, the little tests, the possessed professor. What else do you want me to say? The woman thundery returned. The aged headmaster repressed a sigh. The boy had ended up blabbing to his grandmother. After all, he had thought that he would have a smidge of discretion after all. Alas, the boy really was a Gryffindor to the bone. That woman really was irritating. Her husband was far easier to get along with. He had House Longbottom on his side in any Wisengamot meeting, but now he had to appease her at every turn. Well, I can tell you that the Philosopher's Stone was nowhere in the castle. It was a small diversion Nicholas and I made to prepare to fake his and his wife's deaths and see if Lord Voldemort was still alive. I dare say that it worked wonderfully so far. Albus explained. He was lying slightly in this. The Philosopher's Stone was in the castle, just under very heavy wards in a secret room in his office. His control over Hogwarts was enough to divert the magical aura of the stone and make it appear to be in the forbidden corridor. Lord Voldemort in his prime probably wouldn't have been fooled by it, but as reduced as he was, possessing an average wraith with barely a fraction of the power and skill he held, and counting for his desperation to regain his body, it was enough to trick him. The woman didn't seem to be appeased at all. And my grandson's involvement in this mess? I will admit that I did not expect him to take that as an invitation to figure out the ploy and try to stop it himself. It was never meant to involve him in any way, Dumbledore answered with a calming tone. So, it was just a coincidence that you pull this off during the first year you have access to Neville. The head of House Longbottom answered with a dubious tone. Yes, it was. It coincided with some very disturbing rumors I heard of a malicious wraith in Albania, which I thought might be Voldemort. And it was confirmed that he was still alive. Did you really wish that his return be a surprise, that your grandson and the legacy of Frank and Alice would be unprepared to deal with him when he inevitably returns? He will not leave the boy. You know it, I know it. This defeat was a sting to his pride, to his supposed supremacy. He will not take it lying down. It was easier to scare the woman than to try to outfight her stubbornness. It showed in the manner she paled in fear and flinched at the probable danger coming her grandson's way. It was better to give her that wake-up call, to remind her of the active threat a surviving Lord Voldemort could pose to her legacy. What are you doing to stop that monster? Well, there was a plan in place to capture him in his wraith form. The small trials were supposed to only slow him down, making him overconfident after passing the Cerberus. I put in place an artifact that was supposed to trap him, as it has many people. With the lure of the stone, it should have been done and over. Alas, it proved to be ineffective, be it because of your grandson's involvement, or it simply did not work on whatever Voldemort has become. You can understand how I took that small risk to stop a war in the long run. A war that will inevitably come if he ever returns, and he will start by going after young Neville, Dumbledore explained. Yes, Albus had planned on trapping the wraith of Lord Voldemort in the Mirror of Heist. It was a way to eliminate Lord Voldemort without having to kill him and still keep the prophecy alive in case of emergency. True prophecies were rare, and Albus had felt its power when Sybil Trelawney had spoken hers all those years ago. But Neville had no hand in the mirror failing. The magic was simply incompatible. The wraith was entranced by the mirror, but Voldemort had the willpower to break free of it eventually. The space inside of the mirror refused to absorb the wraith and trap it inside for some reason. It was a long shot at best, but it was a very curious phenomenon. It was why he had also let the confrontation between the possessed professor and young Neville occur. He needed to study his mother's protection. Even if he had designed it, the protections were something new. He didn't always understand the will of the light and just followed its guidance. It had never led him wrong, but he was very curious as to the nature of the protection itself and how it would react with Voldemort trying to finish the job. Well, from what he could understand, the boy would be safe from the supposed Dark Lord for now. It made the boy practically invincible. According to the prophecy, he must die at the hand of Voldemort, and yet, the protections assured him that he wouldn't, unless something drastic happened. This was the power of the weapon he had created against Voldemort. The headmaster's musings were interrupted by the Longbottom matriarch. And now what? Well, Voldemort is a very intelligent wizard, Albus said, and he will not fall into the same trap again. I had hoped to do this subtly, but I will need to research the method with which he survived the killing curse. We need to counteract his immortality somehow. I will continue to do this discreetly to avoid any mass panic, or his old followers from returning, which is why I'm asking you to tell young Neville to not spread the news of Voldemort's survival to the general public. As for now, we can do nothing but wait. It will take time for him to return, time which you will need to prepare your grandson for the worst that could come. The woman nodded and took a deep breath to calm herself before straightening out. But why did you make the trials this easy? Well, I didn't want any student to accidentally get hurt trying to be adventurous. The Cerberus was explicitly ordered to not hurt any wizard or witch under the age of 18, but still target possessed students and professors. The Devil's Snare was bred to inject paralytics and simply knock out the intruders. The broom key was just a delaying tactic, at best. The giant chess set was enchanted to knock out the intruder, nothing more. The room the trolls were in was warded to petrify the beasts and the students in case of mortal peril, and the poison potions contained sleeping potions. A student who would have that gotten far would have been unharmed in my trial, as they will need to know about the stone to be trapped. Even then, they could be released rather easily by myself. Everything was planned. I could not risk a student getting severely hurt under my watch. Tell that to the Potter boy, Augusta retorted. Albus suppressed a flinch at that. That was an unfortunate accident. That boy saved my grandson's life in that foolish detention that you allowed to happen. And he was attacked again under your watch. It's a miracle he was able to pass with all the days he missed. The long-bottom matriarch continued. Yeah, that was a sore spot. Dumbledore's opinion of the Potter boy was mixed. Sometimes, he just looked so similar to a familiar Slytherin boy with a troubled childhood, and yet there was a kindness and gentleness to him. He was a prodigy when it came to magic. Albus had noticed the obvious signs of a clemency training when the boy practically fed him the memories he wanted. They weren't modified, at least not in a way he could notice. The pain was too real, the emotions too wild to be fake. It was how you knew a memory was fake. A competent mind mage might be able to change how things looked and how they sounded, but it was almost impossible to fake a feeling because you had to have felt it. Even then, the boy was 11 years of age. Even the most outlandish of prodigies did not achieve this much in just a year of magical education. Still, the boy had been attacked under his watch, and it was his inaction and anticipation of destroying Voldemort once, and for all that almost caused the death of the boy. He owed it to his father at the very least to keep him safe. James Potter had heavily supposed the war against Voldemort as a member of the Order of the Phoenix, especially financially. He had been tempted to use what remained after the man's death, especially when dealing with the damage of the fire of Godric's Hollow, but he couldn't rob a boy of the meager remains. That wouldn't really help on a large scale. I will admit that what happened to young Harry was my fault. I can't take it back, but the boy fully recovered, and I do not plan on endangering him anymore. For James and Lily's sake. The severe-looking woman nodded imperiously. That boy was Alice's godson. See to it that he's not endangered again. The headmaster returned her nod, and the woman silently walked towards his personal flue and left. Albus sagged the moment he left. Dealing with that woman was exhausting. Still, as crafty as ever. Aren't you, Albus? A familiar voice spoke up behind him. He had felt the man's presence the moment he snuck in during the conversation, but he did his best not to react. Well, I have learnt from the best, Nicholas. The Alchemist. Chapter 64. The Alchemist. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. June 14th, 1992, Hogwarts. The headmaster returned her nod, and the woman silently walked towards his personal flue and left. Albus sagged the moment he left. Dealing with that woman was exhausting. Still, as crafty as ever. Aren't you, Albus? A familiar voice spoke up behind him. He had felt the man's presence the moment he snuck in during the conversation, but he did his best not to react. Well, I have learnt from the best, Nicholas. Albus didn't really like to admit it, even to himself, but he was always wary of the famed alchemist. Nicholas Flamel might not even come close to rivaling him in power or strength, but he had mastered his magic to a ridiculous degree. He had learnt during his apprenticeship with the man how ridiculous the man's skill in alchemy on a conceptual level was. Albus would never dream to come close to his skill in the field, even with the light itself guiding him. The headmaster turned to speak to his former mentor and saw the familiar figure of an elderly, frail old man with silver hair. He looked like a soft breeze could topple him over. Oh, Albus knew that his appearance was deceiving. The man could move like a seasoned orar and had more energy than a teenager, thanks to the elixir of life. Yes, you have. And what a disappointment you've become, Albus. You had so much potential, the famed alchemist muttered slightly. I embraced my destiny, Nicholas. You were only trying to delay the inevitable. What I have done was necessary. You have seen the results of my work. A magical piece on a global scale. The children are growing in the light without the dangers of the traitorous dark. I do not understand why you condemn my actions so much. Dumbledore returned with a slightly heated tone. Then what do you call your spat with the Riddle Boy? Is that what your precious piece is? Most of the founding families of Britain have been either reduced to single members or just wiped out in his war. In your war, defeating Grindelwald was not the end of all of your worries. Albus gritted his teeth. He would admit that Tom Riddle took him by surprise with both his power and his determination. He wasn't a champion of the dark. He had even checked on his old friend in Nurmengard in case he perished or somehow passed on his powers to another. You could never be sure with Gellert. But the British Civil War came out of nowhere. He didn't expect it. Without anyone to rival him in power, the political scene was his to do as he pleased. And he did push things for the greater good of the magical world. He had tried to eradicate the dark in a way that no champion before him had tried, by introducing a progressive faction that would slowly dismantle the rituals and traditions that were so commonly used by the followers of the dark. It had worked. Spells were banned, knowledge censored, and rituals destroyed. And it showed how effective it was. The years between the war with Grindelwald and Voldemort's emergence were the closest thing to a magical utopia ever since Camelot fell. Tom Riddle is an aberration, one that sacrificed everything he had for power. I never expected anyone to be prepared to lose so much of themselves and still be relatively functional. He's barely even human anymore. The headmaster retorted, for all your power, you still do not understand. These excuses show that I have failed you as a teacher. Your little display with the house points shows how little foresight you can have sometimes. It seems like wisdom is something that you still lack even after over a century of life. The old man answered with a soft and infuriatingly mysterious tone while shaking his head. I had very little choice in the matter. With Voldemort's inevitable return, it is imperative to prevent his future followers from getting any dangerous knowledge from the restricted section. You know that I wanted to stop the privileges of the cup for years, Dumbledore explained to his mentor. Then you could have removed the knowledge from the restricted section. It's not like you haven't done it before. So, what is it really? Fine, the headmaster said. Some of the members of my faction didn't like the idea of a fourth Slytherin victory in a row. Many heirs have started Hogwarts, and their parents want a chance to see their children grow and surpass those of traditional families. I had to be heavy-handed because I certainly didn't expect Gryffindor to end up in last place with such a difference. Minerva was particularly strict when it came to punishing her own house, and Neville Longbottom was very troublesome to handle. At least that makes sense. You and your politics. You're losing yourself in them, boy. You have been trying your best to create the world of your dreams that you bound yourself to the wills of others. What happened to your sister was a tragedy and an accident, but do you have to limit yourself so? People are starting to forget why they followed you in the first place. A few decades ago, not a single family would have dared give you such an ultimatum. Simply because I chose not to act like some sort of brute does not mean that my methods are inefficient, Dumbledore protested. And yet, you're slowly losing, aren't you? The famed alchemist said with his usual infuriating tone. The sad thing was that he was right. Dumbledore had at the prime of his political power control over half the Wizengamot. And yet with the appearance of the conservative faction, or as they like to call themselves, the neutrals, had split the Wizengamot into 3 factions. It was slow at first, but members of the progressives and traditionalists started to flock to avoid choosing between Voldemort's and Dumbledore's ideologies. This created a risk for his faction to leave at any moment since they had a place to turn to where they could be accepted and that they would return to. Currently, Albus' faction was made up of around a third of the Wizengamot, and he had to constantly try to convince members of the conservatives to vote out any relevant law. It was cumbersome, and it certainly slowed down his momentum immensely. I am sorry that you think that I am a disappointment just because I haven't followed the plans you laid out for me. Don't think that I haven't noticed your machinations with Vlad Dracul, who happened to be Gellert's mentor as well, Dumbledore heatedly retorted. I will admit that creating a peaceful interaction between the light and dark champions has always been a motivation of mine and Dracul. We hope to break the cycle of hatred, of bringing true peace. It didn't seem possible with yours and Gellert's predecessors. They were too volatile, too consumed by the powers. Alas, we still dreamed. The last time a champion of the light and a champion of the dark united, Hogwarts was built, and an age of prosperity followed. The two of you were getting so close until the Ariana incident. You delved into the light, and Gellert embraced the dark. Each one of you hoped to create a mockery of the world you planned together, and it turned into a war between the two of you. You tried to meddle with something that shouldn't be meddled with. The light and the dark are enemies, and you know it. How many champions have you trained over the years? You should know this fact intimately. And how is what I have accomplished a mockery? The headmaster asked. You have destroyed magical society in a way that was never done before. Boy, Flammel retorted, and for the first time, he looked angry. You have turned a race of explorers, of inventors and theorists, and turned them into muggles with magic. To be a mage is to walk with death, and you took that away from them, from us. You rendered the magical population into content simpletons. Albus. The progress in magical innovation has slowed down ever since your victory over Gellert. Enough of these games, Nicholas. You did not come to rehash an argument we had many times. Why are you here? You know exactly why I am here, Albus, the famed alchemist replied while snorting. I heard a rumor that you destroyed my stone. It was an accident, Albus started. The man burst into laughter. Oh, my boy, you have so much to learn. You asked me long ago how I made my stone, and I always refused to answer. I might have been magically bound to lend it to you, but I am sure that you failed to understand what it even is, let alone how to use it. So, let me give you a small hint. If what you had said was true, if you truly have destroyed it, then the island of Scotland would have been nothing more than a large crater. What is it? Albus asked, despite his reservation. It is my greatest accomplishment and my greatest failure. After graduating from Busebattens, Perenelle was sick. I had never seen anything like it, and I loved her more than life itself. It was a curse that was in her bloodline, that made her life force leak out faster. It was cast using a sacrifice of an innocent soul by a champion of the dark, and was strengthened by powering itself from the very life force that was leaked by its victim. In every generation, it grew stronger, and it was very old. It was a miracle the line hadn't died out somehow, but I had to save her. Alas, I was only skilled in alchemy, but nothing really more than that. You know the rules of alchemy, equivalent exchange. Albus did not like where the story was going. Nicholas always seemed like a wise old man, a bit demanding, a little forcing and grumpy, but to commit human sacrifices, it was just so out of character. I found a way to nullify any other curse by sacrificing guilty souls, but Perenelle's was cast by a champion of the dark. Nothing seemed to be enough until I was desperate enough to just let magic decide. I create a plague that would not stop until the price would have been enough. It took millions of lives for the stone to be created, but it was nearly not enough, except that a newborn light champion was killed by it as well. It was able to supercharge the ritual and become the tool for immortality that it is today. Of course, the next champion immediately cornered me and bound me to the light, to track down the light champions and train them until my dying breath. I saved Perenelle but lost my freedom. No one but could use the thing anyway. I have to activate it to work, and destroying the stone would have released the energy trapped within it, and it would have resulted in a spectacular explosion. Albus was flabbergasted. The Black Plague, that was you? I was young, desperate, foolish, and in love. I never told Perenelle about how I created the stone, but she does know of my servitude of the light. I still think she knows, to be honest. Seers tend to see through people rather easily. Now, Albus, my stone. Albus nodded, stood up, and waved his wand towards a blank wall. The stone slowly parted into a metallic vault. He put his hand on it, and it disappeared as well, leaving a large vault filled with his most treasured artifacts. He handed over the stone to his former mentor, who grabbed it. The stone started to glow, meaning it was activated, and suddenly, Albus heard the whispers of the light come to life. Nicholas had activated the stone, and they were urging him to take it. It seems that the light believes that the man's sentence was over. Quick as a snake, Dumbledore whipped his wand and sent a spell at the distracted alchemist, who was inspecting his artifact. The man gasped in pain and doubled over. "I am sorry that it's ending like this, Nicholas. I have treasured your tutoring greatly, but alas, the light deems your servitude to be over. I release you from your oath." The desperation in the man's eyes that he expected to see wasn't there. Instead, he was laughing. It seems that she was right, after all. Who was right? Albus asked, more out of curiosity than anything. "Perenelle. She said that my penance would be over soon, that it was time for a new adventure." The man answered while gasping. "I will need to visit her after this," Albus murmured to himself. The dying man snorted. "No, you don't. Perenelle is dead. She died in her sleep yesterday. Those were the last words she ever said to me." Before Albus could even digest what the man said, the alchemist coughed up blood and pressed it on the stone. It glowed and disappeared with a flash of light. "No," Albus yelled. "Do you really think I would let you have my stone, boy?" The alchemist answered with a gasp. "Where is the stone, Flammel?" The man was giggling. "I don't know. That's the best part. It's lost to me, to you, to everyone. But that's not what's important now. You have far bigger things to worry about, boy. Death is coming, and it has eyes on you." Those were the last words the immortal alchemist said before life left his eyes, leaving an enraged headmaster to pick up the pieces. Summer Days. Chapter 65. Summer Days. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. July 17th, 1992. Diagon Alley. Harry jumped down the steps and helped Stan lower his trunk and Hedwig's cage onto the pavement. He then looked at the familiar inn and took a deep breath. Yeah, he had a feeling that this was going to be his favorite summer yet. Over the course of the previous month, Harry's theory was proven to be correct. This was, in fact, his favorite summer so far. In his previous one, there was still this nervousness at being in another world, utterly alien to what he was used to. He had put himself out there just to try to find a way to use magic. Having come very far over the course of the last year in mastering his magic, the Potter Scion was confident that he could handle whatever was thrown at him. Living by yourself was surprisingly freeing. Well, if you don't need to deal with my responsibilities that came with independence, that is. Having been staying in the leaky cauldron for over a month, Harry didn't need to clean or cook meals. Instead, he did his best to simply relax and enjoy his summer. There was more to the magical world than books, after all, and he had forgotten what it was like to be amongst adults, not children. Yeah, he was pretty much always using aging potions to move around. He looked like an average Hogwarts graduate, and people just spoke to him normally. There were side effects to prolonged use of aging potions, of course, but they tended to affect people trying to look younger, not the other way around. According to numerous researchers and potion masters, the only thing he risked was mild aches for a few weeks because of the large difference in size after he comes back to his normal body. Although, there were documents of actually accelerated aging when using the potion substantially to look younger. His older form allowed him to explore the alley properly. It turned out that Diagon Alley itself is simply the hub of magical London, but it didn't really stop there. It was an alley where any wizard, or which will probably be able to find any normal item they needed. The shops, for all how dingy and unclean they looked, were very expensive since most of the population just went there to get their stuff. Other shops had needed to settle from branches of the alley. To be able to survive, they were either really specialized or really cheap. You won't find a secondhand store anywhere in the main alley, but in Bargain Lane, they were commonplace. The Charmers Lane is specified for custom charm jobs. There were shops for just enchanting clothes. Hell, Carket Market was a street filled with stalls that sold magical creatures and anything related to them. Then, there was Nocturne Alley, of course. Even in his adult form, Harry didn't dare venture there. The horror stories he heard about that place were enough. It wasn't even the danger of being hurt. Not that it was insignificant. It was mostly the fact that it was a close-knit community and that he would be caught as an outsider in seconds. Magical Britain isn't that large, and people living in the seedier parts of the city all know one another. And for all its reputation with the dark arts, the alley was mostly home to the outcasts of magical society. Werewolves, vampires, hags, and every sentient magical being that the common wizards dislike are just sent there. The rents are cheap, people don't ask questions, and you can just do your job in peace. Of course, if you want to buy anything illegal, it would be probably easier to find a place no one asks any questions. So, yeah, the rest of the alley was just enough for him. For now, it might be cowardly, but the Sorting Hat did choose to put him in Slytherin for a reason. Harry opened his eyes this morning, not expecting any letters. Blaise was back in Italy for the summer, and Daphne was currently in Greece for the holidays. Tracy's parents had taken her camping in the woods for some reason. She had grumbled about it in her last letter. So, with all his friends doing their own thing, Harry decided to do his. He walked down the stairs and saw Tom waiting for him. "Oh, hey Harry." "Hey Tom," the Potter scion greeted. "Do you want the usual?" the man asked. "Yes, that would be wonderful, Tom." Tom went to the kitchen with his order, just a standard English breakfast, and was accosted by a small barn owl with a familiar newspaper in her talons. Harry took out the paper and gave a couple of nuts for the owl to take as payment, and it flew away immediately after. By then, his breakfast was laid out for him. He took a sip of his coffee, relishing its taste, before opening the newspaper and almost spitting it out in shock at the headline. Nicholas Flamel found dead in his home. Underneath the huge title, "The Famous Alchemist and His Wife." Perenelle looked lying dead in the living room. Unlike most wizarding photos, this one was not moving at all. The two former immortals looked like they were sleeping together on the couch, not dead as they are. Of course, the rest of the article was the typical Rita Skeeter nonsense. It started with the man's accomplishment, his contributions to the field of alchemy, his association with Dumbledore, everything that was pretty much summarized in his chocolate frog card in just a couple of sentences. The bodies looked fresh, but the effects of the elixir of life were unknown to everyone, hence why no one said anything about it. Curiously, the man had left a sizable sum of gold for Busebattens, and people are still theorizing if there was still more that was hidden away. Yeah, the world was going on treasure hunts trying to find any caches of gold. As always, it wouldn't be a Rita Skeeter article without some sort of scandal. Apparently, she supposed that one of the alchemist's possible experiments on wizards backfired and killed him and his wife, or that the philosopher's stone was a lie all along. Harry had to admit that for all the ridiculousness of it, the woman had a way with words. It was too bad she wasted them on trash like this. Funnily enough, the location of the philosopher's stone wasn't really mentioned anywhere in the article. That was the terrifying part. Somehow, the Daily Prophet just ignored the man's most notable achievement. Dumbledore must have had a hand in that. Or maybe it looked like the deaths were natural, hence the assumption that the stone was destroyed or stolen. Still, things didn't look good. No matter what happened, the timing didn't match. Even if the stone was really destroyed as Dumbledore would say, they should have had the foresight to have more elixir. They left the damn thing with Dumbledore for a year. They wouldn't just only have enough elixir for exactly a single year. This was murder, and Harry was afraid of the implication of such murder. Flamel was a constant in the magical world for 6 centuries, and just like that, he was gone. And that was worrying. It was a reminder that the world wasn't safe, and that no matter how experienced you are, you can never be safe. Dumbledore must be far more dangerous than he had expected. Voldemort's words came to mind slightly before the Potter scion dismissed them. These were the ravings of a mass-murdering, power-hungry madman who wanted to convince Harry to join him for some reason. He couldn't trust a word that thing said. The screaming when he had killed that unicorn still haunted his dream. The utterly wrong act of slaying something so fundamentally pure was disgusting. Back to the Flamel situation, Harry expected the demand for alchemical products to rise immensely in Europe. Alchemists were already rare, and the number of competent ones in Europe could be counted on 2 hands. Dumbledore had essentially bought a ticket to fortune in the aftermath of Flamel's death. He was the only real source of alchemical products. The classes in Hogwarts were nothing more than an introduction to the field. 2 years were not enough to become anything more than an amateur in alchemy, and the products on demand were notoriously complicated. This was a decisive win for Dumbledore, and that was a fact. It really was a shame. Harry had wanted to meet Flamel eventually, to understand what it meant to see the world go round before their eyes, to see civilizations be born and destroyed. He wanted to pick the man's brain when it came to alchemy, perhaps even create a philosopher's stone of his own. But that wasn't possible anymore. Choosing to not ponder too much on the issue, Harry decided to just explore the alley. He had already gone to the alley, but he didn't really buy anything, apart from a few curiosities. He did get his glasses charmed to magnify things by him touching the handle. These looked dead useful, and he wanted them. Harry also wanted to buy his school supplies, at least his standard one since his letters still hadn't come in. After buying a few quills and rolls of parchment, Harry decided to have some ice cream at Florian Foreskew's ice cream parlor before going to the bookstore to see if the new books came out. Hogwarts was notorious for giving the book list at the last minute because of the defense professors changing every year. Still, Dumbledore might have finally found a defense professor. Harry really hoped it wasn't Lockhart. The Potter scion couldn't stomach another useless year of defense to deal with. Honestly, the man's book would have been sold very well as fiction books. He was a good writer and competent as a public persona, but it was obvious that some of these stories were outlandish. Who in their right mind wrestles a werewolf anyway? Finally, Harry arrived at the bookstore and as always was disappointed in the lack of a Hogwarts book list. He finally decided to just browse in the collection. Flourish and Blots was honestly the only bookstore in the alley. There weren't any libraries or any place that sold books really. Funnily enough, Harry had seen a most Patini Potions book in a second-hand shop he browsed. He had immediately bought it for a couple of galleons, knowing that it was worth so much more in both knowledge and value. Still, there seemed to be something fundamental about the lack of widespread knowledge, at least with any magical knowledge. Back to Flourish and Blots, there was a sign with a giant moving poster of Lockhart. The man in the poster was grinning and winking at everyone, and Harry suppressed the urge to curse the Ponce. And yet various witches kept sighing whenever he did that. What the hell was wrong with these people? Still, the Potter scion decided to look at the announcement. Apparently, the man was coming to sign his new book release. Having decided not to continue, Harry decided to leave the bookstore. His mood was already sour because of what happened to Flammel, and well, Lockhart fanatics were not going to help things. Harry slowly wandered around until he found himself in the leaky cauldron once more. He just walked up the stairs and entered his room. The Flammel situation simply would not leave his mind. The utter fear he felt at the idea of not being secure enough for something like that to happen. He learnt one thing for certain, and that was the fact that Dumbledore was fucking terrifying. He didn't want anything to do with the man, really, but that was it. With determination in his eyes, the last Potter proclaimed, "This is not over. I will become powerful, and I will survive. This is a promise." Planning a Heist. Chapter 66. Planning a Heist. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. August 2nd, 1992, Diagon Alley. He learnt one thing for certain, and that was the fact that Dumbledore was fucking terrifying. He didn't want anything to do with the man, really, but that was it. With determination in his eyes, the last Potter proclaimed, "This is not over. I will become powerful, and I will survive. This is a promise." Today was the day. Harry had woken up in the morning with a huge smile on his face. Living in Diagon Alley and being able to do magic without anyone saying anything was simply amazing. But after a month of solitude, he was slightly lonely. The feeling was surprising. In his previous life, he had no one. He took care of his family, of his brother, but they were family. In a way, he relished the time when he could spend on his own, something that made him feel like shit after his brother passed away. Alas, life was cruel and ironic that way. And yet, here he was, free of any obligation, free of any supervision, and he was feeling lonely. He hadn't expected to be so attached to his friends like this, especially considering the mental age difference, even if it was more of a technicality. Honestly, looking back to the previous year, he really shouldn't have acted that way. He was impulsive, cowardly, and vindictive. The way he humiliated Malfoy for insulting his parents was proof of that. He had spent years as an educator in his previous life, and he knew he could have handled it better. Although, he only taught to students in high school who were a lot more mature, if a little rebellious, than his classmates. Honestly, the way he rebuffed Longbottom's attempt at friendship was due to his fear. Neville Longbottom was the boy who lived. Danger will follow him to the ends of the earth, and Harry wanted nothing to do with it. But the petty rivalry they had was not something he would have done in his past life. He would have simply shrugged and let the children deal with their own mess. Their opinion shouldn't have mattered, and yet it did. Harry had to admit that he was different from the man he used to be. He was mature for a child his age, but he didn't really have the maturity of an adult. This dichotomy was confusing. He had the emotional range of a child and the memories of an adult. And in a way, Harry did not want to stay the same man from his past life. He remembered how empty the man was. He had no purpose, no ambition, no love, no hate, no anger. He had no friends, no rivals, and it was only the act of teaching that brought a spark of passion into his life. He didn't dream of wealth, and yet he craved love but didn't feel like he would ever get to feel it or have someone feel it towards him, even if he didn't understand what love truly was. Harry still didn't understand it, to be completely honest, and yet he was hopeful that he would ever feel it. Harrison Smith was like a meat puppet that was just going through the motions, waiting for something to fill up the endless hole inside of him. And yet he knew deep down that the chances of that happening were slim to none. The Potter scion liked to distance himself from the man. He liked to think that they were two different people, even if the two of them tended to overlap. Perhaps it was a desperate attempt to not to share the man's fate, and if it meant having a shard of immaturity left in him, then it was a price he was willing to pay. Still, this childish, cowardly thinking almost got him killed a few months ago. He had done everything right, and yet it didn't matter. Lord Voldemort had tried to kill him, and it was his magic crest and cloak of invisibility that saved his life. It had nearly killed him, but the cloak's ability had a lot of possibilities. Phasing through magic was a very overpowered ability, one that he was hoping to one day be able to use when his magic has matured enough. Still, Harry wondered what other secrets the cloak held. There was no mention of this ability in anything he had read about the Deathly Hallows, and his frustratingly silent magical crest was annoying. Other than saving his life in dire situations, the crest didn't really do anything. He was thankful for it, but it still was a mystery. He had a few guesses, of course, the first of which was the fact that it was the Peveril family crest, not the Potter one. The interaction between the crest and the cloak was enough of a hint, but any knowledge about the family was very scarce for some reason, so he was going around blind on that front. And yet, Harry doubted that his crest would be able to save him from a basilisk. Yeah, staying passive while a Dark Lord was possessing a professor was one thing. There wasn't really anything he could do about it. He was inexperienced in terms of magic to fight Quirrell, something that he was reminded of in both his encounters with him, and with anyone in a position of authority would ask how he knew that Quirrell was possessed. There was very little thing he could do, but try to stay out of the way. It didn't work as intended, of course, and Harry didn't know which fate fuckery happened with Longbottom to get him to kill Quirrell. But a basilisk actively attacking students in a school was where he drew the line. He wasn't going to gamble on the fact that the students would all be lucky enough to only see the reflection of the King of Serpents. Basilisks were the stuff of nightmares. They were beings of alchemy and blood magic that are designed to be the magical equivalent of weapons of mass destruction. Their killing stares were enough to make them very dangerous, but their magically impervious skin was immune to practically any damage, and their venom was so corrosive that it destroyed magic in the same way fiendfire did. A drop was enough to destroy wards or protection enchantments. Breeding a basilisk was an immediate death sentence all over the world, and everyone knew it. Thankfully, basilisks were hunted down to extinction centuries ago, when the Statute of Secrecy was put in place, and any record of their creation was destroyed on a global scale using an extremely powerful secrecy spell. That was how dangerous these things were. Having children die on his watch because he chose to be passive was too much of a chance. He needed to intercept the diary, and the most convenient place to do it was in Diagon Alley, where Malfoy puts it in Ginny Weasley's cauldron, which according to the books, would be today. It was the day of Gilderoy Lockhart coming to Flourish and Blots to sign his autobiography. He had gone practically every day to the library in case he was mistaken. He wasn't going to take any chances with the diary. The only complication was that Harry's friends were coming that day as well. They were all back from their trips, and Tracy had insisted that they go buy their books on that day, probably because of Lockhart being there. That meant that Harry had to nab the diary in his normal body, aka in the body of a 12-year-old. It was nice that they wanted to hang out with him near his birthday. All of them coming back to London by the end of July wasn't really a coincidence, and the gifts they had given him were thoughtful. Daphne had gotten him a very nice portable perch for Hedwig, that way she could stay in the dormitory. Tracy had gotten him a sneakoscope that her Auror grandfather used to have, and Blaise had bought him some official-looking green silk dress robes that he could use on any official occasion. It was a touching moment. He hadn't had a birthday gift for years. He really had picked some great friends. Harry looked at the watch in his room and saw that it was almost 10, meaning that his friends were going to arrive soon. Harry wanted to have some breakfast before the inevitably hectic trip throughout the alley would start. He stepped out in his adult form and greeted Tom and ate his usual breakfast. Afterwards, he simply went to the bathroom, took a potion that would reverse his age, and changed his clothes. When he got out, he was just a normal second-year Hogwarts student here to do his shopping. Deciding to treat himself to some ice cream, he went to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor and sat down to eat. It was the place they had all agreed to meet. Of course, barely 5 minutes before he started eating, he was immediately enveloped by a hug from behind. He stiffened slightly before noticing that it was just Daphne. "Hey, Daphne, I missed you," Harry started. The girl just hugged him harder. "I missed you too." "Hey, lovebirds, don't forget about us," another voice spoke up. Harry looked around and saw Tracy and Blaise looking amused at them. Harry rolled his eyes, and Daphne blushed. He stood up and enveloped his 2 other friends with a hug of his own. "I really did miss you all." "Happy now?" Tracy was grinning brightly. "All right, I'm good. How was your summer, by the way?" "Not really interesting," Harry answered while shrugging. "I visited the alley a few times out of boredom. Other than that, I just stayed home." "That really does sound boring, mate," Blaise commented. "Although Italy wasn't that much better. I kept getting dragged around by my mother for some meeting or another. And then the shopping," Blaise shuddered. "Oh, Merlin, I still have nightmares about it." Tracy playfully punched him in the shoulder. "At least it's better than camping. Dad was insistent that we cook our own food in the wilderness without any magic. We almost starved trying to hunt anything. Mum ended up stunning a deer so that we could eat. Even then it was so bad and so disgusting." They all looked to Daphne. "What? Greece was amazing. We went to this resort that was on the beach. We had a house elf assigned to just us, and we went swimming a bit. We even visited a few historical sites where the Olympians lived in. Although Storia was a bit annoying, I had fun." The girl ignored the dirty looks coming her way and just huffed. "So, where are we going first?" "To Flourish and Blots," Tracy immediately answered. "You just want to see that Lockhart fellow," Blaise complained. "Of course not," the girl denied with suspiciously red cheeks. "I just wanted to get our books before they're sold out." "They would only be sold out because the defense professor practically put all of Lockhart's books on the list," Harry dryly replied. "To the bookstore," Tracy yelled out, ignoring his response entirely. All 3 of them shook their heads at their friend's antics and followed her out of the ice cream parlor. By the time he arrived, Harry could tell that the store was by far the most crowded in the alley. There were wizards and witches pressing everywhere. In fact, a lot were middle-aged witches. As they came near the doors of the bookshop, the reason for this gathering became clear. Across the upper windows of the building, a large banner stretched. "Gilderoy Lockhart will be signing copies of his autobiography Magical Me. Today 10:30 to 4:30 p.m. Harry ignored Tracy's gasp when she first saw the famous wizard. He ignored the giant camera that was constantly flashing. He was only focused on what he picked up using his arcane hearing. It was a disgustingly familiar song. A shard of a hole, an abomination created using death. The unnaturalness of it made Harry clench his fist. The diary was there, and with it was his chance to finally steal it. The diary. Chapter 67. The diary. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. August 2nd, 1992, Diagon Alley. Harry ignored Tracy's gasp when she first saw the famous wizard. He ignored the giant camera that was constantly flashing. He was only focused on what he picked up using his arcane hearing. It was a disgustingly familiar song. A shard of a hole, an abomination created using death. The unnaturalness of it made Harry clench his fist. The diary was there, and with it was his chance to finally steal it. On his left, Blaise let out a pitiful groan. Why did we decide to come in today? Practically the entire wizarding world and their mother decided to come to the alley today. We wouldn't have come today if it wasn't for a certain fangirl that wants Lockhart's autograph, Daphne remarked. Harry interrupted the brunette's inevitable retort. Let's just get our books while Tracy goes in line to get an autograph. We should save some time then, but you'll miss Lockhart's announcement. He's been teasing it for weeks on which weekly that he's planning on revealing something huge at his book signing today, Tracy protested. Harry released a sigh. He didn't have time to deal with Tracy's crush on the probable fraud that is Lockhart. He just decided to pull the band-aid. Tracy, you're being inconsiderate here. None of us really care about Gilderoy Lockhart. As for the announcement, he's probably going to be our defense against the dark arts professor. So, now that we're all on the same page, Daphne, Blaise and I will go get our books, and you can stand in line for his autograph. His three friends looked at him with wide eyes. Blaise murmured, Mate, did you wake up on the wrong side of the bed? I'm sorry. It's just there's something I need to get at Flourish and Blots, and I don't want to stand in line for some celebrity I don't care about. How could you not care about him? Tracy said while giving him a baffled look. And how do you even know that he's our new professor? Look, Tracy, for all his supposed accomplishments, the most remarkable thing I can see about him is that he's a good author who's somewhat attractive. Someone with his accomplishments should have gotten hurt somewhere, but he's practically spotless, Harry answered. So, you think he's some sort of fraud? Daphne asked with her eyes suddenly alert. I don't know, but some of his stories really did happen, even if the facts are embellished or sometimes even just wrong. They're too clean, without any real mistakes or gore. It's always the good hero against the horrible monster. That's not how life is. I honestly think that he's probably an author that's narrating someone else's story, or even multiple other people, that actually did all this stuff and is selling himself as this celebrity hero to get more sales, and with it more gold. It's not actually illegal. He's not selling his competence, just his character. If he had tried to help out Aurors or remove a curse professionally, then there would be issues with the law. But he's currently just a celebrity with some bold claims, nothing more. It's how I know he's our next defense professor after all. And how do you that? Tracy answered with a heated tone. You're joking, right? Did you even look at our book list? The Potter Scion answered with another question. Not really. It just came in a few days ago, the brunette responded. Well, take it out and you'll understand. The girl did as he asked her and gaped at the piece of parchment that was sent to her with her Hogwarts letter. On it was written, second-year students will require the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk, Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart, Gaddying with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart, Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart, Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart, Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart, Wanderings with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart, Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. Daphne looked furious. These are all Lockhart's books. Who in their right mind would require us to buy 7 books just for a single class? No, Daphne, Harry replied. Who would require every single student, from 1st year to 7th year, to buy the exact same 7 books for a single class? Blaise was frowning. That has to be illegal somehow. My mother read a few of them. They're adventure books at best, not actual textbooks. The Potter Scion nodded. Yeah, who would do it? But the actual author? It's not for educational purposes, that's for sure. It can't be a fan, because they wouldn't really be taken seriously. Unless they don't care about it and want to gain something. That meant that it has to be the author, which in this case is Lockhart, and he's getting a lot of money out of it too. Assuming that there are at least 100 students in Hogwarts, Lockhart's books are almost 2 galleons each, so each student will be paying 14 galleons to Lockhart. That's at least 1,400 galleons just this summer for only accepting the job. That's without the free advertisement he's getting with the parents. Believe it or not, that was a lot of gold to be made in just a few months, for no effort whatsoever. The man probably leveraged his acceptance of the job to these requirements. The other 3 Slytherins just gaped at him again. They really need to stop doing this every time he needed to do something. Harry didn't really have the energy to deal with them. He missed them and all, but the library was more important. He needed to find it. All right, I need to get something. I'll get back when I find it. The Potter Scion didn't even wait to see their reaction and ran towards the abominable song. He needed to concentrate. It was very difficult to locate with so much noise going on. He was, of course, talking about magical noise. Outside of the wards on the property, Every single person in the shop was exuding a magical noise. What Harry was doing was like trying to isolate a voice in a loud concert. But he had no choice. He needed that diary. The song, distorted as it might have been, starts somehow blending in with its surroundings. It was hard to explain. It was trying to hide, and it was working. With every second, the sound became less sinister, less abominable, and less wrong. Oh, Harry would no doubt be able to discern its true nature if he was on his own with it. But in a crowd, that posed a lot of issues. He was racing against the time, although. He isolated the noise to the front of the shop. Harry practically ran towards the noise, uncaring about who exactly he was trampling. The thought of a basilisk roaming free in these corridors was frightening enough. He even pushed around the photographer from the Daily Prophet that was for some reason taking photos of an uncomfortable Neville Longbottom and Gilderoy Lockhart, who was handing him a bag filled with his books. "Hey!" the man exclaimed. "Get back here, you little brat." Harry didn't give him any mind and ran towards the fading sound of the song, just as a redhead, whom Harry assumed to be Arthur Weasley, practically threw himself at a pale man with long platinum hair, probably Lucius Malfoy. Well, at least things are going according to the script. The redhead knocked the former Death Eater backwards straight into a bookshelf without using any magic whatsoever. Dozens of heavy magical books came thundering down on all their heads. The Weasley twins were in pure Gryffindor mood, screaming, "Get him, Dad!" Would have made Harry laugh if it wasn't for the seriousness of the situation. A plump woman with red hair, probably the Weasley matriarch, was shrieking, "No, Arthur, no!" And at the same time, the crowd present inside the store was running in every direction casting spells, with the employee of Flourish and Blots trying to restore order without any success. By the time the assistants started breaking the fight, Arthur Weasley had a split lip, and the Malfoy patriarch had a visible bruise that would probably swell into a black eye. The man was still holding a first-year transfiguration book, which was put in a redhead girl's small cauldron as he pulled himself up. "Here, girl, take your book. It's the best your father can give you." Having given his last dig into the Weasleys, he motioned his son to leave. By this time, the book had camouflaged his song perfectly. Harry could not detect it, especially with the crowd there. But, thankfully, he knew the stories. The redhead girl, Ginny Weasley, is supposed to get Tom Riddle's diary, thanks to Lucius Malfoy putting it discreetly with her transfiguration book. Now that he understands the reasoning behind the fight, Harry could see how staged it was from the Malfoys' perspective. They were purists and would try to avoid a physical conflict at any cost, preferring to use their wands. Lucius Malfoy was obviously provoking the Weasley patriarch into a physical brawl to sneak something in, and no one would have batted an eyelash at it, since to everyone else, it was Arthur Weasley that had escalated the encounter. Discreetly, Harry slowly followed the family of redheads, as the Weasley matriarch kept scolding her husband in front of her children. The Potter scion slowly walked towards the redhead girl, hoping to spare her from the fate that awaited her. "Hello there," he spoke up with a charming smile. "I'm sorry, but someone knocked over my cauldron back at the shop, and I lost a journal of mine. A small black book. Do you mind if you look for it in your cauldron? It's rather precious to me." The youngest Weasley blushed furiously before nodding and looking inside her cauldron filled with her schoolbooks. "I'm sorry, there isn't anything like that here." Harry stiffened. "Are you sure? It's very important to me." The girl just handed him her cauldron, and he peeked inside. Yes, there weren't any unusual books. There was no black diary, and yet Harry was sure that Lucius Malfoy had dropped it off somewhere in the shop. The fact that the diary was somehow camouflaging itself from his arcane hearing was already very troublesome. He didn't even know that this was possible. Magic was always transparent in a way to him. It never tried to hide anything. Harry could detect wards, curses, and any spell, and yet a 16-year-old boy enchanted a diary that was actively fooling him. But if it could hide from him, why had he sensed it when it entered the shop? The sheer wrongness of it was overwhelming, and probably anyone with a modicum of magical sensing would have noticed that it was an abomination. Did a sudden change in the environment disable its protection, which is why it needed time to hide its song once more? If that was the case, then theoretically, when they arrived in Hogwarts, the abrupt change in the wards should disable the protections momentarily, allowing Harry to track it down. It would be better if he didn't wait that long. A lot of damage could be done in a month. Harry needed to find it as soon as possible. He tried to spread his senses another time, hoping to find any trace of it, and yet there was nothing. Fucking mysterious protection that Harry had never even heard of before. Of course, Ron Weasley of all people had to disturb Harry again. "What are you doing near my sister, Potter?" Thankfully, Ginny stopped him. "He just wanted to see if I had a book he lost, Ron." "Now, go away." Harry shook his head. "It's fine. We figured out that it wasn't with you. Have a good day." The Potter scion walked away. He still did his best for an hour trying to locate the damn diary, until deeming it to be a lost cause and returning to see his friends. They obviously noticed his foul mood, since they didn't comment on how long he spent there. He was thankful for it, because all he could feel was disappointment. He had lost the diary, and the students of Hogwarts were going to pay for it. He had failed. Ginny Weasley did not have the diary. From now on, he couldn't rely on the stories, and for the first time, Harry dreaded his return to Hogwarts. The Blackest Night. Chapter 68. The Blackest Night. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. August 14th, 1992, Diagon Alley. Harry was thankful for it, because all he could feel was disappointment. He had lost the diary, and the students of Hogwarts were going to pay for it. He had failed. Ginny Weasley did not have the diary. From now on, he couldn't rely on the stories, and for the first time, Harry dreaded his return to Hogwarts. The Potter scion sat in his usual spot in the leaky cauldron, in his adult form, contemplating his failure in procuring the diary, as well as the consequences of that failure. Almost 2 weeks later, and the details still eluded him on exactly what happened to it. Most likely Lucius Malfoy did end up involved in putting away the diary. The altercation at Flourish and Blots just wasn't something that someone that's currently at the helm of a third of the Wisengamot, opposing Albus Dumbledore himself, would do. The story had even been published in the Daily Prophet. It was in a small article at the end of the paper that pretty much only said that a physical fight happened and that Arthur Weasley was the instigator. The Malfoy family is a very old one and surprisingly secretive. Its founder was the bastard son of Henry I, whose mother was a skilled sorceress. He was quite skilled, but after his father's death, he attempted to usurp his trueborn brother's throne, unsuccessfully. He was then banished from France and cursed with a name that branded his betrayal. Malfoy came from Malefoi, which means bad faith in French. When he joined William I in his conquest of England, acting as his personal spymaster, he was granted a lordship and a prime piece of land in Wiltshire, starting the rise of the Malfoy family. Not much is known about their family magics, other than it exists, they have magical crests, and that it isn't displayed openly. Of course, after the Statute of Secrecy, they lost their land, but their influence in magical society over centuries did grant them a spot in the Wisengamot. Malfoys often choose to focus on the realm of politics, and Lucius Malfoy followed his ancestors' footsteps, and so, someone of the Malfoy patriarch's reputation and prestige wasn't supposed to publicly get into physical fights, hence why it was probably planned. Lucius Malfoy was definitely involved in the diary being given away, but Harry did not notice him doing anything. The only thing he had touched was the Weasley girls' cauldron, and there wasn't a diary there. It was a mystery that just wouldn't be solved. Oh, how he wished he had a pensieve. It would have been very useful, but alas they were very rare, and probably cost as much as whatever remained of his family fortune. No matter what crackpots like to say, a clemency did not grant perfect memory. In fact, perfect memory retention was still being debated in both the magical and the muggle worlds. Memory is not like a perfect recording device that captures and stores every detail of our experiences. Instead, it involves encoding, storing, and retrieving information, and it can be subject to biases, distortions, and forgetting over time. Our memories are also influenced by factors like attention, emotional significance, and personal interpretation. Of course, there are memory prodigies with very good recall, but even then, it tends to be more domain-specific than universally flawless and comprehensive memory retention. What a pensieve does is analyze memories and scry for the rest of the details. Sometimes they're faulty, especially if a place is warded specifically against that kind of magic, or they can be modified by outside sources, which was why memories really weren't admissible in any magical court. They were too subjective and unpredictable for it to work. Still, Harry didn't sense any unusual magic to stop scrying. Not that it meant much. The diary had somehow eluded his arcane hearing, something that he had no idea how. His arcane hearing was an interpretation of the magic around him. You needed to alter the very magic of something to hide its nature. A few concealing wards did that, but the fact that it was anchored to an artifact and that the magical camouflage was able to adapt in real time was something Harry had never heard of. The fact that an adolescent Tom Riddle was able to do it was very impressive and disturbing. It definitely raised his threat level by a few notches. Alas, there was nothing he could do about the diary now. He was at a dead end, and his next chance would be at the Hogwarts Express when the diary first crosses the wards. The shock would hopefully disrupt the concealing enchantment, and Harry would be able to find it. But in the event that he fails, he needs to figure out a way to survive the basilisk or whatever else was in the chamber. That's not mentioning the Riddle Shade. He needed to figure out how to survive the basilisk's glare before even thinking about anything else. It was too dangerous for him. But what was the basilisk glare in the first place? How did it work? Harry needed a way to neutralize it, and to do so, he needed to understand it. According to the story's indirect eye contact with a basilisk caused petrification, not instant death. Harry sincerely hoped that it was still the case, especially for the sake of the children at Hogwarts. Yeah, petrification was preferable to death. Assuming that it was the case, then the basilisk sight can be distorted by reflections, weakening it. However, the interesting thing was the eye contact. If it was some sort of magical invisible killing beam, then meeting its eyes wouldn't have mattered. Honestly, it reminded Harry eerily of legilimency. A powerful and unrestrained mental attack in a single burst could explain the instance of death and how it can be weakened with reflections. But it wouldn't really explain the petrification when looking indirectly. They weren't mental. According to the stories, people were physically petrified and needed a mandrake draft to go back to normal. However, one saying remained in Harry's mind. The eyes were the windows to the soul. Was a basilisk's glare use some sort of soul magic attack? It would make sense, but if that was the case, it would be very bad news. Soul magic was known to be undocumented, and even then, the texts that remained were very forbidden. Harry sincerely hoped that this theory was wrong. Harry let out a deep sigh. What he would give to just leave this place behind and go to another school. He would miss his friends, but at least he would be safe from the insanity that was magical Britain. Alas, with him being technically a ward of the ministry, he needed their permission to change schools, and well, considering how patriotic and proud British wizards were, that was very unlikely. It might even get people asking questions about his guardians and his place of residence, something that he was hoping to avoid as much as possible. He was not ready to risk his freedom for a very faint hope of leaving the country. Maybe after getting his OWLs, he could apply for early emancipation and leave this place, but that was years away. So he was stuck with the perilous environment that is Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The Potter Scion was so preoccupied with his thoughts that he didn't notice someone sitting next to him. Well, what would make someone as young as you have such deep thoughts, Mr. Potter? Harry stiffened and looked at the man who had sat down, only to be faced with a pair of sharp, yet amused, penetrating steel-gray eyes. The man sitting next to him was fairly old. He felt like he was a soldier of some sort, even if he didn't really have any scars. He had this air to him, this aura. His magic was very well controlled, but Harry could tell with his arcane hearing that its nature was mostly destructive. This was a man to be wary of, that was for sure. Then he registered what the man said. He didn't use his last name in his adult form. How had the man known? "I'm afraid that my name is Evans, Harry Evans." "You must be mistaken, mister." The man let out a shark-like smile and answered, "Arcturus or Iron Black, and I am not mistaken. You might be able to fool most people, but this aging potion makes it even more obvious to anyone who knew your father. I can even see my sister Doria's cheekbones and nose somewhere. Don't try to deny it. You look like a small clone of my nephew." Harry stiffened. To be perfectly honest, he didn't know what to do with the situation before him. He hadn't really researched the Black family much, since most of them were either dead or in Azkaban, and from their reputation, he should try to avoid them as much as possible. But he knew that they were powerful, magically and politically. He couldn't really risk the ire of a family like that, especially one who is famously known for its curses. Choosing to just come clean instead of insulting the man's intelligence, the Potter Scion raised his hand to shake the man's own. "Fine, Harry Potter. I'm happy to see you. Good. At least you're not an idiot, the Black Patriarch responded. I didn't come here to argue with a child, even one that's doing a surprisingly good job at convincing the world that he's an adult. I've been looking for you all summer. I even went to that loathsome muggle family of yours. Harry stiffened for a fraction of a second before relaxing. Calling them family would be a stretch, to be honest. The man burst into laughter. You really scared the crap out of them. I could practically smell their fear the moment you were mentioned. I obliviated them, of course, but it wasn't a really pleasant experience. At least you came out all right. Why are you here? Harry blurted out. Yeah, sue him. While he was scared out of his mind, he was still curious as to why the man was looking for him specifically when the magical world had forgotten about him for years. He also wanted to get straight to the subject and leave. Well, like it or not, you have as much Potter blood as you do black blood. And as a member of my family, I just wanted to meet you, the elder man answered. No, that's not it. You could have tracked me down years ago. You came to see me after my time in Hogwarts. The man snorted. At least the reports on your intelligence aren't exaggerated. Yes, I didn't look for you before, because as far as I am concerned, you weren't my problem. You weren't advantageous, until that is, you showed your prowess in your magical studies. You became useful, and I am not the only one who's going to try to use that. I'm just being blatant about it and making sure that you get out of it as much as I do. Still, you didn't answer. Why are you here? I was one of the most renowned experts in curses in my time, boy. I have held the Black family high and raised my family name to new heights. Of course, my foolish sons and grandchildren ruined it by supporting that damnable fake Dark Lord and destroying whatever remained of my legacy. I chose to step down and retire with my lovely wife, and while I do not regret it, I'm sad to see what my family had been turned to. The truth is, with most of my descendants either dead or in Azkaban, I need to find an heir. There are a few candidates that are suitable to be the next head of the Black family. You have proven your worth in Hogwarts, and I just had to see it for myself. I have to say, so far, I am not disappointed. Harry's answer was simply gaping at what the man had just revealed. To Walk with Death. Chapter 69. To Walk with Death. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. August 14th, 1992, Diagon Alley. The truth is, with most of my descendants either dead or in Azkaban, I need to find an heir. There are a few candidates that are suitable to be the next head of the Black family. You have proven your worth in Hogwarts, and I just had to see it for myself. I have to say, so far, I am not disappointed. Harry's answer was simply gaping at what the man had just revealed. It took a few seconds for the Potter scion to recollect himself. You want me to be your heir? Oh, by the powers, no. The Black Patriarch responded with a snort. I'm just here to get a measure of you, to see if you would be a good fit. And what do you think? Kid, the Black family headship is something that people have coveted for centuries. I never expected my family to implode the way it did when I stepped down and gave reins to my son. Our family is old and very powerful. We have access to knowledge that has been lost many times over during the purges. Our family crest contains enough information about forbidden magics that could shake the very foundations of our world. We are the only family with a member that reached the very root of magic itself, something every mage worth wanted to achieve. Dark Lords and Light Lords alike have vied for our legacy, and we have protected it for thousands of years. I will not give away the legacy of my ancestors on a whim. I will test you. I will observe you day and night, and I will make my judgment. Should I find you unworthy, you will never see me again. Harry stiffened and murmured, The root of magic? The man chuckled. You're curious. That's good. Very good indeed. After centuries of research, it was concluded that magic has a source, an origin, outside of time and space. One of my ancestors long ago managed to uncover it and reach it for a fraction of a second, but the knowledge he had gained when he glimpsed at this mythical source was otherworldly. He became the first chronomancer, known nowadays as Kronos. He disappeared after a while, whether it's by choice or not, no one knows. But reports say that he was able to see multiple futures at once, change the very course of destiny, affect the fulfillment of prophecies, and so much more. He was the first Black, the creator of the first magical crest, even if it was filled with a pittance of his true knowledge. After the man disappeared, Countless descendants tried to replicate his experiment but were barred from entry. Magic remembered the path he took and fixed it. This was the start of an arms race, the very purpose of every wizard, in which for thousands of years, reaching the mythical root of all magic and earning its blessing. But why isn't it a thing nowadays? Harry couldn't help but ponder. Albus Dumbledore, the man's gray eyes were practically growing from the sheer hate he held for the man. He destroyed our society without any of us noticing. We are meant to be explorers of the unknown. Our purpose is to experiment, to enhance our knowledge, to allow the next generation to have a chance of reaching the mythical root. Slowly, with his reforms, he banned many fields of magic. He turned Hogwarts into a place where the study of new magic is not encouraged, and he turned our heirs lazy. I and like-minded individuals formed a group to oppose him, the Knights of Walpurgis. We fought him on the political scene and were partially successful in evading him. Of course, we failed to see the effect of his efforts on our heirs. And that damnable fake Dark Lord convinced them to join his camp after we retired. The Knights of Walpurgis turned into the Death Eaters, and well, no one was able to stop Dumbledore anymore. Our heirs had turned into nothing more than savages, slaves to their desire to cause pain and misery, and we stood aside helpless to stop it. Our heirs forgot what it meant to be wizards. To be a mage is to walk with death, and yet the entire magical world became content in wallowing in their mediocrity. The man looked mournful at saying this, but some of his knowledge was terrifying. The very existence of Kronos as a true chronomancer was very disturbing. Someone capable of affecting fate in any measure was scary, capable of seeing timelines and go back and forward in it. That was just ridiculous. Harry definitely didn't know anything that could frighten him this way. Although the existence of a root of magic had a lot of connotations. If it was outside of time and space, then how did Kronos reach it in the first place? And if magic originated from outside the physical world, then how did it spread? And if it could remember and block the last intrusion, did that mean that there was sentience to magic? Arcturus Black seemed to be amused at Harry's pondering expression. I see it now. You're not like the other children, are you? You want to understand magic, to research it, not just use it. You're far above your peers, not because of some sense of honor or duty, but only because you're curious. Oh, you would have been wonderful if I had just gotten to you when you were younger. I would have raised you as a proper mage, with proper education, instead of the muggle nonsense you had to endure. You were able to catch up rather easily. If you continue down this road, I can see myself choosing you. Harry hesitated for a moment before answering, but I can't hold the black crest. I have one of my own, and you will know that there is no way a body can handle two crests at the same time. The man's eye widened. The Potter crest. It's surprisingly picky with its holders. Charles told me that it practically refused him, outside a few potions and a few battle spells. Although he could have been lying, the details of magical crests were very private family matters. Although, for some reason, your grandfather did loathe Grindelwald with a passion, enough to give away a fortune to help finance the campaigns against him. I had never seen him as afraid nor as dedicated as he was in the war, and even afterwards, he was still wary of Dumbledore, the man who killed Grindelwald who he fought with a passion. Your father, on the other hand, refused to unlock it, and so did Sirius to prove some sort of point to his mother. It's why they were called blood traitors. They refused their legacy, choosing to listen to the seductive words of their headmaster. But let's not speak ill of the deceased. I had hoped that you wouldn't have unlocked yours, but it is no matter. You can have the headship and have the crest stay dormant until you pass it on to one of your children. I only wish that you secure my legacy. Harry hummed, out of curiosity. Who are the other candidates? There are a few scattered all over Europe, but I wish that my legacy remains in the country that we helped build. I will not reveal them, I will not reveal your candidature to them, to keep things fair and avoid sabotage. Understandable, but from what he could remember, Draco Malfoy was definitely a candidate, considering he's the man's great-grandson. However, while the boy did have some potential, he was a bit too arrogant and self-assured to be handed away such a rich legacy. Maybe after he grows up and matures with the difficulties of life, he would be able to handle it. Longbottom could technically be a candidate, with his great-grandmother being a black, but he was Dumbledore's puppet, and the Black Patriarch would probably rather let his family legacy die than leave it at the hands of the headmaster. The Weasleys were out, of course, except maybe Bill, who was a very good curse breaker, if the stories were right. But he was too old to be given a new magical crest. After all, the preliminary magical maturity at 13 was the deadline for getting a magical crest. Still, Harry was fascinated with the concept of the root of all magic, and that was enough to make this conversation worthwhile. The Potter Scion wanted to reach it. His main goal in life was to discover the mysteries of magic, and what better mystery was there than its very source? He needed to research it further, and also take a deeper look at his own magical crest. Yeah, he didn't know how his own irregular crest would react to a new one, even if it was dormant. From the sound of it, Harry's grandfather had a very weakened version of the crest, which made him get a few potions out of it, but also a deep wariness towards Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the very instinctive wariness that Harry feels whenever he thinks of the headmaster. Did he know that they were hunting the Deathly Hallows, and thus their family was in danger? Oh, how Harry wished he could meet the man. There was something missing, though. Sirius Black was dead? That wasn't supposed to happen according to the stories, and it was good that he had clocked it now instead of being surprised by it later. What happened to your grandson, Sirius? And what do you know about the fire that killed my parents? The man's eyes turned mournful. He died in the same fire as your parents did. After he ran away from his harpy of a mother, your grandparents took him in. After the Dark Lord hunted them down and killed them, they joined Dumbledore's order to fight him. Your father practically emptied his vault financing their campaign, and Dumbledore took advantage of that hatred. I don't know much about what happened in Godric's Hollow, only that it was a very large Death Eater attack that was targeted at your family. Sirius was fighting side by side with your father for hours, repelling Death Eaters, but they were being overwhelmed. Dumbledore was nowhere to be found, probably trying to deal with the aftermath of the Dark Lord's defeat at the hand of the Longbottom boy. Your mother was nowhere to be found, but after your father and Sirius died to a killing curse at the Lestrange's hand, the fire appeared from your bedroom and disintegrated the entire village, with only you as the remaining survivor of the carnage. No one knows where that fire came from, or how it even worked. It wasn't even hot, it just consumed everything it touched. The Unspeakables have been trying to figure that one out for years, but no amount of scrying or divining could see anything past that. The few that used a time Turner either couldn't get inside the village, and those who directly tried to get inside either didn't survive the trip or just died in the fire. That's all I know. That was a lot more information than the pittance Dumbledore had given him. Now that he knows more about what happened, Harry expected to feel some sort of closure, but all he had were questions. If his father and his probable godfather had died before fire, then what happened to his mother? Why did she stay behind? Dumbledore did say that the fire had her magical signature all over it, but no one would be able to cast something like this fire at just over 20 years of age. Lily Potter was a brilliant witch, but this was something that still baffles the unspeakable. So, what happened? The man sitting at his table seemed to age slightly. I'm sorry for not getting involved in your life. I had lost a grandson, a granddaughter, and a nephew to this fire. It was so soon after the loss of my wife, Doria's death, and Regulus that I just decided to leave it behind for a while. I am glad you grew up into the man you are now, but still, to make amends, I'm offering you my help slightly. While I think you're happy with your living conditions and the freedom it provides, I will fight on your behalf if you are caught. I will do my best to be your guardian if the Ministry ever catches wind of your living situation. Is there anything else in particular that you need? Harry's eyes widened at the man's help. He didn't trust him, but he was grateful for the man's offer of assistance when it came to his living condition. While he wouldn't want to be formally under a stranger's mercy, if it protected him from Dumbledore, then it would be worth it. Still, he was happy where he was, and he had a backup plan in case he was caught. That was a relief, but when thinking about what was probably going to happen the following day, he had the opportunity to get an advantage. The Potter Scion took a breath and answered, I need everything you have on basilisks. Back home. Chapter 70. Back home. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1992, King's Cross Station. While he wouldn't want to be formally under a stranger's mercy, if it protected him from Dumbledore, then it would be worth it. Still, he was happy where he was, and he had a backup plan in case he was caught. That was a relief. But when thinking about what was probably going to happen the following day, he had the opportunity to get an advantage. The Potter Scion took a breath and answered, I need everything you have on basilisks. Harry walked around King's Cross Station while earning odd looks from the passerbys. He could understand it. He was lifting up his trunk, which was bigger than he was, as if it was nothing. It probably looked odd seeing a 12-year-old child walking by himself in a train station while holding a giant trunk that looked more like an antique than any modern accessory. Although Harry did buy this trunk, not because of how it looked, but because of its practicality. It was something that he had noticed. The less processed anything was, the better it can handle magic and the easier it is enchanted. It was probably why wizards and witches still used parchment and quills. It wasn't really about sticking to traditions, but it was simply easier to enchant a quill than a pen, and it was easier to enchant parchment than paper. Although the Japanese have special scrolls that are very efficient in holding runes, only their own. They were very secretive people, the Japanese, and Harry ached to visit this civilization. They used magic so differently over there, and he wanted to figure it out as well. Well, as for Harry's trunk, it was made of wood and covered with leather. If it wasn't enchanted, it would have probably collapsed under the weight of the hundreds of books and small knickknacks that he bought over the summer. Having the Featherlight charm and a basic expansion charm added in was already proving to be worth the price. He would have had to drag that thing around the station. He passed by the entrance to the Hogwarts Express and entered the train. He had already let Hedwig fly to the castle since he knew how much she hated being cooped up. He sat down in an empty compartment and decided to continue reading one of the books Arcturus Black had loaned him. The man really went above and beyond. Outside of widening his eyes at the request, the man simply gave him a dozen of books that pertained to basilisks. Blacks really were something else if he didn't really mind giving a child a book on weapons of mass destruction. Well, at least there was nothing on the creation of basilisks, because that would be very irresponsible. Or maybe he just didn't have any books on it. Either way, Harry started understanding slightly how basilisks worked, even if its glare was still subject to a lot of controversies. Well, the venom, outside of being very poisonous, was designed to destroy the structure of any magic it touches. If it touches a wizard, it will slowly dissolve their magic circuits, something that was agonizing for the accounts. Phoenix Tears could theoretically counteract it since it promotes the generation of magic, outside of healing, of course, although the outcome would still be uncertain as the two substances would not really disappear but continue to fight each other for the rest of the mage's life. Now, unfortunately, the basilisk's glare was widely considered to be soul magic. So, Harry was right on that part, but no one was ever able to study them properly, since, you either kill them or you're dead if you look at them. What the basilisk hunters did was use goggles enchanted to reflect what they see multiple times, which made them slightly resistant to the stare, to a point. After 10 seconds of consistent eye contact, they were still petrified, but at least it gave them enough time to look away when the King of Serpents was attacking. Of course, the rooster's crow thing was a hoax. It did cause agonizing pain to young basilisks and could even kill hatchlings, but to an adult, it was like a particularly annoying voice, and they became aggressive towards anything near the rooster. Apparently, it was theorized that somehow, the ritual used to create basilisks involved roosters somehow, probably as a training method when they were younger. Still, Harry had some trouble understanding some of the theories behind the glare, and he'll have to focus a lot to counteract them. The refraction thing was a good initial idea, but he would rather be immune than only give himself 10 seconds to run away. Barely 15 minutes later, with a huffing Tracy and Daphne came into the compartment. Harry smiled and commented, "You're late." "We wouldn't have been late if it wasn't for those useless Lockhart books weighing down our trunks." "Seriously, why would anyone need that many books?" Daphne replied with some bite in her voice. "Hey, Lockhart's books are not useless," Tracy protested weakly. The brunette shivered at the piercing glare her blonde friend gave her. Harry, on the other hand, snorted, "Tracy, I'm not going to argue with you, but there isn't a single spell in any of the books or any theories. They're adventure books that have no place in any educational institute outside of entertainment. But why didn't you just buy enchanted trunks? They're very handy." The brunette glared at him. "Because they're too expensive and our parents don't trust us with something that costs hundreds of galleons." Just because you can buy whatever you want doesn't mean that we all can as well. Daphne nodded and sat down at the seat next to Harry. Soon afterwards, Blaise joined them and started regaling them of his trip to Italy. Halfway through the story, Daphne stiffened as the Hogwarts Express started moving, curious. The dark-skinned boy gave her a dirty look for interrupting his story. What's so curious? I didn't see Longbottom or Weasley on the platform. Usually, he's swarmed by photographers and admirers since people know where he's going to be. Tracy simply shrugged. Maybe he just took the flu to avoid people swarming the Express. But I did see the Weasley twins when I got up, so maybe you just missed Ron? Daphne nodded. But Harry, on the other hand, stiffened. He had forgotten about the Dobby situation and the fact that Longbottom was probably stuck on the other side of the barrier. The Potter Scion sincerely hoped that he wouldn't follow his counterpart from the stories and break the statute of secrecy instead of just fluing to Hogsmeade or contacting his grandmother. That would just be ridiculous. Although, if by some miracle, he does end up going to Scotland in a flying car, that would be hilarious. What are you smiling about? Daphne asked, having noted his small, amused smile at the thought of Longbottom flying to Hogwarts in a car. Just an amusing thought. I really can have an overactive imagination, Harry remarked. Blaise shook his head at the last Potter's eccentric behavior and spoke up, although Longbottom is really popular since last year. Harry frowned. I don't remember people really liking him outside of his house. Oh, I mean because of the House Cup, Blaise answered. Slytherin has been winning it for years, and the moment he gets here, Longbottom snatches it. Even if Dumbledore practically handed it to him on a silver platter, it didn't really matter. The other houses are overjoyed that we didn't win for once. I heard an upperclassman in Hufflepuff saying that she's glad that we just didn't win again. The Potter Scion shrugged. Jealous and envy are very human traits. People will always look to others to see what they do not have. Afterwards, the discussion moved to the absolute nightmare that was Ben's class and what Lockhart's own classes were going to be like. Harry was adamant that either the man would keep to theoretical work for the upper years and would involve his books somehow in the lessons to justify requiring the students to buy them. Tracy, however, was resolute that he picked the book for their practical applications and that he was going to set up an obstacle course with scenarios from the book, while he would teach them applications of spells that they already knew. Honestly, it wasn't a bad shout, but considering who was teaching them, Harry didn't expect much from the blonde Ponce. The man was a performer, an actor, but he had no qualifications outside of his stories. He wasn't trained as an Auror, he wasn't trained as a hit wizard, hell, he wasn't even a dueler. As far as his books are concerned, one day, he just decided to start going on adventures. The average Hogwarts graduate would die horribly, or at least be mutilated without having the proper training to fight dark creatures and dangerous wizards. His narrative was just unlikely. The only way the Potter Scion could see his narrative working would be if Lockhart was some sort of prodigy that hid his talents in school for some reason and wasn't deemed to be particularly remarkable to be recruited by the Unspeakables or the Aurors, and just decided to go on random adventures all over the world and just write books about them. Still, the bickering continued until the sun went down and Harry saw that they just went past Hogsmeade. He could feel his arcane. Hearing note the proximity to the Hogwarts wards and excuse himself, "Sorry, I have to go somewhere." Harry practically ran out of the door and waited for the diary to be overwhelmed by the wards. As expected, barely 2 minutes later, Harry could feel the same abominable feeling he caught in Flourish and Blots. At least that confirmed that the diary was in fact in the train. The young Slytherin was following the quickly fading song of the abomination. It was far faster at adapting than it was in Diagon Alley. Was it because Riddle was already familiar with the wards? He had to have taken the book to the school after turning it into his Horcrux. Still, Harry ran from compartment to compartment, desperate to get closer to the cursed diary and not risk his fellow students' lives. He lost count of how many people he trampled on, trying to get to what seemed like the end of the train. By the time he was almost there, the song had faded into nothing, having adapted to the castle wards. Harry knew that he was so close, that he was barely more than a few compartments away. Frustrated beyond belief, he punched the compartment door. A young girl with long blonde hair and protuberant silver eyes opened the door to her compartment and gave him an odd look. "Hello," the girl spoke up. "Hello," Harry parroted back. "Why were you hitting the compartment?" the girl asked with a dreamy tone. That girl was weird. I was just angry about something, Harry responded. Oh, I thought you might have been hunting rackspurts. They're very tricky buggers. I think I saw one around here. No, Harry answered. I was just angry. Oh, that's a shame. I would have liked it better if you were fighting the rackspurts. I have seen a lot of people around with infections. They're so full of negative thoughts. Oh, I haven't even introduced myself. My name is Luna Lovegood. What's yours? Oh, that makes a lot of sense now. Luna was coming to Hogwarts this year, Harry Potter. You're a first year, right? She nodded with that weird, dreamy look on her face, and Harry continued. If you need anything, let me know. You seem like a good person. You're a very kind boy, Harry Potter. Don't lose that. The world needs more kind people. That it does, Luna Lovegood. That it does. Harry turned and left the compartment, oddly relaxed. He was still frustrated beyond belief for not finding the diary, but he had a lead now. He had isolated the possible culprit to the compartments he hadn't visited yet, which were around a tenth of the total ones. Having stopped being frantic, Harry walked around the following compartment, making sure to note the faces of every single person he saw. One of them was the one being possessed by Tom Riddle. After all, he didn't really know all of them. Outside of a few familiar faces he had seen in the Great Hall a few times, whose names still escaped him, he might have lost a chance at getting the diary, but at least, he didn't come back empty-handed. There was still the possibility of stopping Riddle before anyone dies. When he came back to the compartment, he was oddly smiling. He barely even batted an eyelash at the Thestrals pulling the carriages to the school. They were oddly beautiful in a dark sort of way. Alas, he was back at Hogwarts, and he couldn't wait to see what would happen next. The game is on. Chapter 71. The game is on. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 1st, 1992, King's Cross Station. He might have lost a chance at getting the diary, but at least, he didn't come back empty-handed. There was still the possibility of stopping Riddle before anyone dies. When he came back to the compartment, he was oddly smiling. He barely even batted an eyelash at the Thestrals pulling the carriages to the school. They were oddly beautiful in a dark sort of way. Alas, he was back at Hogwarts, and he couldn't wait to see what would happen next. Harry stared mostly at the Thestrals in silence as they slowly trotted towards the castle. It wasn't as beautiful as the scenery from the lake the previous year, but it was still relaxing, in an odd sort of way, and it gave him some time to think. Hogwarts, on average, was made up of roughly 300 students in the castle. That's from first years to 7th years. It was a bit low, but it was logical since Voldemort's war practically wiped out a generation, and the survivors didn't really want to risk having children. The number of students should risk in the next few years, a baby boom occurring in the safety of a post-war magical society. That number was, of course, outside of apprentices and journeymen that often visited the castle for some obscure book or to ask one of the professors about a subject or another. Knowing that the diary was in the train, the chance of a 7th-year student being its holder is quite rare, since they tend to apparate to Hogsmeade. It would be possible, but very unlikely, and there was still the risk that someone would be intelligent enough to realize that the diary was odd. Of course, Harry wasn't really holding his breath. Removing the 40 Newt students, it ends up with 260 students in all, and considering that Harry had covered all the compartments but the 10, statistically, he would have 26 suspects, which he would round it up to 30, but that's assuming that the train was equally divided, and that was just unreliable. Also, there was also the fact that a compartment can't hold more than 6 people, and that they were resistant to expansion charms. Yeah, a student almost blew himself up a few years back for trying to fit in more people. Now, that gives a maximum of 60 students, which was a lot, but better than 300. Harry did his best to memorize the faces of the people in the last compartments. One of them was full of Slytherin upper years. Harry recognized the Burke twins and a girl that sneered at him. Her name was Selwyn. Maybe? He wasn't sure, but it was probably not them. Malfoy wouldn't risk people who had family in his pocket. If they're caught, his political party would take a big hit in both reputation and support. Another had a gaggle of first years, 4 to be exact. They didn't have any house crest on their robes, so they weren't sorted yet. They were 2 boys and 2 girls that a Ravenclaw prefect, Penelope Clearwater, was reassuring. There was another compartment of Slytherin purebloods later, and then one with Katie Bell, Angelina Johnson, and Alicia Spinnet. Harry had recognized them from the Quidditch matches. They seemed to be yelling at a boy, Cormac McLaggen, who was in Harry's Dueling Club. Thankfully, a few of the following compartments were empty, but there were two filled with Hufflepuffs in Harry's year. Hannah Abbott and Susan Bones were in a compartment together, and Zacharias Smith and Justin Finch Fletchley were also in one of their own. And, of course, there was also Luna Lovegood, who was in a compartment on her own. It was a shame because she was a lovely girl. And finally, there was a compartment with Cho Chang, who was talking animatedly with her friend Marietta Edgecombe. The Potter Scion noticed that none of the Weasleys were there, meaning that his elimination of Ginny as a suspect in Diagon Alley was somewhat correct. Honestly, Harry didn't think he had forgotten anyone, but he'll do his best to try to remember. But as for now, he had a list of suspects. Removing the Slytherin that wouldn't make any sense for Malfoy to frame them, there was Luna Lovegood, Cho Chang, Marietta Edgecombe, Susan Bones, Hannah Abbott, Justin Finch Fletchley, Zachariah Smith, Angelina Johnson, Katie Bell, Alicia Spinnet, Cormac McLagan, Penelope Clearwater, and the Four First Eyes. That's 16 suspects. The end of the train must have been quite a bit emptier than the rest. Of course, there was still the possibility that someone had left the diary in their trunk and moved to another compartment, but that was unlikely. Tom Riddle wouldn't have wanted someone to lose his diary accidentally or to just forget about it at the bottom of a trunk. There has to be a compulsion to keep it closed, and that means that it was probably one of those students. Still, the Potter Scion needed to keep his options open and not get any tunnel vision. His thoughts were interrupted by Daphne hitting him in the shoulder. "What are you staring at?" Harry just noticed that he spent the entire ride thinking while staring at the Thestrals. Just looking at the Thestrals, beautiful creatures, very misunderstood. Most people think they're bad omens. The blonde looked concerned. "What are you talking about, Harry? There's nothing there." "No, they're pulling their carriages," he explained. "However, they're invisible. There's a very specific condition that would allow you to see them." "And what is it?" Tracy asked, curious. "You must have seen death," the young Potter simply answered. Honestly, the implications that Harry could see Thestrals were groundbreaking. Harry had never seen anyone dying. Outside himself, that is. Even then, he had read of a few reports of people that still couldn't see them after they had seen someone die. They had refused the concept and lost themselves to the grief of madness. The truth is, you need to accept the very concept of death to see the Thestrals, to understand the finality of it, and Harry, well, he knew exactly what the emptiness of death entailed, and it seemed that this was enough. Harry's answer must have made his friends uncomfortable since they just stayed silent until their carriage, like the others, passed two great wrought iron gates with large columns and winged boars on top of them, looking a bit ridiculous by the posture they were represented. The coach accelerated as the towers, walls, and turrets of Hogwarts grew more and more imposing from the tiny window available. When it came to a halt, they came out and found themselves directly in front of the entrance. Harry led the group, climbing up first the stairs which guided them into the castle itself, and when they passed the huge oak front doors, the cold disappeared in an instant, proof of the magic existing in the school. They did not stay long in the entrance hall, as the crowd of incoming students was growing without sign of interruption. Entering the Great Hall, they all went to the Slytherin table and sat down. Around 15 minutes later, Professor McGonagall opened the door to the Great Hall, showing the First Eyes towards the Sorting Hat. The dam had started to sing rather horribly. You'd think after hundreds of years doing this, he'd know how to hold a tune or something, but it was as aggravating as usual. When this affront to music was happening, Harry made sure to pick out the faces of his suspects during the sorting. The first was Colin Creevey, who was then sorted in Gryffindor, followed by Ethan Glover, who was sorted in Hufflepuff. Alice Morris was sorted in Gryffindor and Angela Smith in Ravenclaw. Of course, Luna Lovegood was also sorted in Ravenclaw, having spent the longest under the hat with that same dreamy look on her face. Although Ginny Weasley took almost that long to be sorted in Gryffindor. Harry recognized the four students that Clearwater was talking to in the Hogwarts Express: Colin Creevey, Ethan Glover, Alive Morris, and Angela Smith. These were his main suspects. They were obviously Muggle-borns. Their amazement at everything magical was rather obvious. Malfoy would have an easier time tricking some ignorant young Muggle-born than a child born in this world, and aware of its dangers. The rest of the feast went as expected. They ate, and then Dumbledore started his yearly announcement, saying that the Forbidden Forest was, well, forbidden, and he announced Gilderoy Lockhart as the defense professor as if it wasn't in the Daily Prophet for weeks straight. The funniest one was the speculation on whether the celebrity would be able to break the alleged defense curse and save the school. It was funny, imagining the Ponce trying to break a curse that Voldemort, at the height of his power, put on the position. Of course, the teenage female students, being, well, normal teenagers, kept sighing at the sight of the admittedly handsome celebrity. This would get annoying really quickly. Of course, the aged headmaster was starting to say something about Quidditch tryouts. A loud bang appeared, and the enchanted ceiling showed a flying car, falling from the sky erratically. The entire room watched, gaping, as the car kept going to the other side. 10 seconds later, an enormous crashing sound reverberated across the castle. Damn, Harry had forgotten about Longbottom and Weasley getting a flying car. Why the hell didn't they just flew to Hogsmeade or something? It wasn't that hard. In the stories, Harry's counterpart in the stories had the excuse that he didn't know much about the magical world, but Longbottom and Weasley had lived here all their lives. Was Longbottom even visited by Dobby like Harry's counterpart in the stories? Harry didn't know, and honestly, he didn't care. He decided to stop bothering himself with Longbottom and his little gang. He wanted absolutely nothing to do with them. He definitely wasn't going to rely on the boy who lived to kill a fucking basilisk out of sheer dumb luck. He wasn't going to rely on the story. He had reflected during the summer, and he realized that for all his thoughts of dismissal, he was still attentive to the boy who lived's activities. Maybe it was because of the stories, or maybe it was because Harry was curious about what Longbottom would do differently. But the encounter with Quirrell taught Harry to throw the stories out of the window and stop relying on them too much. This was real life, and in this life, he had nothing to do with Longbottom. Still, breaking the statute of secrecy this openly and coming to school on a flying car, which was illegally enchanted, was something that Harry had to notice. Honestly, Harry was sure that if it was anyone else, especially an adult, they would have been arrested and sent to Azkaban. If it was proven to be a malicious act of actively revealing the magical world to the Muggles, then they could even be executed. Yeah, the enforcers of the statute of secrecy weren't particularly merciful and didn't take any bullshit. Fortunately for the two idiots, Longbottom was a nationwide celebrity and would probably get a slap on the wrist and some bad publicity, of course. The entire room unfroze when Dumbledore practically ran out of the Great Hall radiating anger and worry, followed by half the faculty. And of course, the room turned into a cacophony of noise. Tracy looked at them with wide eyes. Did that just happen? Blaise nodded, looking just as stunned. "Want to bet they get away with it?" "That's a sucker's bet, and you know it," Harry replied. A first-year girl who had sat next to him after being sorted, Harry didn't really remember her first name, but she was a Yaxley, asked meekly, "Is this normal?" Harry snorted and raised his goblet filled with his coffee. "Welcome to Hogwarts, kid. I hope you survive the experience." Of Mysterious Traps. Chapter 72. Of Mysterious Traps. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 2nd, 1992, King's Cross Station. Blaise nodded, looking just as stupefied. "Want to bet they get away with it?" "That's a sucker's bet, and you know it," Harry replied. A first-year girl who had sat next to him after being sorted, Harry didn't really remember her first name, but she was a Yaxley, asked meekly, "Is this normal?" Harry snorted and raised his goblet filled with his coffee. "Welcome to Hogwarts, kid. I hope you survive the experience." Harry woke up far later than usual, and he knew that he wouldn't be able to have his daily acclimacy lesson and get to class in time. He was still exhausted because of the train ride, and the nightmares didn't help. The Potter Scion didn't know if he was back at the castle or something, but that night, he dreamt of Voldemort looming over him, sending a killing curse his way. The young Slytherin looked around and saw that most people were still asleep. What did he expect? It was still 7 in the morning, and most students had spent months waking up far later than that. Choosing to simply clear his head, Harry took out a book in the common room and started reading it. It wasn't even an academic one. It was a fiction book, which was a guilty pleasure of his. Yeah, he liked reading about adventures and such, and the authors in the magical words are very dramatic, which was something that he didn't think he would like, but quickly learned to enjoy. Although Harry would have rather been exploring the Room of Hidden Things instead. Yeah, Harry did his best not to remove anything from it, with Voldemort possibly being in the castle. The man probably had wards that Harry didn't even know existed near the diadem. Yeah, he didn't want to accidentally trip them and make the man start panicking for one reason or another. Well, now his younger version was here, not him, meaning that he shouldn't really be notified by the wards. He was a fraction of a soul without any magic, which wouldn't really make him a living being to any magical protection. Harry's musings were interrupted by a pitiful groan and the sight of a familiar brunette with messy hair dropping herself on the couch next to him. "Good morning, Tracy," Harry cheerfully stated. The girl just replied by groaning miserably. "Don't take it personally," another familiar voice replied in her stead. "She's been like that all morning." Harry turned and saw the familiar figure of Daphne, who was immaculately dressed and didn't look worse for wear. "Well, at least you're actually awake," Harry said. The girl pouted. "You're supposed to say that I'm beautiful, Harry." "Of course you are, Daph. Now, do you know if Blaze is still sleeping?" "Yeah, I tried to wake him, but he told me to get some breakfast without him." Harry simply shrugged. "Fine. I guess we should get going so that we could eat before classes start." They all walked in silence to the Great Hall. Honestly, Harry was kinda hungry, but when they arrived, the entire room was busy staring at Longbottom. His crashing arrival the previous day was the talk of the school. For some reason, people seemed to admire him for it. It honestly confused Harry immensely. The boy had broken laws that would have gotten most people arrested and possibly in Azkaban. He had broken the statute of secrecy out of pure stupidity and negligence, the same statute that happened to be one of the globally sacred laws in the magical world. People were taught since the moment they could talk to not reveal the existence of magic, and yet a national icon did this. A soft hoot interrupted his thoughts when Hedwig came to perch on his shoulder with a letter and his subscription to the Daily Prophet. "Thanks, Hedwig. Here, have some," Harry spoke up while handing his companion a piece of bacon. The snowy owl nibbled on it and snugged into his face slightly before flying away once more. Harry opened his letter first and saw that it was simply his timetable. Did everyone get their timetables this way? Or was Snape just not bothered to give them face-to-face? It didn't matter, only that while the organization was somewhat different, his practical lessons were still with the Gryffindor. There was actually a full-blown war between Longbottom and Malfoy because of this last year, and they are just left it as is? This was honestly getting ridiculous, and as expected, the front page of the Daily Prophet was a picture of Longbottom and Weasley in a flying car, breaking the statute of secrecy. The Potter Scion took a deep breath and decided to just continue eating. He wouldn't think about Longbottom, it just wasn't worth it. At least that was what he told himself until Tracy suddenly stiffened. "Look, Weasley got a howler." Remembering how the Weasley matriarch was yelling at her husband, Harry simply put his hands over his ears. Tracy gave him a confused look. "What are you doing?" Of course, that was when the youngest Weasley boy decided to open the letter, whose volume was so high that a few people were pushed away by it. For a moment, most of the students were left reeling, as a roar of legendary proportions had echoed in the hall who was almost shaking. Molly Weasley really had a point to put across. "Stealing the car, I wouldn't have been surprised if they'd expelled you. You wait till I get hold of you. I don't suppose you stopped to think what your father and I went through when we saw it was gone." Dear Lord, this woman had some lungs on her. Did she enchant the howler to be extra loud? Or was she just so loud that the howler was probably damaging the hearing of everyone in the vicinity? Hell, the implements and the plates were rattling, and the sound was echoed magically off the walls of Hogwarts. The poor redhead had practically sunk so low in his chair that only his crimson forehead could be seen. "Letter from Dumbledore last night. I thought your father would die of shame. We didn't bring you up to behave like this. You and Neville could both have died. Honestly, this was public humiliation at this point. The Weasley boy, while annoying as hell, had a very fragile ego that the woman kept battering on with this howler. Harry started to pity the boy if he was perfectly frank. He didn't like it. Although the fact that the Weasleys just revealed that they were directly contacted by the headmaster reeked of favoritism, the woman must have been too angry to care for subtleties. It was understandable somewhat, because if it wasn't for the fact that Neville was with him, Ron would have been expelled and probably arrested. Absolutely disgusted. Your father's facing an inquiry at work. It's entirely your fault, and if you put another toe out of line, we'll bring you straight back home." A loud silence fell in the hall, The children and teenagers, still under the shock their eardrums had recorded in all its fury. The red envelope, which had dropped from Ronald Weasley's hand, burst into flames and curled into ashes. Everyone was just too stunned to react or do anything. Really? Of course, just as people started to talk, another howler appeared at the Gryffindor letter, but this time, it was in front of Longbottom. Neville Longbottom. Never I have felt so ashamed of being your grandmother. How dare you steal a car and break the statute so brazenly? Frank and Alice would be ashamed of your actions. What you did was irresponsible and dangerous, and I will have none of it. When you come back home, yeah, Longbottom wasn't spared from the humiliation as well. When the entire Slytherin house burst into laughter, Harry stayed silent. Tracy had tears in his eyes. That was the best thing that I've ever seen in my life. Even the stoic Daphne was openly laughing, although she stopped when she noticed Harry's serious expression. What's wrong, Harry? What happened the last time Longbottom was humiliated publicly? He explained. They both frowned in thought, and the Potter Scion decided to just give them the answer. Remember the Quidditch match, the one that Snape was refereeing, and that he lost badly? Do you remember what he was like afterwards? Both girls paled. You're saying he's going to start attacking Slytherins again? Daphne asked with visible concern in her eyes. I don't know, but what I do know is that our dear boy who lived has a very fragile ego. I only hope the professors will stop him, or just keep him busy afterwards. With that said, Harry decided to ignore Longbottom entirely and focus on the bigger problem at hand, the Chamber of Secrets. First of all, he needed materials to build his glare-resistant artifact, but more importantly, he needed to eliminate a few of his suspects. They were too many. As far as he knows, he could only remove them by confirming their alibis during the attacks. But that was just too much of a risk to wait for a student to be hurt. Wait a minute. Harry didn't need to wait until an attack, but until the chamber opens. Riddle has to make preparations before taking out the basilisks, like making sure it's still there. Harry could make it. Ward alert him whenever the chamber opens. He already knew the entrance, and it's not like he's losing anything if he does it. Choosing to take the initiative, Harry told his friends, I need to get to the bathroom. I'll see you in a minute. The young Potter slowly walked to the second-floor bathroom, home to the infamous Moaning Myrtle. Thankfully, the ghost didn't seem to be there. Harry walked towards the sink and, using his arcane hearing, heard a very subtle hissing. It was well hidden. Harry would give Salazar Slytherin that, but the obvious engraving of a snake kinda made it obvious. Still, Harry was sure that this was the entrance, and just under the sink, Harry took out one of his engraving tools and put a small runic array underneath. When he touched it, the writing started to glow and just melt into the stone. The array was simple. It would simply send a pulse using his arcane hearing whenever it was moved in space, something that was impossible unless the sink itself was moving, which was what happened when the entrance was opened. However, Harry wasn't done yet. He needed something else before it was useful. As far as he's concerned, what he's done is simply a warning system whenever the chamber was opened. Considering that the attacks were mostly random, Harry needed the location of most students. The Marauders map would have been perfect right now, but Harry didn't even know if the thing was real, let alone if the Weasley twins had it. He certainly wasn't going to risk breaking into the Gryffindor common room. Common rooms were protected by more than just silly passwords. The very design of the map didn't make sense. It was made in two ways. Either it was hooked up to the wards somehow, or the Marauders somehow put detection charms that lasted for decades all over the castle. It was probably the wards, since the detection charms wouldn't really have access to any student's name. Dumbledore certainly wasn't going to let Harry mess with the castle wards. That left the detection charms. Yeah, Harry needed to somehow put on charms in the entrance of each common room, counting the number of people getting in and out, revealing if there's someone going out from any house just before the entrance to the chamber opens. It would help focus on the house of the possessed victim. Still, he had to do it at night or very early in the morning. As for now, he walked towards the greenhouses. He was almost going to be late for herbology class. The Fraudulent Professor. Chapter 73. The Fraudulent Professor. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 2nd, 1992, Hogwarts. Yeah, Harry needed to somehow put on charms in the entrance of each common room, counting the number of people getting in and out, revealing if there's someone going out from any house just before the entrance to the chamber opens. It would help focus on the house of the possessed victim. Still, he had to do it at night or very early in the morning. As for now, he walked towards the greenhouses. He was almost going to be late for herbology class. Well, herbology wasn't all that bad. Honestly, Harry wasn't all that passionate about the field, even if he understood its utility. Herbology wasn't just the study and breeding of plants for use in potions, even if that's what it was used for nowadays. No, it was a study of nature. New herbology students start to even learn a few druidic spells and a few rituals to promote plant growth. It was the only kind of ritual magic allowed in the castle, and in the country, really. Even Dumbledore couldn't ban them, only restrict them, as it would cripple potion production, which was necessary in any magical society. Magical plants could also be extremely dangerous and commonly used as weapons. Yeah, a herbologist aura was terrifying. There was this professor called Mirabelle Garlic over a century back that had somehow created a plant that fed on magical fire. During an attack on the school during the last Goblin Rebellion, this simple plant was able to kill a dragon by growing from the beast's flames and binding the creature, who ended up being strangled to death. Yeah, that woman was badass. It was also one of the main reasons Harry never dismissed the seemingly kind and upbeat Professor Sprout. She had a mastery of the subject, which means that she probably knew more than enough way to give anyone a long and torturous death, something that Lockhart seemed unaware of since he kept pestering the woman about the correct way to doctor a whomping willow. Never mind that the tree was a creation of the professor in the first place. Yeah, Harry was curious about the professors a few times and used his nifty little spell to find any books authored by them. And yeah, Professor Sprout had written one on the properties of the plant that she had created. Yeah, that woman was terrifying, and Lockhart was actively insulting her prowess with his suggestions. Thankfully, the woman ignored the man and did not turn him into fertilizer for her venomous tentacula, and just started the lesson, although slightly less upbeat than usual even after the Ponce left. Still, it was obvious that this year was going to be more interesting than the last, especially when they started the year with mandrakes of all things. Well, at least they were very young, so the most they could get was a headache or passing out. Yeah, this was a very dangerous plant that was actually used by certain hit wizard teams specializing in mandrakes. Of course, they used younger ones because the risk to their allies and for collateral damage was high, but it was still relatively common to have a mandrake or two in a team. As for fully matured ones, they needed to be put in specialized rooms with hundreds of wards and enchantments negating any form of noise. Yeah, the bugger's cries could somehow break a few wards on their own. It was why transporting adult mandrakes was such a problem and made illegal. In most countries, porkies and apparitions could mess with the wards slightly, and a fraction of a second was all those plants needed to kill hundreds or even thousands of people. Even taking them while flying was risky because the enchantments wouldn't be as stable without an active anchor, like a warded farm. It was why most farms bought the things young and raised them themselves, which was what Hogwarts often did. But they returned the plants to a specialized farm outside of the country just before they mature. Honestly, mandrake farming was mostly done for aurors and hit wizards. Even if it was useful in terms of an antidote for transfiguration mishaps, it was too expensive to use instead of just finding another cure which would work just as well. Very few incidents actually necessitated mandrake essence to be used in a potion, and considering how quickly it could be contaminated, it was done to order. The effects practically disappear in an hour, and you couldn't really apparate or use any magic near it, or its effects will be diluted. The best practice was to raise a young mandrake from scratch and wait for it to mature. These victims are often not in critical condition, meaning that they could wait a few months before being treated. Still, repotting angry baby-looking roots was sort of fun, all things considered. Everything went fine except for Crabbe, who had put on his earmuffs incorrectly and was knocked out the moment he took out his seedling. By the end of the lesson, Harry left with a smile on his face, even if his friends were unhappy with touching dirt. That was until he realized that his next lesson was with Lockhart. Harry grumpily walked out of the room and Daphne caught up to him. "What's got you all grumpy? You looked pretty happy in herbology." "Well, we have defense against the dark arts next," he explained.
Ah, Lockhart.
"I still don't understand what you have against him. You weren't that fussed with Quirrell, and he was a pretty bad professor," Daphne responded with a questioning tone. "Quirrell was a competent wizard pretending not to be one. I could tell with the way he cast his spells, the way he spoke. He was a shit teacher, and he did try to kill me, but I could tell he knew what he was talking about. Plus, I was doing my best not to stay near him at any time. But Lockhart, I look at him and see a con man who swindled his way into fame. I wouldn't really care about it if it wasn't the fact that he's supposed to teach us using fiction books, somehow. We'll see if he's worth it or not. If he's useless, we could just self-study. I know you already do a lot by yourself, the blonde said. You're probably right. All right, let's go catch up with Tracy and Blaze. They practically ran all the way there. The Slytherin girl nodded, and they walked to the classroom. They stopped for a second in the courtyard to see Longbottom getting into a fight with Malfoy because someone wanted his autograph or something. Harry didn't particularly care and just went to the classroom, leaving Lockhart to deal with the mess. It was his duty as a professor after all. Harry sat next to Daphne and took out the books that he was forced to buy. Honestly, he wouldn't have touched them with a 10-foot pole. They were all seated until Lockhart came back with a red-faced Longbottom who was glaring at the man's back. Well, it seems that Lockhart was very good in hitting his nerves. When the whole class was seated, Lockhart cleared his throat loudly and silence fell. He reached forward, picked up Parvati Patil's copy of Travels with Trolls, and held it up to show his own, winking portrait on the front. "Me," he said, pointing at it and winking as well. "Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5-time winner of Which Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't talk about that. I didn't get rid of the Bandon Banshee by smiling at her." He waited for them to laugh. A few people smiled weakly. "I see you've all bought a complete set of my books. Well done. I thought we'd start today with a little quiz. Nothing to worry about, just to check how well you've read them, how much you've taken in dash." When he had handed out the test papers, he returned to the front of the class and said, "You have 30 minutes. Start now." Harry looked down at his paper and read, 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's secret ambition? And on it went to 54. When is Gilderoy Lockhart's birthday, and what would his ideal gift be? Yeah, Harry wasn't reassured in the slightest. He would have laughed if it wasn't depressing. It seems that the stories were right, and that Harry would have to deal with a fraud as a defense professor. He simply wrote whatever came into his mind first without really thinking about it. He already lost interest in the class. 15 minutes later, Lockhart collected their results and took a quick look at them. Of course, the man ruffled through the tests quickly before vanishing them with a wave of his wand like they were useless. Harry could tell that the spell was somewhat inefficient using his arcane hearing. It wasn't close to McGonagall or Flitwick's control, but it looked slightly better than the one from the 7th-year students he saw training for their newts. It was an OWL spell, after all, but the wordless casting was somewhat impressive. The man stood up suddenly with an intense look in his eyes. "What you've just shown me right now is that you could memorize facts. It's nice and all, but what I don't understand is why you all kept reading the books when you realized that there were no spells in there, and none of you questioned me about it. What I also don't understand is why none of you said anything about how romanticized everything was in there. Defense against the dark arts is not pretty. When you're fighting dark creatures and dark wizards, you make mistakes, you get hurt, and you get a few people hurt, something that is oddly absent in my books. Because these books are made to entertain the masses, not to teach. At least, the version available to the public, that is." Harry stiffened as the man kept speaking. What the actual fuck was going on? This was completely opposite to the stories. The Potter Scion turned around and saw people watching him either in heartbreak or slight admiration. The man played with his hair a bit and continued, "Which is why the books I gave you are slightly different. As you probably know, buying a book with a Hogwarts letter entitles you to a discount on Flourish and Blots. I asked them to set aside books for you that were slightly different." The professor waved his wand and Harry could feel an enchantment being activated on the books, changing the content. He took a quick look and saw that each book was different. Not only did they contain the story, but there was a description of the spells used, how they were used, a comment on the tactics in each encounter, and most of all, it was real. Again, this surprised the hell out of the young Slytherin. He hadn't really looked over the books. They often had enchantments to stop them from being copies and such. And Harry didn't really look that closely at Lockhart's books. He didn't even really read them, just skimmed them quickly for a couple of minutes. Still, he should have noted the difference. Now, you can start reading something a little more informative than the previous text. With that out of the way, let's get started with our lesson. And what better way to start than with a slight practical lesson? It is my job to arm you against the foulest creatures known to wizard kind. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. Know only that no harm can befall you whilst I am here. All I ask is that you remain calm and not scream as it might provoke them. As the whole class held its breath, Lockhart whipped off the cover. "Yes," he said dramatically. "Freshly caught Cornish pixies." People started chuckling, to which the man snorted. "You think this is funny then? Do you think that something looking as significant cannot hurt you? The magical world is full of hidden dangers. Now, let me show you how unprepared you are." With a flick of his wand, the cage opened and pandemonium followed. An Unforgettable Lesson. Chapter 74. An Unforgettable Lesson. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 2nd, 1992, Hogwarts. People started chuckling, to which the man snorted. "You think this is funny then? Do you think that something looking as significant cannot hurt you? The magical world is full of hidden dangers. Now, let me show you how unprepared you are." With a flick of his wand, the cage opened and pandemonium followed. The pixies were electric blue and about 8 inches high, with pointed faces and voices so shrill it was like listening to a lot of budgies arguing. When they were caged, Harry noticed that they had started jabbering and rocketing around, rattling the bars and making bizarre faces at the people nearest them. Yeah, Harry didn't know what the man expected when he just released them, but it was complete chaos. The pixies shot in every direction like rockets. 2 of them seized Seamus Finnegan by the ears and lifted him into the air. Several shot straight through the window, showering the back row with broken glass. The rest proceeded to wreck the classroom more effectively than a rampaging rhino. They grabbed ink bottles and sprayed the class. With them, shredded books and papers, tore pictures from the walls, upended the wastebasket, grabbed bags and books and threw them out of the smashed window. Within minutes, half the class was sheltering under desks and Finnegan was swinging from the iron chandelier in the ceiling. The Potter Scion would have been worried if it wasn't for the Contigo shield that he cast the moment the creatures approached. The shield was somewhat competent when it came to physical protection, and the pixies weren't heavy or fast enough to get past the limited protection it provided. Still, Harry only shielded himself and the table his friends were hiding under and didn't attack the pixies. He wanted to see where the man was going with his lesson. Lockhart seemed unconcerned with the destruction of his classrooms, and the pixies didn't attack him. The blonde professor started speaking out. "Cornish pixies are tough little buggers. They like to leave mischief and mayhem in their wake, but whatever mess they make is easy to clean up. No, what you need to worry about is their bites, which are venomous." Lavender Brown started screaming as he did this, using one of Lockhart's books to hit the 2 pixies attacking her. "They're poisonous?" "The wild ones, yes," the professor answered, unconcerned with the girl's distress. "However, you'll probably be all right after a few bites as the poison is not that potent. You would need to be bit at least a dozen times for you to be in any substantial amount of danger, and the poison is also easily treatable. However, lucky for you, I have defanged these little creatures, so you're not at any risk. Now, considering the way you've been reacting to the little creatures you laughed at just moments ago, are you still amused? Defense against the dark arts is not a joke. It could easily save your life one day, and you need to take it seriously. Outside of Mr. Potter, you all didn't even try to use your wands. Hell, you didn't even try to attack the pixies." Suddenly, everyone stared at Harry, who was looking unconcerned with the Cornish pixies battering his shield. The professor then continued, using a shield charm. Any shield charm, really, would have been an easy solution. Shielding spells always have a resistance to magical attacks as well as physical attacks. If this was a rampaging Graphorn or Acromantula, Mr. Potter's shield wouldn't have held, and it would have been better to use a specialized shield that is primarily focused on stopping physical attacks. But right now, the pixies are small and not strong enough to make a dent. The man had a good point, and it grated Harry to acknowledge it so. There was still something off about him. The way he speaks, the way he walks, it just wasn't the way of a warrior that he described himself as. He had no scars, no cursed injuries, and that was just impossible. He was too clean, too civilian. It was also his magic. It felt pampered, like a fancy tune of nobility, not one marred with conflict and suffering. Harry remembered what Lucius Malfoy's magic felt like. It was smooth, filled with a sadistic streak, but it was obvious that it had experienced conflict. Lockhart's just wasn't, and so this unexpected competence was just wrong. Of course, he was teaching second-year students, where the spell required could be cast by any wizard with a reasonable competence in magic. But since it was different from the stories, it could be a clue. The diary had disappeared near Lockhart, so could it be possible that the Ponce was actually learning from the diary to be competent? It would explain the change from the stories, but it wouldn't really say anything about the hidden text in the books he sold, the one with the true story. This was too unknown, too unpredictable, but the Potter Scion couldn't discount the possibility. Everyone had frozen at the man's speech, even the pixies for a few moments. Of course, they returned, causing chaos on the unsuspecting students seconds later. Pansy Parkinson, who was trying to shoo the attacking creatures for some reason. "What do we do, Professor?" "Well, you still haven't attacked them. They aren't really that resistant to magic. Any spell would attack them," the man responded with a mocking drawl. Of course, the Gryffindors started hexing the hell out of everything, missing half the shots. Harry didn't know why they thought that. Casting prank spells would help, but at least Hermione was smart enough to hit a couple of pixies with the petrification hex. Lockhart shook his head. "If they're too quick for you to hit with a conventional spell, either lay a trap or use spells that affect a wider area." Still, Harry remained unmoved. His friend started standing up, still under his shield. Blaise gave him a wide smile. "That was close." "Thanks, mate." "You're welcome," he responded. "You're not attacking them," Daphne remarked. "Yes, this is far more entertaining," Harry answered with a snort. All four of them giggled at that, especially as Seamus Finnegan's wand was stolen by the pixies when he was still held up in a chandelier. It was all fun and games until Weasley raised his wand, Locomotor Wibbly. Instead of the usual spell, an explosion occurred, hitting himself and his housemates in the process. Damn, Harry had forgotten about the boy's broken wand. Honestly, how he was able to pass his exams with a broken wand in the stories was just absurd. Seriously, it had to be some sort of mistake, because this was pretty much like passing a driving exam without a car. It just didn't any sense. Having had enough, Harry dispelled his shield and intoned, "Ventus." A strong gust of wind sent all of the pixies flying back towards the wall, where he used that disorientation to levitate them all at once, putting them back in their cage and locking it when they were all gone. Everyone stared at Harry for a couple of seconds before Parvati Patil gasped and pointed at the Weasley boy. "Professor, something happened to Ron." The blonde professor walked towards the redhead, who had weird spots and burns all over his body. Longbottom and Dean Thomas also shared a similar fate, although on a far smaller scale. Lockhart then levitated the students with a flick of his wand and addressed the class. "This lesson is over. I'll be taking these students to the infirmary. I want you all to write a small essay on what you've done wrong and how would you act differently this time. This is your homework due next week, as well as reading the first chapter of Wandering with Werewolves, the new chapter that is. Now, everyone, you're dismissed." Harry slowly walked out of the room, still keeping his eye on Lockhart. Tracy skipped past him. "I told you he was the real deal, didn't I, Harry? Are you ready to eat your words now?" The Potter Scion shook his head. "No, he's somewhat competent and a little charismatic, but I still stand by what I said. He's a front, an act, and it shows. Mastering the second-year curriculum as an adult wizard is pretty easy. I'll reserve my judgment until I hear the opinion of the Newt student." "You're just stubborn because you can't stand the fact that you're wrong for once," Tracy retorted with a frown. "I'm wrong all the time," Harry said, "but there's still something off with him. Something I just can't put my finger on." Blaise rolled his eyes. "Just admit that you're wrong and we can just move on." Harry, choosing not to escalate things into an actual fight, simply nodded. "I guess I was mistaken. As far as I can see today, he'll be an all-right professor." Tracy grinned. "Come on, he's just as amazing as the book described. Did you see how unflappable he stood when the pixies attacked? They didn't even come near him." "Hey, Harry wasn't worried too," Daphne protested at his side. "The pixies were harmless, but he shouldn't have let people cast whatever they wanted," Harry commented. "He should have specified rules so that people wouldn't get hurt. But even then, you heard him say that the books are romanticized versions of what happened, which means that they're pretty much made up. I am curious about what's different this time." "Yeah, me too." We'll be the envy of his entire fanbase. Our copies would probably sell for hundreds of galleons, Tracy exclaimed. Yeah, the girl had a point. It wasn't good business sense to just leave these things out in the open. Lockhart is born with a persona that he's invincible, that fighting dark creatures was some sort of heroic tale like the ones taught to children. He was selling a narrative, but if he showed a version of the events with blood and gore, his very premise would be irrelevant. Still, the Potter scion was curious about what the updated books entailed. Was it really just another piece of fiction, or was there any reality to it? After dinner, Harry decided to just stay in the common room and started reading Lockhart's books. He started with the first one, and he just kept on going until he had finished the entire collection. It was almost midnight by then, and what a read it was. But Harry could tell that whoever had written this wasn't really Lockhart. There were traces of the man's writing, but the theory, the confrontations, it was like someone else had written them. The writing style was just that different, but the content was a goldmine. Yeah, he didn't wrestle with a werewolf, just stabbed it with a silver dagger. He didn't banish a banshee with some obscure spell. He simply added a basic ward in the village it attacked and used a laughing potion while the creature tried to break in to kill her from behind. Voyages with vampires had nothing about vampire hunts. It was just an explanation of their society and so on. The only piece of action was just some rogue young vampires that tried to attack a village, which he weakened using the Lumos Solum charm and beheaded using a cutting curse. It wouldn't have worked if they were older or more powerful, but luckily, they were barely turned a few months before the confrontation and hadn't gotten their bloodlust under control. This was unexpected. No, this was more than unexpected. This was just too detailed and too close to the truth for it to not be at least reliable. Each method in the book could be found in a reference book or another. The spells used were explained in detail, down to the wand movements and the visualization aspect. It was suitable to be used as a textbook, but something was still nagging Harry. If he was some hero, then why did he force people to buy all of his books? Exclusive or not, he still made an absurd amount of gold in this sale. And giving first years and Newt students the same books was just illogical. They were worlds apart in terms of magical education, and that didn't explain Lockhart's obviously untrained magic, at least in terms of martial spells. Something was odd. Was he really a fraud? Or was there something else going on? Did Lockhart end up with the diary back in July, and that was the consequences of it? If it was any other artifact, Harry would have noticed it. But the diary was a tricky little bugger. Speaking of the diary, he needed to start developing a way to survive the basilisk's glare. It was mostly done out of precaution, but he would rather not risk it. After all, he loses nothing by being prepared. The Refraction Phenomena. Chapter 75. The Refraction Phenomena. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 5th, 1992, Hogwarts. Did Lockhart end up with the diary back in July, and that was the consequences of it? If it was any other artifact, Harry would have noticed it. But the diary was a tricky little bugger. Speaking of the diary, he needed to start developing a way to survive the basilisk's glare. It was mostly done out of precaution, but he would rather not risk it. After all, he loses nothing by being prepared. School had started for a few days, and the entire student population wasn't sure what to think about the new defense professor. Lockhart was adored by the younger years because of his stories, and he was a good enough orator to make things stick slightly, but Newt students just thought that he was somewhat average. They were used to figuring things out by themselves after years of mediocre defense professors, but they honestly had no comments. The man just mainly stuck to the ministry curriculum, and the books were mildly helpful. Honestly, after the first read, the books weren't all that interesting. Don't get him wrong, they were far more interesting than the original books, and the magic used was very well explained. But even then, it was primarily stories, even if they were real ones. It was like someone had used aura reports while explaining the magic of each spell to teach defense. Yeah, it was interesting, but an actual textbook would have been more educational as it will include far more magic. Still, with the number of horrible defense against the dark arts professors, Lockhart was still one of the few that wasn't horrible, and that was suspicious. Harry was sure the man was a fraud, and this sudden rise in competence could theoretically be because of the diary's influence. According to the stories, Tom Riddle always wanted to be the defense professor, and aiding a fraudulent professor was something a petty teenage pre-Dark Lord would do just to prove a point. Although Riddle's desire for the position could have been because of the influence over the next generation it would have given him. In a way, he wanted to be the next Dumbledore, something that the headmaster wouldn't allow as long as he was in power. All in all, Harry had enjoyed his first week at Hogwarts this year. Much of that enjoyment had actually come from the relative normality that had made up pretty much the entirety of the week. Binns was as boring as ever, Snape was as much of an ass, and the junior professors were just as useless as ever. Honestly, Harry barely even remembered their names. The most eventful things that had happened had been Ron Weasley's and Neville Longbottom's howlers, his early morning flying session with Cassius, his first lesson under the not-so-fake after all Gilderoy Lockhart, and of course, Harry's attempts at figuring out where the damn diary was. The Potter Scion had successfully put a small counting rune connected to a piece of parchment, which increments whenever someone enters each common room, on decrements whenever someone leaves. He did the same to the Great Hall, which he tied to each student's house, and one for each of the classrooms also with the same property. What most people don't know is that being sorted isn't just about wearing a different colored tie and just participating in the competition. The castle itself marks each sorted student to allow them to enter certain parts of the castle. They can be circumvented, of course, and the castle itself has this mischievous nature that would allow a few students to get past the wards. But the truth was that there was a reason no one could sneak into the Ravenclaw common room, even if it's only protected by a riddle. The riddle will only be spoken when a Ravenclaw asks it, and even then, there are other protections. It's the same reason why the Hufflepuff common room was still protected, even if it didn't even have a password, just a special knock. If you knew what you were doing, you could technically be able to tell the house of a student with the magic. However, for some reason the castle only allowed the wards to activate in public places. So, yeah, putting it in the bathroom with the entrance was a bust, so Harry stuck with his method. It was frustrating because he wouldn't have needed to do all of this if the castle just let him do it at the location of the entrance. It wouldn't have even let him put it outside the entrance to the male and female dormitory. Harry had snuck into each common room with his cloak and tried to do it, allowing him to pinpoint the gender of the possessed student as well. His enchantments just wouldn't hold. It was why he was stuck labeling the entrances to the common rooms, technically outside of it. If he had to guess, Harry would say that the castle allows students to add their own touch and their own little mark during their education as long as it's in a public location. The common rooms, the bathrooms, and whatnot were just off-limits, but the corridors and empty classrooms were all right. It was limiting and frustrating, but he could make do. The small marker he put in the bathroom just wasn't permanent. It wasn't even a spell, just a trigger of movement that was almost unseen. That wasn't even connected to the bathroom, but to a small artifact that Harry enchanted, not the other way around, which the castle seemed to accept for some reason. It was very confusing, to be honest, but at least he had a basic system that he could refine at any time. He could technically put it at the entrance of the bathroom, but that was honestly weird, and it was very possible that whoever was possessed by the diary would be able to notice the frankly basic ward in an empty corridor that held no magic. In a common room, they could easily ignore it as a precautionary issue from the school, but in front of the exact bathroom that was the entrance to the chamber, Riddle would know that someone knew about the chamber and about its entrance, and that would spell a lot of unnecessary trouble. Doing it by elimination was simply better. This would have been so easily solved if he had the damn Marauders map, if it even existed. According to the stories, the Weasley twins have it, and Harry didn't know where they hid what must be their most precious treasure. It could technically still be in Filch's office, so Harry had to plan to break in there and see if there was anything useful. He also still didn't know what to do about Lockhart. Technically, if anyone noticed the enchantments, they could think that they were made years ago to make sure no student was missing, but putting it on the entrance to a professor's room would be difficult to explain, especially if he was possessed by the diary. So, what to do? Harry wasn't exactly sure what to make of that issue. There was certainly a part of him that thought he was overthinking things, especially considering the utter mess of a detection system he had made, which wasn't efficient at all and could be circumvented in many ways. He even ordered an omniocular of all things, to try to figure out its enchantment to craft something of his own. He was still waiting for Hedwig to return with the package. However, there was also a much larger, much more insistent part of him that was telling him he was most certainly not overthinking anything at all. In the end, he decided that as of now, he had made the best of his time to find out who has the cursed diary. It technically was functional, even if he could probably improve it since he rushed a lot of things. But he now had to focus on protecting him from the basilisk. It was, unsurprisingly, extremely complicated. This morning, Harry was planning to maintain his normal routine. He had just finished breakfast with Daphne, Blaise, and Tracy. Now, he was off to the library to look for more information about the magical refraction effect. According to the books Arcturus Black had given him, it was this very magical effect that was used to fight basilisks. It wasn't perfect, but it was very complex in terms of magical theory. The idea was simple: when a spell touches a physical object, it tends to physically damage it. But if the object in question is spelled to be unbreakable, then one of three things happen. If the magic in the spell was higher than the one making the object unbreakable, the object is destroyed. If the magic is lower, then it's splashed around, and the enchantments are weakened. But curiously, if the object is transparent, the spell can go through it entirely, well, a part of the spell, while the other is refracted away, and the enchantment is barely affected. Someone had even tried to put it through a lens, and the spell was somehow more focused. It was a very peculiar phenomenon that showed a certain similarity in the behavior of spells and the behavior of light. Now, by using a series of enchanted mirrors instead angled to cause the most refraction possible, each one removes a slight fraction of power from the spell, which affects the enchantment itself. The spell gets weaker and weaker with each mirror until by the end of it, it's basically harmless and can be surpassed by the inherent magical resistance all wizards and witches possess. In a way, the mirrors are turned into absorbing material and reflective at the same time. It reflects the magic while absorbing what remained, and the combination of multiple mirrors could take away from the spell, while not affecting the light coming in, allowing people to see through it. Of course, that's talking about huge mirrors with large spells. The basilisk's glare is magical, hence it works the same way. However, instead of using cumbersome mirrors, using goggles with dozens of miniature mirrors would work. They're awfully large, but still very useful and grant basic protection from the King of Serpents. The bigger issue is that they tended to break with prolonged eye contact, making the effects less potent, and sometimes even rendering them useless. The unbreakable enchantments were being overwhelmed by the glare, which was why Harry had a small alternative plan to the enchantment. The last basilisk hunt was almost 1,000 years back, and magic had come a long way since then, particularly jewel craft. Certain gems, when treated correctly, could hold a substantial amount of magic, enough to power wards for decades, and even centuries if they're filled entirely. It was a goblin technique that was reverse-engineered by a wizard a few centuries back, which actually sparked a goblin rebellion. Harry was hoping on getting a few gems and directing the energy reflected, not towards the unbreakable enchantment, but to be converted and stored as raw magic to enhance the enchantments itself, and maybe even power something else in the long run. This, combined with the advances in spatial charms, could theoretically make the goggles somewhat wearable and not affect combat scenarios. It was a good plan, but the charms needed to do this project were just very advanced to even Newt students. That's not mentioning the tiny runes that need to be inscribed on every small mirror, and the expansion charms that need to be somehow unaffected by the spell as well. It was a huge undertaking and by far Harry's largest magical project so far. At least he had a plan in place. He needed to buy the materials and enough practice to make it happen. Harry decided to go to the Ollery and use one of the school owls to order a rune carving kit, specialized for small objects, a few alchemically treated rubies to store the magic, as well as orichalcum to hold the enchantments and transfer the magic effectively. Damn, his vault was going to take a big hit after this. Of course, Harry's streak of normality was unfortunately about to come to a rather screeching halt when a grinning Malfoy, followed by his lackeys, made his way to him. The Potter scion suppressed a groan. He just knew that this wouldn't go well. The Thing About Quidditch. Chapter 76. The Thing About Quidditch. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 5th, 1992, Hogwarts. Of course, Harry's streak of normality was unfortunately about to come to a rather screeching halt when a grinning Malfoy, followed by his lackeys, made his way to him. The Potter scion suppressed a groan. He just knew that this wouldn't go well. Harry hadn't spoken a word to the blonde for months, ever since June really. After he had scared the crap out of the boy last year, Malfoy did his best to avoid Harry as much as possible. Although the Potter scion had seen him in Diagon Alley once or twice, He didn't really see the point of talking to Malfoy of all people, especially since he was more interested in the boy's father and Tom Riddle's diary. Still, the blonde was very frightened of him and left Harry alone, which was exactly what he wanted. Unfortunately, Draco had somehow returned from the summer holidays with a bit more confidence than usual. Honestly, Harry was too preoccupied with not dying at the hands, well at the gaze, of a giant thousand-year-old snake. That seemed to motivate the Malfoy scion for some reason. Perhaps he thought that Harry was intimidated for some reason. He didn't really know what went on in the boy's head, and he didn't really care about it. The boy walked up to him with a smug grin on his face, and Harry suppressed a groan. "What now, Potter?" the boy greeted. His two minions, Crabbe and Goyle, grunted in greeting as well. The Potter scion didn't know why anyone would like to act like a bodyguard when they're 12, or why anyone would follow every order from someone their age. It was probably something their families asked of them, or if their actual families still practiced vassalage, even if it's been technically abolished for centuries. Well, before the statute of secrecy, lords from lower houses swore themselves to high lords as their vassals. Technically speaking, with the abolishment of nobility, these oaths were declared null and void. However, if someone was a blood purist who wanted to show how much they hated giving up their lands and titles to the Muggles during the statute of secrecy, Harry could see them imitate the vassalage system somewhat just to prove a point. And it's not like it was servitude. The High Lords provide their vassals with protection and sometimes even financial aid for their loyalty. It is an antiquated concept that would only make sense if there still were magical lords and wizarding nobles. The Malfoys were one of the wealthiest families out there who lost a lot when the statute was put in place. A lot of their business was in Muggle markets, and they held a rather large amount of land, all of which they needed to give up. It was logical why this family in particular would resent the Muggles who took away much of their power. Harry gave the Malfoy scion and his friends a soft smile. "Draco, Gregory, Vincent, it's nice to meet you. Did you have a nice summer?" For some reason, the young Malfoy was confused by his tone, but his two minions relaxed. "We went to the Quidditch season finale. Puddlemere united against the Holy Head Harpies. Puddlemere won. The game was almost 3 days long. They had to change the team around a lot so that the players could sleep." "That sounds fascinating. I hope you all had fun there," Harry replied. Crabbe answered this time, "Yeah, we did. It was nice, even if my mother didn't really like it." Draco seemed to get redder and redder as Harry talked and just exploded. "Potter, we didn't come here to talk about our summer holidays." "You didn't? Then why did you bring it up then?" Harry asked with a confused tone. "I didn't. You're the one who talked about it," Malfoy said. "Oh, right, I did. Well, this was nice. We never really talk, do we? I'll catch up to you later." Harry pretended like the conversation was over and that he was leaving. "We're not done," the young Malfoy exclaimed. "We're not? Of course we're not. Why do you think I came here to talk to you?" "If I had to guess," Harry mused out loud, "I'd say you were here to talk about our summers. But didn't you say you didn't really want to talk about it? You're really giving away mixed signals, Draco dear." "No, I didn't want to talk about my summer," the blonde protested. "Then why did you bring it up then?" "I already said that I didn't." The boy was so red Harry was starting to get worried about him. It was honestly hilarious, and he wished that his friends were there to see it. "Oh, right. What were you talking about again? We didn't even get started," Draco Malfoy yelled. "Really, we've been talking for a while now. You really should go to the infirmary. You're looking awfully red, and that kind of temper isn't normal. Did someone curse you?" "I'll admit to knowing very little about curses, but I can try to help you if you want. I would still recommend you go to the infirmary, though." The boy seemingly had enough because he yelled, "I got into the Quidditch team." The entire corridor stayed silent for a few seconds as the boy was gasping in exertion for some reason. Harry, who honestly didn't give a damn about Quidditch, put on a smile on his face. "Oh, that's great news. Which position did you get in?" "Seeker," the boy answered in a confused tone. Yeah, Harry knew that the boy had bought himself a spot in the team. Well, his father did. It was what happened in the stories, and it didn't seem to be any different there, especially because the tryouts were in a week. And such an important position, too. "Now that's very impressive indeed," Harry nodded. "Yeah, but unfortunately, that means that you can't be on the team too," the boy answered with a solemn tone that was completely proven to be fake by the wide smile he was wearing. Harry simply shrugged. "I wasn't even planning on playing. I didn't even bring a broom with me, Although now that I think of it, I should get one. I like flying. It relaxes me. Wait, you weren't going to try out for a spot on the team? Malfoy asked incredulously. I don't really like Quidditch all that much, to be honest. How can you not like Quidditch? People have their preferences, the Potter Scion calmly answered. Just like you don't like eating vegetables, but I do. People can just not like things. I just find Quidditch to be needlessly violent with too many senseless rules that don't really mean much, and that's too hard to follow because there are 4 balls in the game. But that's just my opinion. I'm sure there are merits to the game I'm not seeing, but it's a personal preference. Quidditch isn't for everyone, I guess. Although, now that I think about your situation, if you're going to be the Seeker, what's going to happen to Warrington? The boy held himself from exploding from the fact that Harry just didn't like Quidditch and calmed himself the more he explained it. Well, Flint practically threw him out when he saw the brooms my father offered the Slytherin Quidditch team. And what kind of brooms were those? Harry asked while already knowing the answers. Nimbus 2001. My father bought 7 for the team. He likes to do things for me like that. It's a shame that you don't have anyone like him in your life, and even if you did, you'd probably end up broke. I heard the Potter finances were in a very bad shape after the war, so even if you had parents, they wouldn't have been able to do this. The boy's confused look turned triumphant at that. It was a petty dig and Harry wasn't particularly bothered by it. Yeah, he didn't have a parent, but he didn't really need one. As for the Potter finances, they didn't really look that great. It was enough for him to get by, but Harry had a few things planned to fix that. Still, the boy wanted to anger him, but Harry was a little above that. Instead, he put on a smile. I think I have enough to buy a few brooms, right? But you're right that it's a very expensive purchase. The Nimbus is like, what, 200 galleons, right? More like 350, the boy corrected. All right, 350. That means that your father paid 2,450 galleons just to help your team. And as admirable as that is, it looks from the outside that you bought your way into the team. While I'm sure that you have enough skill to back it up, it looks like favoritism, like what happened to Longbottom last year. The blonde nodded, still not getting Harry's point. Yeah, why should he get special treatment? Harry shook his head. You're not seeing the point? Do you remember what happened to our precious boy who lived when he lost that Hufflepuff game last year? His teammates utterly hated him. People made fun of him when he spoke, calling him a hack and a cheat. You'll have to work a lot to make sure that no one thinks you're unworthy of your position like Longbottom is his own. The boy paled, finally understanding what Harry was trying to get at. Yeah, the Potter Scion understood how to make Malfoy tick, and that was to throw Longbottom in his face and let the boy's obsession and jealousy do the rest. But my father, the Malfoy Scion protested. Your father is a very powerful man, Draco dear, but he's not a god. He'll do his best to help, but even he can't just stop people from thinking that you just bought your way into the team, that you're just a rich boy with money that likes to think he's good at Quidditch while he's horrible at it. Isn't that what they said about Longbottom? That he used his fame to get on the team when he was just mediocre. Do you want people to call you that? Or do you want to prove to the entire school that you're better than him? I want to show them that I'm better, the boy practically shouted. Well done. You have the passion. Now you need dedication. Train like your life depends on it. For every hour Longbottom trains, you'll do 2 on your own. I want you to show the entire school that you're the best seeker around. Make them understand that the brooms are just tools and that you're just that good. You are that good, aren't you? I'm the best seeker in the school, the blonde answered with a proud smile on his face. Then I look forward to seeing you play Draco Malfoy. The Malfoy Scion gave him a wide beam and practically ran to the Quidditch field, followed by his 2 minions who hadn't said a word after their greetings at first. Sometimes messing with that boy was too much fun. Draco was, at heart, a spoilt brat that wanted people to acknowledge him but didn't want to do enough effort to make it happen. Harry just gave him a little push to dedicate his time to Quidditch a bit more. For all the boy wanted to brag about his father bribing the Quidditch captain with an absurd amount of money for something as asinine as a Quidditch team position. One that the blonde didn't even need since he sure as hell wasn't going to play professionally. He was being quite foolish by talking about it so openly. However, Harry just scared him and motivated him at the same time. A boy with such a large ego would do his best to not be humiliated by the public, and that's not even counting his competitive desire to defeat his rival. Yeah, The boy was going to train night and day to make that happen. This was how Harry was able to give the entire castle a vacation from Malfoy for at least a couple of months. Yeah, you're welcome. Hogwarts. Slytherin's Court. Chapter 77. Slytherin's Court. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 5th, 1992. Hogwarts. However, Harry just scared him and motivated him at the same time. A boy with such a large ego would do his best to not be humiliated by the public, and that's not even counting his competitive desire to defeat his rival. Yeah, the boy was going to train night and day to make that happen. This was how Harry was able to give the entire castle a vacation from Malfoy for at least a couple of months. Yeah, you're welcome. Hogwarts. By the time Harry arrived in the Great Hall, he was congratulating himself on the way he dealt with Malfoy. It was so simple. He didn't need to intimidate the boy or threaten him. Just confuse him and distract him with someone else. A boy like him was given everything he ever asked for, only treasured things he earned. Oh, he was still prone to a tantrum if he was ever refused anything, but giving him a challenge, something that means something to him, like proving to the entire school that he was better than Longbottom, but also threatening his pride if his performance is disappointing. The carrot and the stick, and at the same time, where his own pride is enforcing both. And to do it, he'll need to be too dedicated to bother stroking his ego with his little taunts and bullying since he has a lot on the line. Yeah, Harry was proud of coming up with this in a second, and it showed with the smile he was wearing on his face as he sat next to his friends. Tracy looked at him and grumbled, "What are you so happy about?" She was always grumpy in the morning, that one, and Harry was too good of a mood to let that ruin it. "I just took care of something rather annoying." Blaise snorted. "Speaking of annoying, have any of you seen how Malfoy's been strutting around ever since he bought his way into the Quidditch team? I really wanted to punch his face." "Yeah, he spent the entire day saying that he was the new leader of our year and that we all had to listen to him," Daphne complained. "Guys, he's not that bad. It's just some posturing because he's happy." "It'll blow over quickly," Harry said. "I don't know why you're so unconcerned about it, Harry. You're the one Draco is trying to dethrone." The Potter scion raised an eyebrow. "What are you talking about?" "As the leader of our year," Daphne answered slowly like he was dumb or something. "You must have noticed that we all keep following your lead. That's not just our group, but all of our Slytherin classmates. You're in a prime position to get a good position in the Slytherin Court next year, while Draco has done nothing but lose confrontations with you and throw his father's name around." Yeah, the infamous Slytherin's Court. Honestly, he didn't know anything concrete what it was. No one did unless they were part of it. There had to be privileges and responsibilities that came with it. As far as he could tell, the court was in charge of making house laws and punishing the people who break them. They arranged for the yearly rituals and protected the younger members of the house from being bullied. People still had grudges against members of the House of Snakes because of Voldemort's war. But outside of that, they were a basic smuggling ring of sorts. You paid them to court with a favor or something of equal value, and in exchange, you can ask for anything, be it information on another student, help on an assignment, an illegal ingredient of sorts, or ban books on forbidden magics. Everything had a price in the House of Snakes, and the court embodied that characteristic. To be perfectly honest, it wasn't really that big of a deal to Harry, who was mostly preoccupied with discovering more about magic as possible, but it could give him enough contacts when he tries to raise the Potter name in the future. His magic would be enough. But old magical families still had enough pull to make things difficult for him. People fought tooth and nail to be part of the court, even in the lower echelons. The positions were based on chess, oddly enough. The game was pretty popular in the House of Snakes, and there were tournaments for people to showcase their skills, but those were limited to upper years. As for the court position, there were exactly 20 positions in the court. It's made up of 11 pawns, 2 knights, 2 bishops, 2 rooks, 2 queens, and a single king, the undisputed leader of the house. Not that anyone knows who any member was. Outside of the pawns and the king, the positions are named after black and white. For example, there was a knight of black and a knight of white, taken in by 2 different people. As stated before, the king was the one that commands the house and makes the rules. The queens are his ambassadors in a way. They rule when the king is not there. The rooks are the enforcers. They are charged with the protection of the house's interest and enforcing its unspoken rules. The bishops are the researchers, which are involved whenever a magical matter is needed, like adding an award or an enchantment. The knights protect the members of the house from outside threats, like bullies from other houses. Finally, the pawns are just there to help in any way, and should they prove their worth, they are upgraded to a higher piece with better responsibility. Now, the entire upper court, all the pieces aside from the pawns, votes for the candidature of the next pawns. They also vote for promotions from any piece to one of the queens, and when a king leaves the castle and graduates, which queen to take their place. It was a very convoluted way to make some kind of hierarchy in the House of Snakes, which honestly doesn't mean much in the long term outside of the connections you make for fellow members of the court, and maybe the quick response if you want something to be made. It was a dramatic way to structure a house. But well, the House of Snakes was dramatic, wasn't it? There were probably more rules and regulations on that front, but that was what his friends had told him anyway. Harry was brought out of his thoughts when he felt someone poking him. It was Daphne. Come on, Harry. You spaced out again. Hey, I was just thinking about the court? Tracy questioned with a sly grin. The Potter scion shrugged. Maybe. Honestly, for all its perks, I still don't see the point. Yeah, it's nice and everything, but it's not something I'm willing to go to great lengths to get. And if all it took was a Quidditch position and a bribe to get accepted into the court, it would lose a lot of its meaning. But Tracy started. Blaise interjected. He has a point, Trace. Everyone and their mother know that Malfoy spent a small fortune to buy his way into the team. The brunette pouted. But he's been so insufferable, though. I wanted Harry to scare him away again. Well, I don't know about scaring him away, Harry said, but I did make sure that he would stop bothering us. Three heads snapped towards him the moment he finished speaking. How in Morgana's name did you manage to do that? Daphne exclaimed. I just reminded him about the position he put himself in. He could beat Longbottom and show everyone he's superior, or he could fail miserably, and he'll be a laughingstock. He already made our house look back and corrupt since he bought his way in. So he needs to prove to the entire school that he's worth more than a Gringotts vault full of gold. What he did was a gamble, and I put it in front of him enough to motivate and scare him into spending every single free moment training for the match. And since the match with Gryffindor is the closest one, he'll be too busy to do anything. See, I don't always have to be violent. Harry ignored his friends' gaping faces and thought back to the situation Flint was in. Honestly, the Potter scion could sympathize with the Quidditch captain. Taking the broom was strategically the better choice, not just in terms of winning the Quidditch Cup, but to dominate the other houses and impress the scouts. Better brooms mean that Flint has a better chance at getting an internship than a sponsorship and finally achieving the career of his dreams. So, yeah, at the cost of a single teammate and a slight loss of reputation, the brooms were worth it. The Potter scion looked back to his friends before wondering, that's even assuming the brooms were better than the previous model. What? The three of them exclaimed at once. Harry rolled his eyes. Brooms are known to be released every 3 years. It's the time necessary to develop and remove any issues there might be. And since the Nimbus 2000 was only praised in the international scene, the quick release of the 2001 model means that it's either a money grab, and the brooms are essentially the same, or they rushed the development of this broom for some reason, which means that they won't be as stable as the normal 2000 model. They could be technically faster and just better in some ways, but they won't be as stable. So, in the best case, Malfoy was cheated by buying what is probably a prettier Nimbus 2000, or in the worst case, he bought brooms that might hinder the team, and in this case, everyone loses. And while the Nimbus series is perfect for seekers, beaters would prefer stability over speed to aim properly, and chasers don't really go that fast, but need to be agile. Tracy was the first one to stop staring at him. How do you know so much about Quidditch? I thought you hated the game. I don't, Harry answered. I just like to know about the market. Just because I don't personally like the sport doesn't mean that I'm interested in the economic benefits that can come from it. You're planning on investing in its competitors when the professional players start complaining. Daphne spoke up with a start. Yeah, I already have a few meetings coming up. I need to get things going a bit since the Potter vaults aren't looking that good in the first place. Yeah, financially speaking, the Potter family wasn't that well off after 2 consecutive wars. And with money in the Muggle world being practically useless, it wasn't really a reliable way of income since he was planning on staying in the magical world. Of course, he was going to have a little nest egg there, in case he was ever in trouble or just wanted to buy something from the non-magical side of the world, but he was leaving it for the following summer. So, yeah, In terms of the magical world, the only product he knew was going to be very successful was the firebolt broom. He had looked everywhere for any mention of it and found nothing, except for a designer that was laughed at by all broom manufacturers in the country for trying some weird method of incorporating enchantments into the wood, making them more precise and more powerful but a lot more expensive to manufacture. The man, Terence Smythe, had started his company with his life savings, and Harry had owed the man for a demonstration and details to invest in the company. It was mostly just fact-checking, but it was an easy way for him to make money. Most of the meetings were scheduled during Christmas vacation when he would be free enough to make financial deals. He still needed to set up some paperwork for the ministry to be able to invest legally, but it should go through rather easily since heirs are often encouraged to invest with their allowances. Still, with a concrete plan to deal with the financial side of his duties, Harry thought back to his main problem, the basilisk. With the ingredients still not having arrived, Harry needed to figure out how to actually fight a basilisk in case he had no other choice. And for that, Harry would need one of his most powerful assets, one that had saved his life in the past, and unfortunately, one that he still had no idea how to use. He needed to figure out how to use his magical crest. And yeah, I know that this is an info dump a bit, but I wrote this while planning a nice plot point that I didn't want to start until I was sure of the details. So I used this chapter to set up the Slytherin Court, which will be a pretty big deal in the future, while I was working on that other thing. Of Frustrating Crests. Chapter 7-8. Of Frustrating Crests. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 8th, 1992, Hogwarts. Still, with a concrete plan to deal with the financial side of his duties, Harry thought back to his main problem, the basilisk. With the ingredients still not having arrived, Harry needed to figure out how to actually fight a basilisk in case he had no other choice. And for that, Harry would need one of his most powerful assets, one that had saved his life in the past, and unfortunately, one that he still had no idea how to use. He needed to figure out how to use his magical crest. The weekend was over, and Harry hadn't really progressed in finding a way to kill the basilisk. He didn't want to fight the damn snake, but if he had no choice in the matter, it was better to have at least a plan in place. As far as he could tell, a basilisk had very few weaknesses. Well, they couldn't really be called weaknesses, more like vulnerabilities. Their skin was impervious to all magic and was pretty much indestructible. The venom had some kind of bullshit magic negation properties. That's not to mention that it could eat through mundane objects as if it was acid. The only weaknesses were the eyes, which also happened to be one of its greatest weapons, and its open maw. Even then, the very flesh of a basilisk was resistant to magic, meaning that spells would not really affect the damn thing. Although a rooster's cry could kill hatchlings and severely hurt young basilisks, it doesn't really affect the older ones, which develop an immunity to it as they grow. Perhaps, somehow amplifying the impact of the rooster's cry was a viable option? Nah, he would need to study basilisks in general and have a few to test his theory before perfecting it, and that wasn't really possible. And if it was a viable option, the old basilisk hunters would have done it somehow, yet there was no mention of this method being implemented. What the old hunters did was train an entire generation of blind bats to attack the thing's eyes, and after it was blind, they would either try to immobilize it or kill it with enchanted weapons into the brains. Back then, it was the knight's duty to kill the monsters threatening the populace, and of course, they were equipped with the finest enchanted weaponry and armor, sometimes even blades of legendary power that had existed for centuries. As for how they immobilized the beasts, thankfully, ice was surprisingly effective. A basilisk is a giant snake, and it prefers a hotter environment. Master cryomancers were often employed to freeze the creatures and chain them up in enchanted ice until the knights killed them. Even just making the battlefield cold was enough to slow basilisks down, making the other steps go smoothly. Yeah, wizards were really hardcore in the Middle Ages, and even then, it took teams of around 100 wizards to hunt a single basilisk, and now Harry could possibly need to do it by himself, and that was fucking terrifying. He needed to get started on cryomancy and get his hands on any kind of enchanted weaponry to either copy it if he could or just use it in desperation. He had already scoured the forbidden section for books on cryomancy and started practicing it slightly. His progress was somewhat slow, but it was still good enough. After all, cryomancy was more than just casting ice spells. It was the pure manipulation of ice and cold. A master cryomancer could literally freeze anything and manipulate the element without a second's thought. There weren't any spells or rituals, just pure magical manipulation. The young Slytherin might be a magical prodigy, but the mastery over any element took decades of hard work. And even if he was cheating a bit with his arcane hearing, it would take a month for Harry to be proficient enough to use it reliably. A master ice mage could literally freeze fiend fire. That's how dangerous this is. It was so far beyond anything taught in Hogwarts, it wasn't even funny. As far as he could tell, only a handful of actual cryomancers were still alive in the world, and they were taught that skill when they joined a guild, definitely not before. Ice magic always leaves this sense of detachment in Harry. If he had to describe it using his arcane hearing, it would be like having a strict song that's rhythmic and measured, with something like a drum roll in the back. In the past few days, Harry was able to move an ice cube with just cryomancy, not telekinesis. He was a long way from sucking the heat from an atmosphere or creating giant icicles out of nowhere, but it was still progressing. The books he had found were not really impressive. It was just the basics of how the magic worked, with a few exercises to get familiar, but it was enough to get going. A competent wizard doesn't need step-by-step instructions. After all, just an understanding of the theory and enough time for experimentation. To be a mage is to walk with death. Now, a problematic part of his research so far had been about weapons. Having spent the entire weekend learning about ice magic, Harry wanted to take a little break and see what he could unearth about magical weaponry in the library, and it was a pretty complicated subject. Legendary magical weapons were generally either made with adamantine or goblin silver. There were rumors about the existence of mithril, but no traces of the miracle metal could be seen today. Adamantine was pretty much an alchemically treated metal that was pretty much indestructible once it was forged. It was pretty useful in armor since it had also magic negating properties. But for the enchantments to hold permanently, goblin silver was used. No one knew how it was made, only that the goblins outright denied making any more of it after Godric Gryffindor died without returning the sword he had commissioned from them. When they refused, everyone started refusing, which started an entire goblin rebellion. No one knew how it was made, nor why goblins were so enraged whenever someone refused to return it, but what is known about the metal is that it can be very easily enchanted to a ridiculous degree and that it can absorb whatever makes it strong, including potions and elixirs. It was honestly overpowered and could make some ridiculous swords. There were rumors the swords of the Knights of the Round Table were made of goblin silver, and well, Galantine, Gwain's sword which summons a solar flare of all things. Yeah, that was both awesome and terrifying. But the bad thing was that magical weapons were officially banned from the Wizengamot after the war with Grindelwald. Apparently, families who had access to these weapons used them, which caused a lot of damage and deaths. A lot of weapons were confiscated and destroyed for crimes against wizardkind, and the very knowledge of magical forging and developing said weapons were also banned thanks to a Wizengamot vote passed in 1947. This was limited to Britain alone. The rest of Europe had been quite happy to keep their swords, staffs, scepters, and mighty artifacts. Honestly, most of the books who wrote about it called it one of the stupidest decisions ever made in magical Britain, but they were kind of polite about it. They weren't books as much as rants. Albus Dumbledore was especially vilified because he spearheaded the movement, and in a post-war scenario, he was practically a godly figure that no one really wanted to oppose. Long story short, Harry needed some goblin silver to make a weapon good enough to do something about it. Any information about forging weapons was censored heavily, but Harry could manage if he had access to them somehow. This was a dead end, but he could ask Arcturus Black about it later. He could give him enough pointers. Harry spent the entire time eating his dinner practically thinking about a way to survive what was coming. The materials for the glasses still hadn't come, and he had nothing to really injure the creature. The enchantment on the chamber entrance still hadn't been triggered, so that was still a dead end. The Potter Scion ignored the gossip about Malfoy getting into a fight with the Gryffindor Quidditch team because of some misunderstanding about reserving the Quidditch pitch or something. It ended up with Weasley cursing himself to vomit slug. Harry had forgotten that the redhead had broken his wand, which was a danger to himself and to others. He'll talk to Professor McGonagall about it later. But yeah, Malfoy was obsessed with his Quidditch practice and had left everyone alone so far. His rivalry with Longbottom was finally being useful for something. which was making him go away. The Slytherin common room was eerily calm these days. Anyway, there was only one avenue that Harry hadn't explored yet that might be of some help. His magical crest. The very thought made the thing tingle slightly on his chest. The last 2 times he had used it, it had practically sucked him dry, and he wasn't even in control of himself. In a life-and-death situation, it was somewhat useful, but just practicing could accidentally kill him somehow. No, he had to try. He couldn't just stay afraid of his own heritage. What he had done the last time were very intensive tasks. There had to be something in the crest that wouldn't nearly kill him for just using it. Harry nodded to himself, his eyes filled with determination. Hadn't he said that he would no longer act like a coward? It was his family's legacy, his legacy, that he was afraid of. The crest had nearly killed him twice because there was no other choice. He had never trained using it, believing the books about the fact that the magic in the crests manifests after the 13th birthday of any mage. But that was for normal mages? And well, when had Harry ever been normal? The green-eyed boy stood up suddenly from the Slytherin table and started to walk away. Daphne held his arm. "Where are you going?" Harry gave her a gentle smile. "I just got an idea about something I was struggling with. I'll spend the night practicing magic a bit. I know I've been distant in the last few days, but I promise I'll make time for all of you. But this can't wait. Don't wait for me in the common room. I might be a little late." He didn't even wait for her to answer before walking out of the Great Hall. His body moved on its own, already knowing Harry's desired destination. It was in front of a familiar tapestry of a troll dancing in a ballet uniform. He opened the room of requirements, asking for a place to learn how to activate his magical crest safely. The room ended up giving him a relaxing office with some soft music playing in the background. Harry breathed a peaceful sigh before he sat on the chair and started thinking about how to activate his crest. The last time it happened, it was because he was in danger, so the crest must have had an automatic danger sensing mechanism that activated and allowed it to take over. The young wizard had never heard of any defense measure of this nature in any other crest. But he wasn't a specialist, and people tended to hide what their magical crest could do. But it shouldn't only activate when it deals with a crest. Harry needed to channel his magic through his crest. He expected to feel pain, but it was strangely warm. The raven in Harry's chest started to glow, and it looked like it was moving slightly. Suddenly, Harry's mind was filled with a small arsenal of spells. He knew there was more later, since the spells he had used during the few times he had activated the crest by accident were not there. Slowly, Harry chose one of them while looking at a pillow in front of him. It was a basic telekinetic push spell, and he activated it. Harry could feel his magic start to heat up, and some kind of glowing magical circle appeared in front of him. It glowed slightly, and the pillow was banished away. It was far more draining than a standard banishing charm, but despite it, Harry grinned to himself. He had finally used his magical crest on purpose. Off Day. Chapter 79. Off Day. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. I decided to shake things up a bit and change the upload schedule. From now on, I'll be uploading a chapter every Sunday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday. September 26th, 1992, Hogwarts. Slowly, Harry chose one of them while looking at a pillow in front of him. It was a basic telekinetic push spell, and he activated it. Harry could feel his magic start to heat up, and some kind of glowing magical circle appeared in front of him. It glowed slightly, and the pillow was banished away. It was far more draining than a standard banishing charm, but despite it, Harry grinned to himself. He had finally used his magical crest on purpose. After a few weeks of school, things started to stabilize slightly. The usual start of the year hostilities was stopped pretty easily when McGonagall and Snape gave enough detentions to scare the overeager Furstyes into submission. Yeah, the Gryffindor-Slytherin rivalry was practically a school tradition at this point, but they do end up calming up slightly afterwards. Yeah, Harry forgot about the whole thing, to be honest, and it took a reminder from Blaise asking his opinion on how it was handled compared to the previous year. It didn't even come close to the outright war that Longbottom and Malfoy caused the previous year. Thankfully, the two rivals chose another arena to challenge each other at, Quidditch. The two 12-year-olds did their best to spend every free moment practicing seeker drills and learning difficult maneuvers. Honestly, it looked kinda cool, and Harry wondered if he should buy a personal broom just to go flying whenever he wants. He remembered it being somewhat relaxing, and he did earn his license in his flying lesson, so could buy it without it being an issue. It was still a relatively expensive purchase, all things considered. It was technically classified as a vehicle and priced accordingly, and it didn't make sense to buy one just for the sake of doing so. His vault already took a big hit with the materials for his anti-basilisk glare research, and adding in more expenses just wasn't worth the risk. Seriously, the 10,000 galleons that his parents had left him was a tidy sum, but it could be drained pretty quickly if he's not careful. He wasn't like Lucius Malfoy, who literally spent over 2,000 galleons just to buy his son a spot in a school Quidditch team. That's literally a fifth of Harry's vault on a trivial matter, while the young Potter was literally counting every piece of gold when buying materials that could save his life. A part of Harry wanted to be resentful at the injustice, but looking at the general populace, he was in a far better position than most of them. And he already knew how to make money. He understood investments and had a few plans in place. It wouldn't be instant, but he could see his fortune growing after a few years. He just needed all the capital he could have to start investing. The magical world didn't have stocks like the Muggle one because there was no need for it. Magical communities are pretty small, and the people with enough money to make significant investments are even smaller. The stock exchange was optimized to be used by millions of people and millions of companies. In the magical world, where everyone knew each other, there was no need for something like that. You owned a business like you owned a house. You register it with the ministry, and you can sell percentages of it like you want. But the actual sale is a private affair. It isn't as impersonal as the Muggle stock. You pretty much bought a part of someone's property and shared the same percentage of their profit or their losses. Harry had contacted a few companies, mostly selling charmed items and the like, and had set up a few meetings in the Christmas holidays. The Potter scion was ready to make his family name rise once more. So, yeah, between preparing for these meetings, figuring out his magical crest, making plans for the anti-basilisk goggles, his daily occlumency practice, and his venture into cryomancy, was it any wonder that Harry missed the school gossip? Honestly, he barely hung out with his friends. That was how busy he was. His friends weren't pressing, but Harry could tell that they weren't happy with him. He really wanted to make it up to them, but it wasn't his fault that he was the only one who knew about the weapon of mass destruction coming to the castle. At least, he had made some progress with his crest. It took 2 grueling weeks of effort. Harry was able to make a good enough assessment of how his progress with his crest was going. What was available to him so far were standard spells that were cast using magical circles and not a wand. There were 2 methods of casting the spells, either by casting by channeling magic into the crest and picking the spell, or by actually learning how magic circles work. There was no reason why the spells that were available in the crest so far wouldn't be used by the public. So Harry was able to slightly reverse engineer how magical circles work and found that they were very different from how wands work. Well, technically, the circle shaped and channeled a wizard's magic the same way a wand does. It just requires more attention to do it. But damn, were they complicated. It took 2 weeks for the Potter scion to reverse engineer the telekinetic push he had cast previously, and he finally understood the limitations of magic circles. Well, the more you understand how it works, the less magic it uses. It's like a combination of the crest and raw magic filling in the gap to cast it without knowing what it is. So, an untrained wizard would consider using magical circles to be a waste of magic, but one that understands it could make it more specific and also alter it to suit his purpose at a whim. It took all of Harry's impressive intellect and his arcane magic to learn a single spell properly. It was like a combination of a puzzle and a riddle using a runic language that he hadn't seen anywhere in his life, that he needed to solve and give the answer in some kind of mathematical poetry. So, yeah, it was as much an art as a science, and if it wasn't for the crest helping him understand the language, he wouldn't have been able to do anything. But now, he had mastered the single spell, and it was somewhat handy since he didn't need to use his hand to materialize the circle. He could use it to push himself, alter the power of each push, and even make platforms to send him in the air from the base of his feet. It was fun jumping around the room of requirements with it, to be honest, but Harry knew that he had a long way to go, still. This was only a single spell of only a fraction of what was really inside the crest. He still had a lot to do, but he decided to spend the day hanging out with his friends. To be perfectly frank, Harry needed to take a breather, to shut off his brain for a little while. He spent weeks doing nothing but focusing on complex arithmetic problems and alchemy arrays. He needed a small break to not overwork himself too much. Plus, his friends already made the effort of joining the Dueling Club just to spend time with him, and it would be inconsiderate to ignore them. So, yeah, after classes, Harry decided to forego his usual training and just spend time with them in their common room. They seemed somewhat surprised, but glad at the same time. They laughed and joked around until it was time for the first Dueling Club session of the year. So, they made their way to the Great Hall to meet with Flitwick. His welcome speech was around the same, with a broad definition of dueling and the schedules. The biggest change was the fact that only Harry's year mates were there. It was probably because of the sheer size of the class. For some reason, Harry's own inclusion in the club the year prior made it a commodity of sorts. Harry and his friends were the only ones from Slytherin, but Sue Lee and both the Patil twins and Seamus Finnegan were there. Susan, Bones, and Hannah Abbott were the only Hufflepuffs around. That is a total of 10 students from just this year, compared to the 5 that made up the third-year group. That was like a quarter of their entire year. Did he do things differently at the beginning of the year? Harry didn't know, but after giving away their schedule, the half-goblin said something that he hadn't revealed the previous year. Now, here's the kicker. The truth is that dueling isn't for everyone. No matter how much you like the sport, if you don't have a modicum of talent, or you don't even try to improve yourself, you're more likely to be wasting both my time and yours for no reason. I will be investing in every single one of you, and if you decide to make a career out of dueling, I will do my best to give you sponsors and the best trainers around. That is a privilege, not a right. Your entire first semester here will be a test of sorts. During the progression of these sessions, I will be making remarks about your progress. If you show a smidge of potential, I will let you go to the second semester. If you don't, well, I will not be inviting you back and you will be kicked out of the club. That tone was so different from the jovial one he had during lessons. He had this seriousness and intensity to him that Harry didn't know the man could express. But the test thing did surprise Harry slightly. He didn't know about it at all. Although it did explain why people were pretty angry with him when he joined on a whim. He didn't go through the test, and that screamed of favoritism. At least, that was until the professor said that he was a probationary member and that he would be tested. They must have assumed that he had the test as well, only it was accelerated. Of course, the other students had questions. Padma Patil was the first to raise his hand. Is this something new? Because I never heard of this when I asked about the club. The professor shrugged. It's not a secret, but people tend to be ashamed when they leave the club, so they don't really brag about it. Either way, I have been doing this for over a decade, so there are no special circumstances. It's also why each year group is often smaller than the number of people joining. So, how many of us will stay? Susan Bones asked. You could all stay if you were all talented, or you could all be kicked out. It depends on your performance. But I found that around half of the second-year members are eliminated. Everyone's eyes widened. Half. It was pretty rough, to be honest. The idea of only half the people passing an exam was alien to them. However, in Harry's previous life, there were university courses that just had a high failure rate. It was worrying the first couple of times, but you got used to it. Of course, Seamus Finnegan couldn't keep his mouth shut. What about Potter? It's not fair that we have to do our exams, but not him. Mr. Finnegan, whatever gave you the illusion that Harry Potter didn't pass the test last year? He did, and he was the best student at his level. The only reason that I chose to make him stay is because you are his year mates, and the competitions that I'll be signing you in will be often based on age, so it would complicate things. But if it's a demonstration you desire, then it will be one you will get. Mr. Potter, how about we have a little practice duel to show your classmates what they should expect to learn? I always like to start these things with a little demonstration. Dueling Test, Chapter 80, Dueling Test. I would like to thank my beta, Akisu, for his help in this chapter. September 26, 1992, Hogwarts. Mr. Finnegan, whatever gave you the illusion that Harry Potter didn't pass the test last year? He did, and he was the best student at his level. The only reason that I chose to make him stay is because you are his year mates, and the competitions that I'll be signing you in will be often based on age, so it would complicate things. But if it's a demonstration you desire, then it will be one you will get. Mr. Potter, how about we have a little practice duel to show your classmates what they should expect to learn? I always like to start these things with a little demonstration. Harry didn't like to be put on the spot, especially when something else was on his mind. He liked things to be organized, scheduled, with enough room for randomness. He didn't think that he would be fighting Professor Flitwick for the first time in front of his classmates, and from a look at the professor, the Potter Scion knew didn't really have a choice in declining, and so, he simply nodded and walked up to the platform. He couldn't hold back in this test, not really. Flitwick would know immediately and punish him for it. And honestly, for all his prowess in dueling, Harry wasn't really a violent person. He was an academic, and that's where he shined the most. Truth be told, he would have declined the invitation to join this club if it wasn't an easy way to get away from Quirrell the previous year. But he grew to like the art aspect of it. There was just something about analyzing and tactically countering spells that were mystifying to Harry, and that was what he liked about dueling. Everyone else either wants it as an easy way to get gold and fame, which, considering how pitiful most of the British dueling roster was in the international scene, was fairly possible. The other just like fighting opponents, but Harry never really liked the idea of violence all that much. Oh, he understood that it had its uses, but only as a show of power or as a last resort. Just responding to everything with a curse or a hex was just impractical and an easy way to make enemies. Still, for an entire semester, Harry had asked the professor for an opportunity at fighting him, not because he wanted to prove something, but to see how high the bar was. Oh, the half-goblin was obviously taking it easy on everyone, even the 7th years, but there was something that motivated Harry into being the first that would make the professor sweat, even if it was a long way away. So, yeah, while Harry was miles ahead of most senior students in runes, magical theory, advanced arithmancy, and spellcrafting didn't really translate to dueling skills. So even if everyone knew that Harry was above all others in terms of magical knowledge, wouldn't be suspicious to take this seriously. But damn, people were going to be very annoying. At least the rumors would stop anyone from pestering him. Harry bowed to his professor, who did the same, and he took a balanced stance, not knowing what Flitwick was doing. The stance that the professor was using was weird, but it seemed to work for him. From the angle of his wand and how his legs were bent, he could tell that it was an attacking one to compensate for his lack of height, while taking advantage of his enhanced reflexes that came with the goblin blood. It didn't take long for the professor to cast the first spell. He was fast, that was certain, and so were his spells somehow. Harry stopped pondering about what could affect a spell's speed and chose to simply conjure a repelling shield, angling the spell towards the wand, following it. Before sending in a disarming charm, the half-goblin ducked under. The professor gave him a mocking smile, and Harry responded with a spell chain. 3 basic casts followed by a flipendo and a descendo. The idea was of straining a potential shield and flip the opponent over before pulling him down. Of course, the professor countered these spells in a fraction of a second, making them fade into nothing. It was amazing to his arcane hearing. It was like the man was somehow untying them like knots. It was strangely beautiful. Still, with the duel still continuing, the professor used his first large-scale charm. It seems like the prodding portion of the duel was over. The man conjured a boulder and sent it at Harry, who, with a wave of his wand, cut it cleanly in half. Harry levitated one of the half-boulders and sent it back at the professor, and used that as a distraction to point his wand at the dueling platform, making it go up and down like it was made of rubber before sending it towards the professor, hoping the wave would push him off. What Harry didn't expect was the professor to use the coming wave to propel himself over the boulder and send a stunning charm at Harry. The Potter Scion was barely able to duck under the spell and responded by summoning the boulder from behind the professor. Alas, the professor sensed the coming threat and waved his wand behind him without even looking, and the boulder turned into a swarm of butterflies with metallic wings, who suddenly flew aggressively towards Harry, who in his panic yelled out, "Ignis!" The flamethrower charm, or Ignis, wasn't that difficult to cast, but the scale that Harry used it was impressive. The wave of fire consumed the coming insects and came towards the professor, who didn't shield against them. Yeah, flame-resistant charms could easily protect against this spell. Harry decided not to risk his vision by casting a wave of wind to dissipate the flames and maybe take the professor by surprise. Unsurprisingly, the half-goblin stood there unperturbed with a slightly proud smile on his face. Of course, Harry decided not to let himself be distracted by it. The man was awfully tricky, and it was the right decision since the professor's speed doubled suddenly and the man started sending spells as if he was a machine gun. Harry tried to counter a few of them, but it was just too fast. and Harry hid behind a Protego shield hoping to weather the storm. In dueling, hiding behind a shield was a last resort. It meant that you were on your last legs, and Harry knew that in theory, but the practical part was a lot different than he envisioned. He'd never been in this position before, and he needed a plan quickly enough. Harry looked at the variables around him, and a small plan formed around him. The shield he was using was a Protego shield, which is usually taught to OWL students. Layered shielding was pretty useful in certain professions, but not really in dueling, and there were a lot of layered shields out there that were combined with the Protego one. Harry slowly morphed the inside of the shield into a smaller layer and slowly charmed it to absorb a fraction of each attacking spell. Around a minute later, the outer layer of the shield started fracturing, and Harry created a third layer, a repelling one, just above the absorbing layer and let the outer shell break. It started a cascading effect. The power in the absorbing layer was sent to the repelling one, who was overcharged enough to create a giant blast of telekinetic and magic repelling shield that sent the entire barrage of spells as well as a telekinetic force towards Harry's opponent. Harry saw how the professor had to shield against the attack and used this distraction to create another one. He made an illusion of himself and made it look like he was charging for a lightning spell, while his invisible self sent in a shield breaker and a disarming charm, followed by an overcharged banishing charm. Surprisingly enough, it worked slightly. The shield breaker worked, but the disarming charm was countered. The banishing charm seemed to have been countered, but only partially, and the professor looked like he had been pushed slightly. The trick with the illusion had distracted the man enough to land a hit. Even if he saw through it in seconds, it was enough for Harry. The half-goblin looked at Harry in disbelief before grinning. The man then animated 2 ropes that Harry hadn't seen, and which made him try to banish them. Of course, the professor used this distraction to disarm Harry and banish him away, making him the loser of the duel. Flitwick then slowly walked towards Harry and gave him a wide smile. "An excellent showing, Mr. Potter. But remember to watch your surrounding and not freeze up." The moment you started your plan, you were so focused that you didn't notice a discreet attack coming your way. A skilled opponent uses more than one attack at a time, preferably in different mediums. And try not to overcomplicate your plans. Simple strategies are known to work better than complex ones because of their flexibility. Outside of that, I have to say that you have exceeded my already high expectations I had of your skill. Good job. Harry smiled slightly. Thank you, Professor. The Potter Scion knew that the man was still holding back a lot in their fight, but he hadn't let the spell hit him. Holding back or not, Harry scored a hit, even a partial one, and that was an achievement and a half. Slowly, Harry got up and stiffened when he noticed his classmates' stares. He had forgotten entirely about them while he was fighting. Yeah, Seamus Finnegan was so pale that he looked sick, but the rest just kept gaping at him. They had probably never seen this kind of magical combat before. It must have grated them how much Harry was holding back whenever they confront him. Damn, there were going to be rumors about this, especially with Parvati Patil being there. Still, that should prevent idiots from trying to provoke him too much. So, Harry decided to ignore them all and just towards his friends instead. They were gaping as well, but the moment he walked towards them, he was met with a gushing Daphne, "Harry, that was amazing. I didn't know you could fight like that." That seemed to wake everyone out of their funk for a few minutes, while Harry decided to answer, "You can learn all of this if you dedicate yourself to these sessions. As long as you take it seriously, there's no reason why you can't do the same in a semester or 2. Professor Flitwick nodded. That's absolutely correct, even if Mr. Potter is very talented in the field. With enough time and dedication, there is no reason you cannot reach his level. And now that you know what you have to beat, it's time for me to explain to you how our sessions will work. This semester will be mostly focused on theory. You will not duel each other. Instead, what we'll be doing is learning dueling stances, the rules and regulations, a few necessary spells, and improving your aim and dodging as much as possible. The faster you learn, the more I will be willing to teach you. Before the winter holidays, I will arrange a little tournament between you, with a few special prizes for the top 3 winners. So, we need to win to get admitted to the second semester? Padma Patil asked. No. The top 3 will be immediately admitted, of course, but even if you lose in a single spell but show that you work hard enough, you can still be admitted. It depends entirely on you. As I said, this isn't a competition between you with a limited amount of space. Each one of you will need to prove himself to have some potential and enough dedication to be accepted, nothing more. Seeing that there weren't any questions, the professor continued, "One last thing before you leave. Our sessions will be weekly. Starting from today, if I give you homework, I will expect it to be done for the following session. And if I find out that any of you used a spell I taught you here to harm another student, I will personally kick you out of the club. There will not be a second warning, do you understand?" They all nodded, and the half-goblin dismissed them. Overall, it was a nice break from the usual stress. After the duel, Harry felt strangely lighter, like he needed the release really. He felt like he was exhausted but in a good way. His mind was clearer than ever, and he could tell that it was time to begin making progress in dealing with the diary.